ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us at the very first International Conference of All India Management Association's Vice Chancellor's Council. The theme of the conference is Global Disruption and Transformation in Higher Education. We are privileged to have a most distinguished lineup of global speakers, dignitaries joining, and a very eminent audience with us today. We would like to thank all our partners who have supported the conference and made it possible for us to organize it at this large scale. Our sincere thanks to Indian National Commission for cooperation with UNESCO for collaboration. Our thanks for the support extended by International Association of University Presidents, European Foundation for Management Development, Association of Management Development Institutions in South Asia, and Association of Indian Universities. Our thanks to the conference sponsor, Microsoft Corporation India Private Limited, University Partner of the conference, Marwari University, International University Partner, California State University, San Bernardino, B School Partners of the conference, IMS Ghaziabad, and Firebird Institute of Research and Management. The session is live streamed on AIMA's YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter channels. Ladies and gentlemen, all the questions during the session will be taken through chat. Do submit your questions in the Q&A box and specify the speaker it is addressed to. We invite you to join as many sessions as possible, and we do hope you will enjoy being part of this conference. In case of disconnection, you can rejoin the session by yourself without any difficulty using the same login credentials. Ladies and gentlemen, we now start the inaugural session of AIMA Vice Chancellor Council's Conference on Global Disruption and Transformation in Higher Education. It's my pleasure to invite on the virtual dais Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA, Chairman and Managing Director, Care Private Limited, Dr. Fernando Garcia, President, International Association of University Presidents and President, CETES University, Mexico, Dr. Rajan Saxena, former Vice Chancellor NMIMS and Chairman AIMA Vice Chancellor's Council, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General All India Management Association, and Dr. Raj Agarwal, Director Center for Management Education, AIMA. May I now request Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to deliver the welcome address.
You are on mute.
Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA, and Chairman and Managing Director, Care Private Limited, Dr. Fernando Garcia, President, International Association of University Presidents and President, CETES University, Mexico, Dr. Rajan Saxena, former Vice Chancellor, NMIMS, and Chairman, AIMA Vice Chancellor's Council, Dr. Raj Agarwal, Director, Center for Management Education, AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to have you all with us this morning, and a very warm welcome to each one of you in AIMA's inaugural International Conference on Global Disruption and Transformation in Higher Education. Mr. Ranganathan, it is always a pleasure to have you with us, and especially in this milestone conference by AIMA's Vice Chancellor's Council. You lead a fast-growing business group, and you have your finger on the pulse of the talent market. You're best placed to know how industry's expectations from the higher education sector are changing. We look forward to hearing your views on what the educators need to do to produce the kind of talent that is relevant to the post-pandemic economy. Thank you so much for joining us, and a warm welcome to you. Dr. Garcia, we are delighted to have you join us, and many thanks for agreeing to deliver the keynote at this session. A PhD in Education Administration and Policy and Master in International Development Education, you have undertaken leadership roles in many reputed institutions. You are the president of one of the most international Mexican universities, the CETES University, and you have been the chancellor of the City University of Seattle's International Division. You have also been the chief academic officer with Apollo International University. You're a keen promoter of internationalism in higher education, and you are the president of the International Association of University Presidents, and you serve on many advisory groups for international education, accreditation, governance, and institutional development. We are keen to hear your perspective on the global disruption and transformation in higher education, in an increasingly uncertain and fragmented world. Thank you so much for joining us and a very warm welcome to you. Dr. Saxena, it is a pleasure to have you with us and thank you for your outstanding contribution in putting together the first Vice Chancellor's Council and now this conference. Thank you so much and a very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has changed beyond recognition during the past couple of years, and though life seems to be returning to normal now, the dynamics of everything has changed. Higher education has undergone a major transformation with disruption of access to classrooms and extensive digitalization. The disruption has been harsh both on the students and the education providers. While digitalization of education has prevented a total washout of 2 years, the educators' revenues have shrunk and the students feel a lack of fulfillment. International education will continue to be impacted by the painful memories of abrupt lockdowns and border closures. What is happening between Russia and the West is also not helping, as war and sanctions are creating new uncertainties for international students. In any case, technological advances are forcing changes in education content and delivery, and the higher education sector needs to attend to that very self-certain disruption. This conference is an effort to bring together global academics, business leaders, and edutech entrepreneurs to identify the urgent issues facing higher education and work out ways to adapt and innovate. The economy and the world at large is undergoing transition pangs, and AIMA felt the need for creating a platform for the educators to brainstorm with each other and other stakeholders about their role in shaping the new economy. Education provides the most important ingredient for economic growth and transformation by producing the necessary talent and transformative leaders. It is only expected that the educators drive new thinking and know-how in the economy. AIMA has formed the Vice Chancellor's Council as a forum to bring together India's best and brightest educators to come up with forward-looking ideas for higher education in the country. It has been a very rewarding initiative for AIMA, and we are able to offer important ideas to the institutes and the policymakers. This international conference on global disruption and transformation in higher education is a logical extension of AIMA's efforts to promote dialogue on the emerging issues and innovations in this very important sector of the economy. Research is the cornerstone of all fresh thinking, and AIMA continuously probes the business environment for the emerging imperative for higher education. Later in this session, we will unveil a report by AIMA's Task Force on Management Education. The report explores the changing job profiles of management graduates and the future of management education in India. I urge you all to look at the report, and I'm confident that you will find its revelations both interesting and useful. Over the course of this conference, we hope to examine the many challenges and opportunities for higher education in a world turned upside down, first by the COVID pandemic and now by the power struggle between global superpowers. We have an array of distinguished academics from all over the world to tell us their view on the state of higher education and its future. We will also have the opportunity of hearing the perspective of some distinguished CEOs, and we all will greatly benefit from learning from their expectations from higher education. I'm confident that all of you will enjoy the many discussions over the next 2 days. With these words, thank you once again for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you all with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA, Chairman and Managing Director, Kevin Care Private Limited, to deliver his special address. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Fernando, Dr. Rajan Saxena, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Dr. Raj Agarwal, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great pleasure to have you all with us. Dr. Fernando, it's a pleasure to have you, and we are looking forward to your keynote address on global disruption and transformation in higher education. You are a distinguished leader in the higher education industry, and as a president of the International Association of University Presidents, you are best placed to know the global imperatives of higher education and predict the coming trends. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Saxena, my compliments to you on putting together this conference and helping AIMA create a unique platform for dialogue on higher education issues and innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, the education sector is undergoing a big change. The transformation is happening. It is not only the education sector, the whole industry. I think across the globe, all the industries are going through a big change. The tsunami is also putting this clearly accelerated the change. I can only say the digital tsunami is coming. So I think we need to be very, very important that we understand and adapt ourselves to face this digital tsunami. And I think it's important we embrace that, we change. This will call for a change. I think it is also important, one of the purpose of this conference, I'm sure AIMA will continue to do many more, is to develop active foresight. Active foresight by renowned academicians, what is coming, how we need to change, how we need to adapt. And that's very, very important. So this foresight, developing the foresight is very important for leadership across all levels. I would only say that this kind of a conference need to be done not only once a year, but at least since the tsunami is coming, the change will happen just like that in a jiffy. So it's better to relook and evaluate what's happening across the globe, what kind of a change, what trends we can pick up and how we can adapt. Maybe once in 6 months for the next 3-4 years. And after that, maybe once in a year, this kind of conference would definitely help. Because this is one best thing, AIMA is best placed to help all the leaders across universities and colleges to develop active foresight. Digital platforms have changed the tools of teaching and learning and freed learning from fixed classrooms and schedules. Those have changed the established norms of who is fit to learn what, at what age and at what time frame. The teacher-student ratio is beginning to get outmoded in the digital and hybrid modes. Moreover, a lot of teaching, testing, and evaluation is getting automated, and algorithmic education could become an essential component of mass education. The disruption and transformation in higher education will also influence its business model. Digitalization, and hybridization is redefining the education value chain. The type of real estate, location, infrastructure, and faculty required for education are changing. I only wish the regulators, the governments across the globe are taking note of. Some of the governments are acting fast. I think it's important that facilitating this change is very, very important. Digital platforms are growing in popularity as supplementary education resources, but it's impossible that in the future they may even challenge the traditional universities and institutes. I already see that challenge happening in many abroad. The big universities who otherwise thought in the past that you need to build big infrastructure, you can't expand everywhere. Suddenly they find they can attract global students through a virtual mode and offer high quality education. So bring them once in a way to the campus and give them that kind of an exposure is going to be much more easier. Earlier, their strength of admission was limited by the infrastructure. The virtual has completely opened up. The impact, as I see, would be more competition, because that I think is going to be a very, very important thing. The traditional education brands are at risk of going the way of Kodak and BlackBerry if they do not reinvent their product and business model. Though formal education will always be a highly regulated industry, the regulators can be expected to be biased towards the disruptors in the time to come. The digital disruptors must be taken seriously, and the incumbents must respond with their own innovations. The geopolitical chaos in the world is a big threat to the global higher education. Already the barriers to international travel, study and work have been reached up for the cause of health nationalism, and now the tit-for-tat sanctions between rival and global powers could only limit the global reach of both the educators and the students. First, the pandemic and now the war in Ukraine have accentuated the anxiety of foreign students about getting stranded, both educationally and physically. While a global internet takes the borders out of the equation, The erection of borders for data and transaction counters that advantage to a great extent. Global education programs and partnerships are likely to become hostages to political, and the educators must work with their own and the foreign governments to find ways to remove fears and friction from international education and careers. Coming to the industry, I think a very important expectation always has been industry-ready students. And I think it is important the universities are taking note of, and they are preparing their students more closer to industry-friendly kind of industry-ready students. But I think still the gap is wide. I can only say that as an industry, we are also running industry, and to say that it takes at least 6 months, or sometime it is even a year, to start getting some fruitful outcome from the new joiners, the freshers. So if that time is shortened, and such universities will definitely get a higher advantage. That is why the internships and all these things are done much more. Industry, academia collaboration is far more important. How we do that. And it is also industry recognizes nowadays. Gone are the days that internship was taken very lightly. Okay, just a certificate, some students. Can it be as an obligation? It's being done in the past. Now industries have started taking very seriously, taking it very, very seriously. And the internship is important playground and a recruitment opportunity for students, and able to observe them as to how they respond, their attitudes, because it is more, the knowledge can only take them thus far, but the attitude only will define their altitude. So that having recognized that, it is important that we also start looking at how do we inculcate the right attitudes in the students. It is not just the curriculum, but that also would go a long way. This is one thing that's missing. The curriculum doesn't recognize. We leave it to the kind of individuals. But I think the life lessons are very, very different. So while we give them the knowledge, but also important that we also look at the kind of real attitudes that are required. I would in fact be very happy that if a curriculum is developed for the kind of this thing, right kind of knowledge, the competence is required to win in the real marketplace. I think that would go a long, long way. So higher education institution would now have to refresh their program structures and pedagogy. They now need to integrate technical, critical thinking, people management, and systems skills with complex problem-solving capability. The curriculum should help develop not just occupational skills, but also overall intellect. As the demand for higher education grows, there are concerns about aligning the regulation, faculty, governance, employability, and institutional autonomy with the new economic realities. The growth of the higher education sector will be accomplished with the challenges of increasing access, affordability, and acceptability of higher education that is provided. Technology will be the key to meet the growing demand for education and upskilling. And for that to deliver, it is vital for the educators and regulators synchronize their innovations. In my view, if I am to develop an active foresight on the education, the AR, VR, the augmented reality and virtual reality will play a very, very vital role. Gone are the days that the lecturers, both at schools and colleges, even the teachers, the way they use the kind of this thing, a traditional monologue, dialogue kind of this thing, interaction, and the kind of aids they will use, the education aids, the digital boards, and the kind of this thing, all these things is in for a very, very big change. I think that would really help. Can we take the virtual tour of the factory, the students? Can we explain them how it is kind of this thing? Can we explain the kind of management theories done in a theoretical way, in a very practical way, how it is happening in the organization, so that they get a very, very practical understanding? So the AR, VR can play a very, very important role in this kind of a transformation. AIMA on its part is striving to do both adapt and promote new approaches to higher education. AIMA was already teaching in hybrid mode before the pandemic struck, and within a month of the initial lockdowns, AIMA managed to go fully digital in both education and testing. AIMA has incorporated new knowledge and skills in its curriculum and introduced new courses for the contemporary needs of the industry. AIMA is trying to familiarize its students with the entire gamut of new business technologies such as mobile internet, social media, digital platform, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. As a key stakeholder in the higher education ecosystem of India, AIMA is striving to propagate a fundamental review and upgrade of the ecosystem. The formation of the Vice Chancellor's Council has been an important step in that direction. Bringing together India's best and brightest educators is a big help in identifying the new imperatives for higher education in a fast-growing and rapidly modernizing economy. This international conference is an important initiative by the Vice Chancellor's Council to cast the net wider for new thinking and new models of higher education. This two-day conference aims to help us examine the emerging opportunities and challenges in the higher education area and hopefully come up with a blueprint of teaching and learning in a fast-changing world. I also expect the active recommendations to the regulators as to how we need to change, because at many times we are crippled by the regulators kind of this thing, that I think it's also finally, if we could kind of develop a kind of representation to the regulators as to how we need to change, that would also help. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Dr. Rajan Saxena, former Vice Chancellor NMIMS, Chairman, AIMA Vice Chancellor's Council, to deliver the theme address.
Thank you. Let me, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor's Council, extend a very warm welcome to the distinguished panel today over here in the inaugural session, Dr. Fernando Leon Garcia, who's the president of the Status University and also president of the International Association of University Presidents, the President AIMA, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, DG, Ms. Rekha Sethi, and Director CME, Dr. Rajan Saxena. I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome to all the participants who are there in this conference today in a virtual mode. This is the first offering, I would say the first conference, not the first offering, but the first global conference of the Vice Chancellor's Council, which was established 2 years ago, primarily with a view to influencing the change in the universities and also show a direction to the policy making through a whole lot of research papers and a lot of direct interaction with the educators and with all the stakeholders, the reference to which was made by the DG as also by the President himself. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all living in a VUCA world, a world which we have come to know is today or which is much more manifested than what it has been in an earlier decades itself. Whether this is the geopolitical, or let us say the technology space, or now also the pandemic, which we have all been through, the economies of the world have been adversely affected. Industry has been affected. But not just merely agriculture, economy and other sectors of the economy, but a very important part that's been happening, that even the educational sector, which has so far survived in a highly certain demand, and a demand which was not really going to be shaking at all whatsoever. We were experiencing a continued growth in higher education in India, for example, since almost about the last 2 decades itself. From 2000 onwards, there's been a continued growth in the higher education until the time pandemic hit, and also the technology started changing the job profiles and the workplaces in the industry. And at the same time, a large number of edtech companies started coming into play, and companies like Google, IBM, Microsoft, they started offering a whole range of programs which was valued by the industry more than what the university degrees were and what we are offering from the universities. So education sector too today is as volatile as it is when we talk about it in the context of any sector of the economy. As I said, India so far has remained insulated from the demand fluctuations. While in the global environment, this kind of a demand fluctuation was visible right from 2008 onward, when the first financial meltdown happened, or the first kind of a black swan event that we talk about really occurred. But it's only in the last two years or last 5 years that we started experiencing these kinds of fluctuations, particularly when we talk about it in the context of professional education. We have so far lived in a market, in a world where we didn't have to be bothered about the student. We didn't have to bother about our returns. We didn't have to bother about what kind of price we are charging to the student. Everything was assured. And therefore, the financial institutions were far more willing to come forward to support the institutions in a very big way, as many of the institutions went ahead, built their physical campuses across the country itself. Today, it is not so, as I said. The demand is highly price sensitive. And above all, we also realize that the economic fluctuations and exponential growth in technologies in the last 2 years is having a direct impact on the offerings that the universities are making, which is what the president just mentioned about the curriculum or the pedagogy or some of those other kind of changes that are required in the universities itself. The last 2 years have made it absolutely mandatory for the universities and higher education institutions to adopt digital technology. And not just merely adopt digital technology for the program delivery, but also adopt technology for the purposes of the institution processes, whether this is admissions, it is academic programs, it is the alumni relations, it is the outreach to the industry, it is examination and the examination's credibility, which is important. So the integration of technology today has become as important for the universities and higher education institutions as it is when we look at it from the point of view of the industry itself. There is perhaps no alternative today to digital transformation in higher education. The platforms that we see, the learning platform that we see, the edtech industry that we talked about, the various technology firms that we talk about, are today saying that, look, institutions would now not only have to change their processes and programs, but possibly the institution culture also has to change. We just cannot continue to operate the way we have, whether this is programs, research, faculty development, competencies development, or for that matter, any different dimension of the university itself, institution itself. Leadership today has become extremely critical, and no other point in time was this aspect as critical as it is today, because it is the leader who's going to be driving the digital transformation in higher education. We also see today that the regulations in India are rapidly changing. The National Education Policy, announced in 2020, has introduced a new element of uncertainty for the institutions in terms of bringing in flexibility and fluidity within the universities and across the institutions. It will not be far to say or far-fetched an idea to think of that we would be having many students or a few students leaving the institutions in between the program and going over to either work or to another institution to pick up the credits from there. We've had models whereby we talked of the first, let us say, 25 to 27 years of the child in education. We have seen that. And a very large block of time, of life being spent in the workspace. So typically, if I were to say that if 60 years is is the age to which any individual would go to work. And first 24 years was the time that, or let's say first 20 years or 24 years at best, are spent in acquiring education and qualifications. Today, the model is changing. Today, we see this whole model becoming more and more a model wherein we're going to see smaller modules or smaller breaks there. We're going to see let's say, one big block of education, and that big block of education could even be further split. For example, you could have many students just going out from higher education, or let's say from education sector soon after the high school, go and work in the industry, come back again, and then pursue their higher education. Similarly, we will see the students coming in higher education after completing the first year or two years could possibly leave and go and work in the industry and then come back again, or maybe complete the graduation, which is what we talk about it, and then go and work in the industry, which means this kind of an element of, I would say, interruption that is going to be happening. This kind of flexibility that we talk about in higher education is now going to become a reality. Possibly the West was very, very attuned to this, but India, where we talked about a very rigid education structure, we all have to be getting ready for such kind of a flexibility. So it is in these kinds of contexts, this kind of a context that we talk about it, the changes that we see today happening in our environment, the Vice Chancellor's Council decided to create a conference, primarily with a view to learn from each other as to how the institutions respond to the various challenges that today exist. And hence this kind of a conference that we see. So some of the challenges that we see in higher education, the number one is, for example, how the university is responding to the VUCA world. With the world being in a total disarray, how the university is responding to that. And clearly, who could be better telling to us than, let us say, the president of the International Association of University Presidents today, who's going to be speaking soon after me. The aspect of technology adoption, for example, we keep talking about it. It is perhaps easier to talk, but when we start looking at it in terms of integrating it within the universities, Dr. Fernando, you would agree with me, the kind of challenges that exist, particularly when you deal with the faculty systems and the human systems within the universities, trying to overcome the resistance from the various groups of stakeholders within the universities, other than the student group itself. Maybe even the student group could be there. So the technology adoption today requires a cultural shift, which will have to focus on overcoming the inertia and resistance to technology itself. Technology has to be used today for accessing new markets and serving more efficiently the existing markets. Technology has changed the learning system today. There's a new learning system that we are talking about, a hybrid, learner-centric, skill-focused, which requires us to revisit our programs, revisit our pedagogy, revisit our assessments, revisit how we are really responding to the markets, right? Whether this is in terms of placement or it is from the perspective of corporate linkages, etc. Collaboration and partnership is another big challenge. Collaboration and partnership is not just merely with foreign universities, but equally it is with the industry and the edtech industry particularly. We cannot wish away the edtech today. Edtech is an important partner in the growth of the ecosystem. And therefore, how do we really create this kind of a partnership? What are the challenges in it? Entrepreneurial development for the new world requires a very different kind of a set of programs and an approach. Developing resilient graduates. Can we develop graduates who can manage their own emotions and stresses? Who can stay put, who can work in diverse work cultures, in virtual environment, as also in a physical environment. Resilience today has become so very critical. Pandemic has showed us very clearly that it is only the resilient individuals who are going to be surviving. It is the resilient organizations that will be surviving. It is the resilient societies that will be surviving. And so therefore, from that kind of a perspective, we felt that there is an urgent need to create a special session on resilience developing a resilient graduate society. How do we transcend in this case, particularly in this case, to the higher level of consciousness? Because when we need to move away from just simply talking about it from management education, engineering education, and those, but also go over when we talk about resilience, it is in terms of moving over to the higher levels of consciousness, which I'm afraid we in higher education have never been focusing on, except for those that institutions that have been promoted by spiritual organizations. So today we are going to be having, at the end of the day, a spiritual leader who's going to be talking to us, very, very popular leader, B.K. Shivani. How can we learn from the global leaders? The global leaders have done certain things which we haven't been able to do. Many of us have not been able. What are the lessons that we get? Whether this is INSEAD, this is Harvard, for that matter, let us say Wharton, or the London Business School, or the CEIBS, or the Singapore Management University, or NTU, or NUS, or even within our own country. What are the lessons that we can learn from the global leaders? Research, which was very well talked about it by the DG, the research is not just the way that we have been doing it, sitting in our own offices independently, but today the new world requires us to create partnerships, work in a multidisciplinary environment, and look at the new problems that are there today. Whether this is technology, this is the pollution, this is the climate change, this is the environment, and the kind of impact it is having on the society. Research which has a bearing on the society is the need of the hour. Clearly, we are also talking about the skills and how do we really develop the industry relevant graduates. And the next big challenge is, what is the future of higher education? Will physical universities really survive in the midst of this kind of a digitalization? And finally, let me say that at the end of this conference, we intend to distill some key ideas and put it together in a policy paper. President, you referred to it. We're going to put it into a policy paper, which we intend to really transmit it to not only to our own council, AIMA council, but also to the policymakers in India, and possibly we will also through IAUP circulate it within the IAUP. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that you would enjoy attending this conference as much as we spent several hours planning this whole conference. The conference committee spent several hours conceptualizing this conference and putting together all the distinguished speakers from the world over for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor for us to invite Dr. Fernando Leo Garcia, President, International Association of University Presidents, and President, CETIS University, Mexico, to deliver the keynote address, please.
Thank you. Good morning, I guess, in India. It's good evening here in California and Mexico. Pleasure to be here. And I'd like to salute President Ranganathan, Chairman Saxena, Director General Sethi, and Director Agrawal. And of course, all of the followers of AIMA and other participants in this conference. Congratulations on putting together such an auspicious effort. I will try to expand, reaffirm, in many cases, some of the thoughts that were already shared with you. I think as I begin, by the way, there's a PowerPoint, but I will not refer to, I will not show the PowerPoint, it will only distract you, but there will be a PowerPoint available for all of you just as from the organizers. But I think in starting, what's very important is that there are still many who think that we're talking about a storm, and we're not. We're talking more about climate change. We're talking about something that will have an impact fundamentally in the landscape of higher education. And the message is that we better pay attention and we better analyze, depending on who our institution is, to try to see what it is that we need to incorporate into our respective setting. So I think that just for starters, IAUP is an organization that was founded in the UK in 1965. It has tried to serve as a forum for the conversation, identification, discussion of key themes pertaining to leadership. The previous presidency was in Georgia, the previous one was in Japan, previous one was in the USA, previous one was in Chile, previous one was in Thailand, previous one was in Australia. So it's been around the world. But in any case, I will focus my remarks in particular on three different data sets. One is the IAUP survey that was conducted pertaining to the pandemic and then a triennial conference held last year. Second is that there's a survey just put out by Inside Higher Education that involves, the first one involves presidents, the second one involves presidents, and then there's a third one that involves some presidents, and this was just released about a year ago, the International Association of Universities based in Paris. And I'll pick and draw from that to convey with you some key aspects. I think as we're all still trying to make some sense of how to continue serving our students as the pandemic is grappling and causing struggles everywhere in our respective societies, it is through events such as these, such as the AIMA conference today, that leaders can learn from what is working, take note of what has failed, improve on what makes sense to do so, and seek to reinvent and innovate that which we must as we explore extending the boundaries of what we know. We need to become better, of higher quality, responsive, relevant, resilient, more innovative, and inclusive as we seek to achieve student success and greater welfare and well-being in our societies. Society and higher education tend to go in cycles, but there are some recurrent themes. The pandemic has intensified some themes and provided further challenges on others that we were not acting on. It has forced us to review everything we were doing and to try to recover in whatever way we can, but to be careful enough not to go back to everything as it was. That's our challenge. What needs to be transformed? There is no single yardstick or measure through which we can gauge progress and lead progress. Just like the pandemic manifested itself throughout the world, first in one place, then in another all of a sudden, so we will see different speeds and stages of recovery and development. The Association of Governing Boards states that relative to the pandemic, and as we reflect on the governance of colleges and universities, three stages, depending on where you are. Number one, there are many countries still operating on emergency mode. They have had to shift. They have not been able to go beyond that. Two, there are clearly others that are in a transition stage. And then there are very few that are already moving to transformation. There are others who have managed to move forward and cope with it in a reasonable degree. And there are others who have said already, I have not only seen light at the end of the tunnel, I am already working on the transformational change. Eventually, we all need to be in the transformational stage, but we will try to put into perspective what we have learned. First of all, we carried out a leadership survey And we were thankful enough to receive collaboration on the part of AIU and Pankaj Mital. So it did represent not hundreds, but a few institutions from India, but also from around the world. And what we learned was the following. Most institutions were somewhat ready to face a pandemic, somewhat, not totally. They all pivoted with pedagogical, technology, and health-related measures to provide continuity to educational programs. They had to rely on the support of faculty. Regardless of how we considered the faculty were key for all of us to move in a direction that was responsive and to provide continuity. And most institutions were open and declare that they are going to be open to a more broader perspective on internationalization. We now see that people are talking more about e-mobility. People are talking more about internationalization at home. And we heard at least two of our predecessors today talk about partnerships. It is essential. You cannot do things alone, not anymore. Most institutions were impacted financially. They focus, unfortunately, still on short-term and superficial, whereas the challenge is long-term and substance, in particular, as we continue to face a VUCA world. And leaders envision a future. We ask, what do you see the next 3 to 5 years? And what they all shared, the majority, almost 2/3, they said, we see a future where those who are offering face-to-face education will continue to offer that. That's not anything different. However, we will increasingly see that they will incorporate technology, and this will be accompanied then by more hybrid and more online delivery. The writing is on the wall. It will not disappear. I think the difference is that we will see varying degrees of incorporation of hybrid and online modes of delivery. At our triennial conference, which had to be virtual because of the pandemic, it was supposed to have been in Mexico City, we were able to gather over 80 speakers. We had over 400 representatives from around the world. And so let me share with you a series of aspects that were brought to the table. As we move forward, we need to pay attention to nimbility. Nimble and quick is what is needed. As the chairman or President Ranganathan said, nimble and quick. He didn't use the word, but that's what he meant. We need to be nimble and quick. 2, we need to exercise bifocal leadership. Bifocal means, yes, pay attention to short term, but by all means, look at the long term. 3, and this was said by Paul LeBlanc, undoubtedly one of the innovators right now in the world. We need to focus on increasingly on short, accessible, laser-focused curriculum that looks at skills and relates to workplace. Predecessors insinuated that also. 3, we need to be not only international, we need to be intercultural. In the end, we're a mixture of ethnic groups, religions, countries. We need to be intercultural as we move forward. 5, and this was put on the table by Pankaj Mital, I think very appropriately. She talked about the need for academic bank of credit. There will be increasingly numbers of students who begin in one institution, move to another, move to yet another one before they complete their undergraduate or undergraduate equivalent education. Universities need to organize how it is that we make sense out of this, whether it is through competency-based education or other ways of assessing what students learn, so that we can help them as they move around from what has been the norm, one institution to many, so that they can have a meaningful integration of what they know, so that they can join the workplace with the appropriate recognition. We are moving to more personalized program, more individual learning. The pandemic showed us that although we were paying some attention to mental health, it is going to be a priority. More of a priority is not only mental health, but what we do to accompany the students so that as educational institutions, we have to think about student success. Whether student success means learning, means employability, means developing global citizens, all of that, all of the above is part of procuring student success. We cannot be too choosy, but we need to recognize that wherever we look, there are Einsteins. It is our responsibility to acknowledge and identify all that talent and try to instill the appropriate skills, learning, knowledge, experiences that these Einsteins in potential can develop into thriving minds, innovative minds. We need to have a greater connection to the community. We talk about social responsibility. Yes, the pandemic has taught us. We need to move in that direction. We, of course, also need to show empathy, solidarity, flexibility, but also identify and act on opportunity. But as we look forward and as we try to determine what it is that as an educational institution we need to do, we need to think of mission. A technological university is not the same as a research university, is not the same as a liberal arts institution, is not the same as a training institute. What is the mission of the respective educational institution? How is it that we can offer what we intend to offer with quality? How is it that we can structure what we do so that we do it with operational and financial sustainability, long term? And how is it that we can focus on strategic? We cannot be other ones, the other concepts I shared with you are global. But this one is the US. But what's important is that it interviewed about 400 university presidents. And I'll share with you two sets of information. Number one, so that you can see, pandemic has made many of us think about negative. Not everything has resulted in negative. The survey says that most presidents are confident that they're installed over the next 5 to 10 years. If it was a storm, it's going to pass, although you need to treat that as climate change. The radical changes upcoming. About half of the presidents report that their institutions have altered employment policies to give employees more flexibility after the pandemic ends. Take note, the way we had been working is not necessarily the way that we're going to be able to work or should work in the future. Between half and 2/3 of the presidents report that their institution has the capacity to meet mental health. I just mentioned that in the global survey, very important. And then most presidents indicate that their institutions implemented beneficial changes during the pandemic and will keep some of these changes even after the pandemic ends. What are some of these things? Well, we've heard some of them already. Number one, increase online learning options. 2, additional flexibility for staff to work remotely. 3, additional investment in mental health. 4, creating more stackable certificate and other alternative to existing degrees. This last one was covered by my predecessors tonight or today. Let me move on to another survey then. This was also just released about a week ago. International Association of Universities, this is based in Paris. And although it offers a different angle, this wasn't with CEOs, this was many internationalists, many directors, a few presidents, but it's also global. So what does the study yield? it yields that because of the pandemic, there have been decreasing financial means. Some students cannot benefit from remote teaching and learning for obvious reasons. They do not have access to the technology, they do not have access to the equipment, or their basic connections don't work. So it doesn't, while it might have proven to be very positive, there are some that still have a problem. 3, research activities have been delayed. 4, the staff is overworked. 5, recruitment is slowing down, which has impacted many of the higher education systems. Just reflecting in the case of the US, it is said that there was only a 3% decrease in the almost 20 million that the system has. However, simply 3 institutions that had growth are the ones that made the decrease be only 3%. Otherwise, it would have been much higher. Those 3 institutions are Southern New Hampshire University, which grew by thousands and thousands of students. Arizona State University, you've perhaps heard of Michael Crow, another innovator. And then you've probably heard of Western Governors University. These 3 institutions accounted for most of the student growth that was seen in the US, which made the overall be only minus 3%. And then the last thing is that there has been a tendency to further exacerbate pre-existing inequalities. In other words, those that had problems not only continued to have problems, they got worse in many cases. Also, this survey points out that, on the other hand, there has been enhanced transversal collaboration across institutions. Again, the partnerships. There have been extraordinary measures in place to support students in need. I think the empathy and the solidarity is evidenced by many institutions drawing from wherever they could, so that if students had some financial problems with their tuition, with their living expenses, most institutions have found a way of trying to accommodate so that students can navigate through difficult times. There has been, according to this report and the respondents, an increase in the quality of research collaboration. Maybe not a lot more, but that which occurred was of high quality. And then while everybody complains, everybody who is into the international student scene might complain that international students' enrollment suffer. On the other hand, there have been increases in domestic student enrollments. As I move to the last remarks, let me comment that as we reflect on what we're going to be looking forward in the near future, we will be moving conceptually from what we call a university to what will be a global multiversity. Back in the 60s, Clark Kerr talked about multiversity in the sense of universities having different functions, serving different constituents, but that was referring to California. Now we're referring to the world after the pandemic. So what do we mean by global multiversity? We have to face and serve multiple learners. We have to be prepared to offer multiple modes of delivery because not all learners are the same. 3, we have to be multidisciplinary. We have to engage in multiple roles. Those who are mostly research institutions are going to have to pay more attention to the teaching function and to the community and outreach function. Those who are teaching are going to have to pay more attention to the other 2. So universities will be increasingly trying to face with the multiple roles, not 1, all 3, and maybe more. And then, of course, the global refers to local relevance and global outreach. The pandemic is inevitably lingering on, but we will be moving, as we can see, to the post-pandemic era. The recommendation, of course, is for leaders and for educational institutions, don't wait until the environment is better. It is time to begin to reflect and try to transform. Whether you happen to be, as I said before, in the emergency stage, in the transition, or whether you're ready for transformational mode. University leaders should reflect on what things were working fine despite the pandemic, what is because of the pandemic, and which things we weren't doing at all, and we must. The pandemic is forcing us to say, now it is part of the challenge of higher education. We can no longer duck the challenge of being better and improving. And just to close, Tom Friedman, New York Times, has pointed out that during the pandemic, people have communicated, collaborated, and competed in more places, in more ways, with more people across more countries than ever before. Let's take note and learn from this. Dhanyavad.
Many thanks for your very inspiring address, sir. In the presence of the dignitaries, we release the AIMA's Task Force report on changing job profiles of management graduates and future of management education. Thank you so much. Once again, I request the dignitaries present to witness the release of conference souvenir, which is also available on the audience screen for downloading. This will also be shortly available on AIMA website for anyone to have a look at it. Conference e-souvenir. May I now call upon Dr. Raj Agarwal, Director, Center for Management Education, All India Management Association, to propose a vote of thanks. Dr. Agarwal, you may please unmute, sir.
Yeah, I'll take very little time because I know Mr. Siv is also waiting. On behalf of AIMA, it is my privilege to propose vote of thanks. At the outset, we are thankful to Dr. Fernando Leon Garcia, President, International Association of Cities University, for his inspiring keynote address on global disruptions and transformation in higher education. His address definitely has set the tone for 2 days conference, and this will facilitate definitely in generating new ideas in this critical time. We are also thankful to Professor Rajan Saxena, former Vice Chancellor and NMIMS and Chairman AIMA's Vice Chancellor Council, for his motivating and learned address and continued support in our endeavor in higher education initiatives. I also express my gratitude and thank to our President, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, CKR, President, All India Management Association, for his address and welcoming all dignitaries and delegates of the International Conference. We always express our thanks to Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, for her support and dynamic leadership in organizing this international conference. This conference is being organized in collaboration with Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO and is supported by International Association of University President, IAUP, UP, European Foundation for Management Development, EFMD, Association of Management Development Institutions in South Asia, MDISA, California State University, San Bernardino, and Association of Indian Universities, AIU. We are very thankful for them for their support. We would also like to thank our university partner, Marwari University, P-School partner, IMS Ghaziabad, and Fireworld Institute of Research in Management. We are also thankful to Microsoft for sponsoring the event. All speakers and delegates from India and abroad also deserve our appreciation and thanks for their support and cooperation in organizing this massive international conference. Thank you very much. And I'm hopeful that 2 days deliberations are definitely going to enrich us. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to an end of the inaugural session of the 2-day conference. Please stay tuned as we will begin the first technical session on the World in Disarray Higher Education 2030.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you are a young student out there or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the session titled The World in Disarray, Higher Education 2030. I now invite onto the virtual stage the keynote speaker of the session, Mr. D. Shivakumar, Group Executive President, Corporate Strategy and Business Development at Aditya Birla Group. Welcome, sir. May I request you to please deliver the keynote address?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And can you please put up my first slide? Yeah. Good afternoon. I know we're running late, and I'll try and finish this in about 20 minutes so that you can get back some time. So the topic for this morning is Higher Education 2030. I tried to get details of 2030 and how the world would look in terms of education in 2030, but I was not that successful. I've got as far as 2025. So thank you, AIMA, for inviting me to speak here on a topic which is very dear to my heart. I'm on a number of boards of management schools, and this is something that I think about a lot. Next slide, please. So Nelson Mandela said this: education is the only weapon that can change the mind. And I think it's absolutely important for this August gathering to debate this over the last last few hours plus the next few hours to ask ourselves, are we really fulfilling this noble cause of education? Next slide, please. Any institution that offers a degree classifies as higher education. That's the start point of my argument. Next slide, please. If you look at universities globally, there are about 31,000 universities globally. And if you look at the list of countries which have more than 1,000 universities based in that country, India leads the pack. India has 5,300 universities. USA is the next best at about 3,200. Then you have China, Indonesia, etc. If you look at UK has only 90 universities. So the point is not the number of universities, but the point is, do the universities have absolute high quality? Now, India, being home to virtually 17% of the universities, should lead the way in thinking about higher education. Next slide, please. So how many institutions are there which have been certified as good higher education institutions? There are about 20,000 of them spread across 196 countries. We started with, remember, 31,000 universities. Next slide, please. The first question I would ask all of us in this August gathering is higher education moving with the times? And I must submit to you, sadly, no. I don't think the educational institutions or the professors or the curriculum or anything associated with education is keeping up with the times. In fact, I would suggest that most institutions are at least 10 to 20 years behind the current state of play. And I'll explain why I'm saying what I'm saying. Next slide, please. The first thing which you need to recognize as an institution of higher learning is that student loan is a huge problem for students. Student loan has hit close to $1.5 trillion globally. The global economy is expected to be $100 trillion this year. So nearly 1.5–2% of the global economy is soaked in debt. So obviously what student wants is clear job outcomes, a job outcome with a very clear salary, with a very clear benefit for the loan he has taken and the pains he has taken to go through that course. So higher education institutions have to recognize this outcome mentality of the student first and foremost before they do anything. Next slide, please. I think there is a fundamental shift. There is a fundamental shift in the concept of education. I think in the old world, we were happy with going through learning for 25 years and then working for 35 years. That's no longer true today. Today, it's not about learning for 25 years and then working, but it is lifelong learning. Does the syllabus, does the pedagogy, does everything a higher institution does meet this? The answer is no. Second, I think we need to move from the concept of old, outdated degrees, which got us a job, to new relevant skills, which will get us jobs. It's skills which is more important today and not degrees. Third, and most important, the old degrees were all about hard skills. New life is all about soft skills. The ability to manage people, the ability to manage process, the ability to influence in a social world. Those are the fundamental shifts that I am seeing, which I believe educational institutions just haven't caught on to. Next slide, please. Every education institution that I look at and I read about, every education institution says they want to be world class. I just want to define what is the definition of world class. A world class institution can be a world class institution if a student anywhere in the world chooses it as the #1 choice for that particular discipline or that particular topic. That is when you're a world class institution. Just saying or seeking that we're going to be a world class institution does not make us one. Next slide, please. Where will world class come from? World class will come from world class teachers. It'll come from world class research. You need to do research into what's happening in industry, what's happening in society, what's happening with consumers, what's happening with sectors. That kind of research will make you world class. You'll need world class students. You need the best students to come into that discipline and contribute to the topic and then take it forward. And you need world class outcomes. So whether it's world-class teachers, world-class research, world-class students, or world-class outcomes, only when you get the 4 of them right, can you truly say you're a world-class institution. Otherwise, you'll be just another ordinary institution. Next slide, please. I personally believe that teachers need to reorient themselves to a new world. I believe most teachers are teaching what I call a 19th century syllabus in a 22nd century world. This is the worst way of preparing students for a 22nd century world. And no wonder students will be disgruntled, both with what they have learned and with the outcomes that they are going to face. So I think it's extremely important for teachers to pivot to a new syllabus, a new pedagogy, in order to meet the demands of a 22nd century world. Next slide, please. I think teachers need to engage in industry and society trend research if they want to be relevant. Every institution that I read about or see says that they want to be best in class in research, but I don't see significant research reports of any good quality anywhere out there. If you're going to rehash what is available in the public domain and publish that as a report, that is not research. Research is not about gathering information. Research is not about gathering data. Research is about being insightful for a future world. I think the number of professors, the number of institutions which are truly insightful about a future world is down to maybe a handful. So if you really want to pioneer something, if you want to be an institute of higher education and not be in disarray, I would seriously urge you to be insightful in your research and not data gathering or information gathering in your pursuit. Next slide, please. Another thing which I personally believe that the educational institutions need to rethink. You need to rethink a lot of your fundamental tenets of how you run your business or run your institutions. One of the things you really need to ask is tenure an outdated concept today? Neither loyalty nor longevity is a concept either for the company or for a manager in a company. The average age of a company used to be 60 years in 1960. Today it is 12 to 18 years. No employee stays for more than 4 years in a company. So ask yourself, what are you getting by giving tenureship to a professor who can continue? He continues or she continues, and what does he or she do? Pretty little, if you look at it. So I seriously would ask you to challenge your concept of tenure. Tenure is like, pension and, retired life. Is that what an education institution should be teaching in a future world? Next slide, please. I believe there can be absolutely no progress till industry and academia come together. Industry wants finished products as and when they come into industry. Academia thinks that they need to finish some degree of theoretical knowledge, and then the industry will train them for the next 12 to 18 months. There are already MBA schools which are now going into 15 months. There are already MBA schools which are into 12 months. There will be MBA skills courses which will be into 6 months. I think the whole concept of a fixed tenure degree will be up for challenge in the coming decade. Next slide, please. So what are the future skills needed by 2025 and who is going to teach them? At this current point of time, I have very little confidence that the current educational institutions will teach them. I think they're just not equipped. The professors are not equipped and the syllabus is not equipped, unfortunately. Next slide, please. So what are the future skills according to the World Economic Forum? These are skills required for the year 2025. I've bucketed them into 4 areas: problem solving, self-management, working with people, and technology and design. Problem solving is the biggest area. Analytical thinking and innovation, complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, reasoning, problem solving, and ideation. This is what is required for a future world in terms of skills. Ask yourself, if you're a professor sitting out there and listening to me, how much of your thinking and process or even suggestions are in that area. Self-management, active learning strategy is absolutely required for tomorrow. Resilience is an important aspect as the world goes through turbulence time and again, and COVID was one great turbulence. The ability to have stress tolerance and the ability to be flexible, these are all in the area of self-management. Working with people is about leadership and social influence. And technology and design is about technology change and programming and technology monitoring and control. These are the skills required 3 years out. I really don't know how many institutions are even thinking along these lines to say, maybe we need to start, inputting these things into the minds of our students. Next slide, please. What are the top 10 emerging jobs? If you look at the top 10 emerging jobs, 7 are technology and only 3 are non-technology. The only 3 non-technology jobs are general and operations management, sales and marketing professionals, organization design specialists. Everything else has a technology angle to it. Are we really teaching every single subject with a technology angle to it, whatever we are teaching? I submit to you, the answer is no. And I think it might be a wake-up call for all the professors on this call or all the institutions to say that, hey, we need to really get this right. Next slide, please. So I'm sure that a number of professors know what I've said. Deep down, they know if they were to look into the mirror and say, am I being a good professor? Am I a future-oriented professor? Am I a dean of a future-oriented institution? I'm sure they know the truth. So then the question is, who is going to prepare them? If the professors who are sitting on this call and the deans who are sitting on this call don't make the change, life is not going to change. People like me can come and speak. We can come and speak on these forums. We can come and speak in your institutions and urge you to change for a future world. But till you take the first step, I submit to you that you are preparing students for the 18th century or the 19th century. You're not preparing them for the 22nd century. So in that, the topic is absolutely valid, that the thinking of education currently is in disarray. It is not future-oriented, it is past-oriented. Next slide, please. So in summary, at the end of exactly 20 minutes, and I'm giving you back time because we overran the first schedule, education is a lifelong learning adventure. Till you as a professor, till you as an institution, till you as a director of the institution or a director of the institution, recognize that education is lifelong. It is not 25 years. It is not 5 years that they are with you. The moment you reorient yourself to say, education is a lifelong experience, what can we do to participate in that lifelong journey? Till you reorient your vision to that, things will not change. So that's all I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time, and I wish you the very best as you deliberate over the next 2 days on a topic that's absolutely crucial. As Nelson Mandela said, education is the only weapon that can change the mind. And you are the masters of that weapon, and you should use it well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shivakumar, for an enlightening keynote address. It's always a pleasure listening to you. Stay tuned for the next panel discussion. We will start momentarily. We will have a panel discussion on the theme, The World in Disarray, Higher Education 2030. The session chair for the panel discussion would be Dr. Vidya Yerabdikar, Principal Director, Symbiosis Society. We have a distinguished panelists, Dr. Vipin Gupta, Professor and Co-Director, Center for Global Management, Jack Brown College of Business and Public Administration. California State University, San Bernardino. Dr. Nalan Suresh, UB Distinguished Professor, School of Management, University of Buffalo, State University of New York. And Dr. Kamlesh Misra, Vice Chancellor, Rishi Hood University. Stay tuned for the engaging discussion.
Congratulations. Thank you. आपको किस चीज ने इंस्पायर किया है?
पापा, मैं बड़ा होके ईगल बनना चाहता हूँ।
दिल की सारी ख्वाहिशें करने लगी है ये साजिशें, है जो आंगन में तेरे सजा कर रखा है दिल में ये, वो सपनों की दुनिया में तुझको ले चलूं। मिली है जो हिम्मत दर पे तेरे, खुले अब ये सपनों के बस्ते मेरे। मैं उड़ने लगा हूँ, मैं बढ़ने लगा हूँ, जो सपने थे देखे हाँ मैंने जीने लगा हूँ।
मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी, डिस्कवर यू, डिस्कवर योर ड्रीम्स।
As students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, we believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
Students have big dreams. They're not just searching for a job. Today's students want to make a difference, do work that matters, and find their place in the world. But the journey from education to employment isn't always straightforward. all students have a different path based on their unique aspirations, interests, and skills. How can we turn these aspirations into actionable steps? Introducing Career Coach, a new Microsoft Teams for Education app powered by LinkedIn. With Career Coach, institutions can empower their students with personalized guidance as they discover their career path, grow real-world skills, and build their network. Career Coach meets students right where they are. It can identify skills they've gained from previous experiences and ones they're interested in learning. Then, students can take action. They can set career goals, track progress, and find experiences to feel confident on their journey. Students can easily explore career options that match their skills and interests and be inspired by alumni career paths. Career Coach makes it easy to grow real-world skills. Students can explore learning opportunities across institutional resources and different learning catalogs in one place. Career Coach brings students together with their peers, faculty, and alumni so they can feel supported every step of the way. Institutions gain valuable insights to optimize curriculum development, drive engagement, and enhance student experience. And students get personalized guidance to navigate a career journey full of opportunities to achieve more. Learn more about Career Coach today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the session chair with us, Dr. Vidya Ravdikar and Dr. Vipin Gupta. We're waiting for Dr. Nalan Suresh from the US and Dr. Kamlesh Misra to join us. We will start sharp at 11:45.
will you tell me when to start, please, the organizers?
Yes, ma'am. We will announce it. We'll start at 11:45. Very warm welcome to the panel discussion on the theme, The World in Disarray, Higher Education 2030. May I invite on the virtual dais the session chair, Dr. Vidya Yeravkar, Principal Director, Symbiosis Society. I would also like to welcome our distinguished panelists, Dr. Vipin Gupta, Professor and Co-Director, Center for Global Management, Jack Brown College of Business and Public Administration, California State University, San Bernardino. Dr. Nalan C. Suresh, UB Distinguished Professor, the School of Management, University at Buffalo, the State University of New York, and Dr. Kamlesh Misra, Vice Chancellor, Rishihood University. He will join us very soon as he's facing a technical glitch. May I request the session chair, Dr. Vidya?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me to chair this very important session, The World in Disarray, Higher Education 2030. And I'm very happy to be in the august company of such eminent speakers, Mr. Suresh, Mr. Gupta, Professor Suresh, Professor Gupta, and Professor Kamlesh, who will be joining us shortly. I would also like to acknowledge my dear friend, Dr. Rajan Saxena, the former Vice Chancellor of Narsi Monji, because of whom I'm here. And Rajan, if you're listening to me, you have to just tell me to be at any session and I'll leave everything aside and, be there. So it's great to be at AIMA. Management education is one of the most popular education, at least in India, and I'm sure world across. But typically when we look at students who want to pursue their careers, I think the goal is to work for the corporate world and join some business school. Earlier on, it used to be postgraduate management, which was more popular. But now in India, you see that undergraduate management programs like the BBA, the Bachelor's in Business Administration, or Bachelor's in Management Studies are equally popular programs for students to pursue. So with these few words, I welcome my wonderful panel, and just a little bit from my side on this, the theme of this session. I think it's an excellent theme because all of us as academia are facing this state of disarray or confusion. As academia, we really don't know what we are preparing our students for, what kind of jobs are we really making them ready for, and what is it that we need to teach so that we prepare them not just for jobs but even entrepreneurial ventures. And when I personally look at education or the role of a university, I think it's much more than just imparting the skills to these youngsters to become employable. Of course, in a country like India, employability is most important. But I think the role of university is far beyond just creating jobs for these youngsters. It's more important for us to create individuals with better characters and those who can be sensitive to the society. And with the pandemic, we all have seen that the way
globally, things happened, the state of people, the mindset of people, and of course, more importantly, the uncertainty that all of us have faced and will continue to face for several years from now. And therefore, I think when we prepare our students, we have to prepare them to be resilient to this uncertain world, also prepare them to be sensitive to the needs of the society and the community, also make them sensitive to the environment, because health and environment now play a much larger role than what we ever thought as academia. And lastly, look at other social needs of the community like poverty, etc. And therefore, I think for us as academia, how do you prepare these young men and women to a world of disarray, to a world which even we are not aware of? And that is where I think those character building comes to the prime importance of what we teach and how we teach. It is also important for us to train our young faculty members to this kind of teaching, which they have never done. Up till now, faculty members were more involved in teaching or imparting the skills for employability, which moved on to entrepreneurship. But now we have to train our faculty towards skills like critical thinking, collaboration, etc. And it is very difficult, to impart these skills to the faculty so that we can impart these skills to our students. Now, many a times I feel that when we talk about out-of-the-box thinking, it is only in the context of students. How many times really we interact with our faculty to think out of the box so as to find innovative solutions, to societal problems. Again, a country like India can provide enormous opportunities for both students and faculty, and especially to meet up with the demands of this uncertain world. India, I always say, is like a laboratory. And for our international friends who have joined here, and I'm glad that we have international Indian friends who are going to speak, and they will speak more than what I would like to. But certainly I see a lot of foreign universities now wanting to collaborate with Indian universities, to collaborate with Indian academia, simply because they know that they can actually work in an environment which has problems which through research they can find solutions to. And therefore, very, very strong collaborations that are happening now. Many governments coming forward. I recently was with the Australian government and in a delegation, and I saw the kind of interest that Australia is taking in the Indian higher education system. And likewise, we see so many others. I think the national education policy that was rolled out in 2020 has really given all of us a great impetus, not just in transforming the Indian higher education system, but looking at how can we create individuals for the globalized world. How can we bring in those Indian knowledge systems and create individuals with very, very strong values, with very strong characters, but still make them global citizens? And I think against this backdrop, we have wonderful speakers on this panel, and we are here to listen to them. And therefore, I would invite each one of them, and I would introduce each one of them before I invite them. And may I invite Dr. Vipin Gupta. We all know about him, but just a little introduction. Dr. Vipin Gupta, who is a PhD from Wharton, is a professor of management and co-director of the Center for Global Management at the Jack H. Brown College of Business and Public Administration of the California State University. He has been featured as a businessman in the news by Business India for this project. We all know that he is an eminent researcher, has authored several books, and his articles have appeared in some of the top journals. So Dr. Vipin Gupta, may I request you to address this panel on this wonderful topic. We can't hear you, Dr. Gupta.
So let me start by discussing some primary reason for global disruption. The primary reason is that the present that we have is a failed model of development. Why it is a failed model? Because based on two tenets of international discourse. First, giving credit to the West for their local development, that West has supernormal development and giving discredit to the East for failing global development. So whenever Eastern countries have tried to develop, when Japan developed, there was a huge hue and cry internationally in the US and other countries that Japan is not abiding by the rules, and therefore it should give extra credit and make investments in the US and train Americans about the Japanese system. Same when China began growing, it's the same issue. When India begins growing, it's the same issue. So essentially, East is responsible for West not developing, and East is responsible for East not developing, but West is responsible for Western's supernatural development. Okay, so those are two tenets of the international development model. The secondary effect of this primary reason is the illusion that the past was a successful model of development, leading to unprecedented globalization that was bound to be disrupted when the West local development model became unsustainable. Right? West has data on the factors for its local development. It believes those factors are unique to West. They're a function of Western belief system. It advocates for a cultural shift for everyone to replicate its local model of development, that everybody should follow Western model. That's the successful model. East has remodeled its higher education to focus on subjects it believes are essential to engineering universal development. They include science, engineering, technology, and mathematics, because the data-driven West gives special privileges to the Eastern talent in these domains. We know that in STEM field, you can get kind of accelerated OPT, you can work for 3 years, and you can get jobs in the US and other countries in the West. The tertiary cause of this secondary effect is that while West offers incentives to the East to specialize in STEM, its education system is geared towards educating the local citizens in primarily humanities. A majority of the non-state private US universities are religiously affiliated, with active focus on interfaith dialogues. Many specialize in offering degrees only in divinity. In the East, religion is outside the domain of mainstream higher education. Citizens are educated to believe in the limitations of Eastern belief system and divinity of Western behavior system through cases, theories, and borrowed ideas. What's the quaternary development disrupting the status quo? There has been rapid rise of people from the East in the social, economic, and political domains in the West since the dawn of the IT era. It is challenge to the Western idea, Western supremacy rooted in Western belief system. Therefore, there is a shift in ideology that the Eastern people succeed in the West due to the Western cultural system. Unlike the belief, the culture is goal-oriented. There is a shared belief in the East and West that the Western culture system is futuristic and goal-oriented. The Eastern culture system is fatalistic and hierarchy-oriented. The Eastern people follow a hierarchy of beliefs and lack conviction about any of them. In fact, they have become indifferent to knowing if their personal hierarchy is real and makes a positive difference in their life. They just want to learn more so they can position new learning within their hierarchy. Let me give an example of the confused Eastern beliefs, the Hindu belief system. Hindus believe there is one God beyond all deities, Paradeity, Ishvara. God has infinite forms that make him infinite deity, encompassing all deities. That means primal deity, the infinite deity, Maheshwara. Maheshwara is a Ishwar who transcends Ishwar. Okay, so it's a Maheshwar, Maha Ishwar. Another belief is each person is present as a form of God and can be seen as a present God. That means Parameshwar, Param deity. Okay, the goal of life is to become free from the present because the present is an illusion produced by the deity within us. Freedom makes us primordial to God because God gives primordiality to one who he blesses. Primordial means Uttam. Okay, so essentially that's a primordial deity. After freedom, we become primordial deity like Mother Nature. The core tenet of Hinduism is that Ishwar is equal to Maheshwar, which transcends Ishwar, is equal to present Ishwar, is equal to Uttam Ishwar, is equal to deity, which is Deva, is equal to Jiva, supra deity, is equal to Devi, which is supra deity, and equal to Bhagwan, which is supreme deity, and all of them are one. Okay, so that's the belief system. So what are the issues that put that world in disarray? The right question is, if everyone is one, and one is illusionary production, Maya, of zero, Indra, the devil, then why produce a goal in life? Okay, so you ask any person in India, I have no goal in life. Why not just consume whatever life has given by following the West, who have the PhD in consumerism, without producing anything worth consuming, without the Eastern involvement in their value system? So wrong answer. If West is extending a hand to involve the East, it is moral responsibility of the East to extend two hands. Only then the West will give credit to the East for yoga, organic and sustainability movements, among others. Reality check. The whole world has become credit collector, discredit distributor. Expecting to receive any credit for global citizenship is the biggest folly, for which Ukraine is incurring irreparable, heavy cost. The big challenge is how to transform India's higher education system so that India does not end up repeating its past in the excitement of becoming a part of global without really knowing the local standi of her ancient wisdom in the global interfaith dialogues that are key to doing business like a local in the West, right? So, as I mentioned, a significant majority of private universities in the US focus on interfaith dialogues, and humanities is a big thing. Now, what's the solution for bringing order to transformation of higher education? We need to develop clarity about ancient wisdom of India to understand why India was a global leader until the modern times, and why India lost her way due to idealism of aggregating knowledge from everywhere, seeking to satisfy everyone. Okay, that has led to this idea that everything is equal. All gods are same, Bhagwan, God, Ishwar, Maheshwar, Parmeshwar, everybody is one, and everybody is illusion. Okay, so we need to make giving India her rightful place in our hearts the primary goal of transforming higher education. Only then we will radiate love for our nation and ensure natural strengthening of exchange rate. With fair terms of trade at par with the purchasing power parity, India will enjoy an accelerated growth and ensure well-being of each child locally and globally. And so these comments are based on the work which Dr. Vidya mentioned. So over the last year, I've worked on this 12-book project on looking at ancient Indian wisdom and modern science and developing an integration of that. So there are these 12 books. The most recent books, so first 8 were published last year. And this year I published What is Trading Factor, Mathematics Beyond Einstein, What is Cultural Factor, Biology Beyond Darwin, What is Exchange Factor, Physics Beyond Newton, and the last one, which is going to come in another couple of months, which is What is Technological Growth, Chemistry Beyond Boyle. And in this, I've used ancient Indian wisdom to show exactly what are the challenges in the interpretations and models and laws that some of the leading scientists in the US and internationally in the West have proposed. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
That was just fantastic. I think this is exactly what all of us as Indian academia here, and more specifically for me, where I spearhead the internationalization front here in India. This is exactly what I keep saying, that, we always try to emulate the West. Whenever we look at collaborations with foreign universities, Dr. Gupta, we always look at what is it that we can get as Indian universities from a foreign partner. Very little times that we realize that what is it that we can give to our foreign partners. And I think, when we look at collaborations, they have to be a win-win for both, and they have to be interdependent, they have to be symbiotic. And this is exactly what I think the national education policy also focuses on Indian knowledge systems and on, Indian, whatever that you have spoken. As a university that I represent, Symbiosis International University, our objective is exactly this, How do you bring in the whole concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, believing that the world is one family amongst each and every stakeholder, be it students, academia, and all others, in the university system. So thank you very much once again, and we'll come back to you with more questions. Let me move on to the next panelist, Professor Nalan Suresh. He is the UB Distinguished Professor, Department of Operations Management and Strategy in the School of Management, State University of New York, Buffalo, New York, USA. He's also the Associate Director of the Stephen Still Institute for Sustainable Transportation and Logistics at the university. Very interesting. Dr. Suresh specializes in supply chain management, manufacturing, global logistics, and international trade. I'm sure Dr. Suresh will bring in his perspective and views to this discussion. Over to you.
Good morning to everyone. It's a great honor for me to be here. A special best wishes to Mr. Shivakumar, Dr. Yarodekar, and that interesting talk by Professor Vipin Gupta and other distinguished panelists. Thanks to AIMA. I'm honored to participate in this session. So when I first saw the theme for this session, a world in disarray and higher education in 2030, that really got me thinking how in a world in which we live in a world of unknowns, and how are we going to project 10 years ahead was a big challenge. And I thought I would, so I took a piece of paper and wrote down many things that came to my mind. And then I categorized them under 3 categories. I'm sorry, I don't have a PowerPoint file, I'll just speak. So I put down my thoughts under 3 categories. One is all the technological developments that are taking place in higher ed today. And then a second stream is all the new teaching paradigms that we are now experimenting with. And thirdly, what are the ultimate societal goals of higher education institutions and so on. So these are the 3 themes I thought I could speak about briefly. First, on the technology side, one thing, so there is something that can be easily forecasted. One thing is 10 years down the line, our Zoom experience is going to look very, very primitive. And we are going to, this whole medium that we have now become very familiar with, thanks to COVID. We suddenly became very digitally proficient, all universities. And I guess necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. And so, but 10 years down the line, this type of Zoom experience is going to look very, very primitive because there are developments in virtual reality, and it will be much more immersive experience. It will look as if we are actually physically in a room. It will be much more engaging, and the much more bandwidth, the internet bandwidth, etc. And the students will actually feel genuinely connected with their peers. It will be like a real classroom. The technology is going to, we're going to go to a bit higher level in terms of technology. And the technology will also establish universities to establish stronger connections with industries. It will be much more seamless integration of our graduating students seamlessly proceeding to industry, because we'll be much more connected better with industries. And right now, for example, we have a lot of virtual internships taking place. Students are actually working in companies through the web, and they were confined to their homes during the COVID, but we have this whole virtual internships. In fact, we have started working with PhD students from other countries on the web. So we have these virtual internships and virtual interactions. It'll be taken to another level. And this technology will also reduce the administrative costs of running the universities, and that will make higher education more affordable and accessible to a vast majority of the population. And also, thanks to technology, smaller universities can share resources. Smaller universities can jointly have a university's library system, and community engagement systems, and so on. All that will be made possible by technology. This technology is also bringing many non-university players in this field who are going to compete with the universities. So I guess universities also have to brace themselves for severe competition from non-university players in the education field, people like Coursera and all the other people, and so on. So this technology is going to completely change our landscape, and the better we are able to anticipate the future and adapt, the better we are going to be, and so on. So those are all thoughts that occur to me on the technology side. Now, coming to the teaching paradigms, even before education, even before COVID came along, we were experimenting with many teaching innovations like the flipped classroom and other models wherein the students are much better engaged, much more deeply engaged than the traditional classroom. But even the flipped classroom goes back to the 1980s. We had this Russian person, Militsa Neshkina was her name. Way back in the 1980s, she came up with the idea of the flipped classroom. We don't have sufficient research to see how well these flipped classrooms are working. We still don't have much research results on the quality of education that flipped classrooms provide. But whatever it is, we are actively engaging in these new teaching paradigms wherein students learn much more actively on a day-to-day basis instead of cramming all this knowledge a month before the final exam and so on. And we will also come up with new teaching paradigms which gives the students the flexibility of in-class experience, at the same time the convenience and the flexibility of offline experiences, so etc. And there will be a lot more need for non-degree certificate programs, micro-credential programs, global virtual internship experiences, doctoral dissertations done with overseas advisors and so forth. So many new teaching paradigms are going to evolve, and we don't know what will be the best, but I'm quite sure we are going to be in for a period of great deal of innovation. And finally, on the societal side, ultimately our goal, as Dr. Eravdekar put it, is not just the education, but it must also be values-based and character-based. That's also an integral part of education. Universities must become very affordable. They must become very accessible. At the same time, universities must also impart good values on our younger citizens. And ultimately, the goal should be to become a world-class higher education power. Now, India has a long tradition of intellectual discourse and debates. Way back, we had the Nalanda University thousands of years ago. We had scholars from China and Korea and other countries visiting us. In the same way, India can really take things to the next level, and India can become a knowledge center of the world with many, many foreign people seeking to come to India and study here. And we also have to capitalize on all the good things from the past, as Professor Vipin Gupta put it. So we must build on the foundation of the great Indian heritage that we have, and hopefully we'll have a world-class higher education system. We must also strive to become very proficient in research. We must adopt the journal rankings of leading countries in the world. I've seen that happen in China during the last 20 years. I've been going to China almost every year. I've seen Chinese adopting the international standards, making sure that their faculty publish in the best journals of the world. And that's something we need to do as well. We need to benchmark and constantly take it to the next level. Those are some of the thoughts. Thank you very much for letting me share them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suresh. And it's rather unfortunate that we couldn't have Dr. Kamlesh joining in, I guess, because of some technical reason. So I will have to continue this conversation with both of you. Dr. Vipin Gupta, you very rightly put your thoughts on, and the whole focus was, I believe, on the Indian knowledge systems, and how in India as academia we also should, our heart should be full of pride that whatever we were in the past, and we've kind of copied a lot of things, Western things down the way, and how can we bring back what we have lost? But as educationists, sometimes it is difficult to get what we believe we should get into the academic instruction. Let me give you an example. As I said, the motto of our university is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and we decided to start a 2-credit course on Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and give it to all students, because we believe that this is something that they must learn. But to bring in the learning of an ideological concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam was pretty difficult. It wasn't easy. it took months for us to, research on and deliberate and get experts. And now, of course, it's a nice 2-credit course. So can you just highlight, while you've written several books, 12 books on various facets of Indian knowledge systems, but can you just highlight a little bit to our academic, friends, the teachers more specifically, how would they bring, this Indian knowledge system into the academic curriculum and, also impart it to us?
Right. So very good question, and I commend you for making all these efforts at Symbiosis and other places. One of the biggest challenge is to have a clarity on what Indian knowledge system is, and that's one of the biggest fatalities of various kind of developments which have occurred in India over a period of time, and which include essentially translations by different languages by different people with different motivations. We know that when people are copying materials, there are motives associated with it, and so there are political kind of motives, there are other kind of motives, and so as a result, what has happened is that the basic understanding of what those terms are has completely been lost. So I just gave an example of, so India has kind of this beauty of distinguishing between different forms of, for instance, deities, right? But what are the meanings of these deities? What are the functions of those deities? Nobody has that clarity. So everybody thinks that everybody does everything. So, the potential of everything is in everything. And so we need to have a research-oriented approach to Indian knowledge system. And that's where higher education comes in, that we need to involve our students, we need to involve different experts. So people should not go with a set notion. The problem with anything which is related with, if we convert that into Hinduism, because really the Hinduism is all the knowledge system of India. So that has been defined as Hinduism. So once we put a religious angle to it, then people become it becomes dogmatic, and people become defensive, and they try to justify what's there. Instead of trying to understand that if they were at different classes, what those classes mean. What is the meaning of Brahmin? What's the meaning of Shudra? What's the meaning of... So unless we know and have that clarity, it's going to be very difficult for us, because we are not going to be convinced when other people say, for instance, that you have a caste system and that creates problems. It makes us less than a whole. It creates that something is missing in us, because the society that we live in, the knowledge system that we have, it seems not to stand up on the international discourse. So unless we have absolute clarity on what those things are and what's the meaning of those, we cannot fix the social issues which are emerged because of confusion about those elements. So if somebody says, this is Brahmin, do you really know what is the meaning of Brahmin? Are you really a Brahmin? So if somebody says, you are Shudra, do you know what's the meaning of Shudra? The meaning of Shudra is a worker factor. A deity is a worker, a deity is a Shudra, a Dev is also a Shudra. So, and a Brahmin, whatever work has been done by a worker, a Brahmin is a knower. So like a manager knows, so a tailor goes and studies what workers are doing, and flatted tailor now becomes the king and the expert, because he has learned everything from the worker. If the worker has not taught him what the workers knew, then the knower would not make more money than the worker. So we really need to have that clarity, and once we have this clarity, then we'll be able to solve the issues that science has not been able to solve. And that's what I show in my work, that we have, because we fear that religion and the knowledge system that we have in the past, that's of no value. If we do that, we become like isolated in the international community. But in international community, that's what is the mainstream work. And that's what I showed you. Essentially 1,000 universities in the US a majority of the private universities in the US are religious affiliated, and that's what they study.
Absolutely. I think what you said, it is so true. And I also propose that such teachings should start from the school level. I mean, now that, what do we really teach our children in the schools again? Again, it is a whole lot of focus on STEM disciplines, on competition, on, again, producing a workforce that can, provide service-oriented work to, to the corporate world. So things need to change. And I come back to teacher training as one of the most important aspects of, whatever transformation that we are going through in the Indian higher education system. I will come back to Dr. Suresh. I think there is a direct question to you because you did speak about technological development. And here there is a question from the audience, where they say that there are some organizations that do not accept, education through e-learning platforms or through distance education. Now, while on one side we know that, for the last 2 years, we've only gone through online education, and there has been a change even in the industry and their perspective of accepting students who have undergone an online education. I mean, I know at least in our university, 2 whole years of MBA education online, and still the industry accepts them as if they came from an offline or a face-to-face education. That has been a change. But if you look at it from the past, typically online degrees, online education are something that are kind of not looked at with great respect. So what do you think, will be the future?
Yeah, that's a good question by Mr. Farhad. See, historically, we used to have correspondence courses and nobody used to respect people who are taking correspondence courses. Now, people who have online degrees, we tend to view them still as something like correspondence course graduates. And so, but down the line, this is a transitional problem. It will take some time for legitimacy to occur for online education degrees. It will take some time to acquire legitimacy. But I think 10 years down the line, it will become so normal. The online education will become so normal that it will be accepted down the line. But we do have to make sure through research that online education quality is as good as in-person class education. And I'm a strong believer in in-class. Even I personally strongly believe that in-person education leads to much better student quality than online education. But thanks to the developments in online education, I think the quality of online graduates will be on par down the line. Right now, it may not be so. I'm speaking without evidence. I've not seen any research that backs this up. I'm just saying this out of my intuition. I suspect but down the line, thanks to technological developments, we are going to make sure that the quality of education offered through online education will be on par with in-person classrooms, and slowly industry will definitely start to accept it. Because that will be the new reality. It's just a transitional problem that we are having that it's not fully accepted yet, but I think within a few years it will become quite legitimate. And I think we're seeing that graduates of Coursera and all these education, it's well accepted by industry now. Thank you for the good question.
Yes, I kind of agree with you that, though face-to-face education, as all of us, like to see the reactions of students right there in front of your eyes. And earlier on, I remember when we were hit by this pandemic and moved on to online, totally 100% online, teachers were just, it was so difficult for them to not just adapt to technology and delivering education through technology, but I think it was difficult for them to even adapt to the fact that they really can't see the students as what they would see in a normal classroom and, listen to their reactions, and those kind of, behavioral things that were far more important to them than really the use of technology. But yes, I think things are changing now. With the last 2 years, as I said, industry has also started accepting students who have undergone a full 100% online education with the same kind of acceptance that they would have otherwise. And now we are slowly moving on from online to a hybrid or a blended model. And I think that will be the most beautiful model. At least I personally feel that there is so much that we can offer in a blended model where, students can learn at their pace, faculty can deliver at their pace, and while They would see the students in the classrooms. There is a lot at the back end that they can really provide them with, the kind of information that they can provide with, which we didn't see it earlier happening. So I think faculty have become far more confident, and I must really, on this public platform, really appreciate the efforts taken by faculty across the globe, and more specifically in India, where ICT was not such a tool, at least in some of the universities, and people were not used to using technology so much. The way they adapted to technology, the way they delivered, and I think the most difficult part was assessments and evaluation. And they carried out those also so beautifully well. So we must really applaud the efforts of the faculty members. And I'll come back to you, Dr. Suresh, but a question to, again, Dr. Gupta, which has come from the audience is that, is it that we really will be able to provide in quotes education for all in true terms, or will it just remain a missionary goal?
Yes. So you talked about that in terms of the school system and the changes which are needed in the school system. But one of the things that I still remember kind of growing up, that Doordarshan had the school TV, right, where they used to give all the kind of sessions for the school students, and still kind of through TV. I know kind of one of my batchmates from Ahmedabad. He is IAS officer in Northeast, one of the states, and so throughout the state of Assam, kind of, what they did was they used TV to get during the pandemic to all the students. And that created a universal education, because even in the villages, television is easily accessible even when internet is not. So really, what is needed is a higher education system to take leadership, because this online education, for instance, provides an interesting opportunity for the best minds in India and of course internationally to come together, to put together a series of curated kind of programs, which are then reviewed and localized and customized by different faculty in the way they want. But this material can be available at a fairly low cost or zero cost if supported by sort of some wealthy individuals or by the government of India, or collectively by different institutions. And that essentially that provides a minimum base of resources, so that people don't spend money on international textbooks, on international authors. And increasingly, for instance, for me, in the last 10 years, I have not asked my students to purchase even a single textbook, because all the materials are now kind of, it can be recorded, they can be shared, they can provide it kind of free of cost. So this idea of charging money for knowledge and then making lifetime kind of huge increasing returns, using the business terms that, okay, kind of we are showing how we make increasing returns by creating one fixed cost investment. Okay, so at the cost of a majority of people who are in emerging markets can't even afford education. So let them take huge loans, because we want to make huge money and want to show everybody that we can make money using this model. So we need to essentially falsify that model and take leadership, and that universal education for all can happen within a period of 1 year if we are all committed.
I agree, and I think the government of India is also, taking a lot of efforts in providing, as you very rightly said, that during our childhood times that we did watch, some of the lessons on television. Now they're using almost 200 channels to impart education. Of course, the mindset of Indian people to move on from television providing entertainment only to television providing education now, that still has to change, but I'm sure it will. And I think in rural India, that is the best medium that you can really provide education for, because we run a school in rural India, and we realize that while we would love to provide education the way we provide to schools here in Pune city, it's very difficult because, I mean, how many families really have smartphones? How much of the network is available to students? So I think television is something that can provide one of the best ways, at least at the school level. Coming back to Dr. Suresh, you spoke about research. and something that all of us in India are, kind of challenged with as university administrators. When we look at rankings, whether it's the National Institutional Ranking Framework here in India or the QS or THE, the collective research output of faculty is finally what is going to, move the university, up the ladder in the rankings. So how do you think China has done? You said you visited China and you do visit China pretty often. I've written a paper, I've published a paper on what India can learn from China in higher education. But this is a question that intrigues us, that while, China is not so well versed with the English language, whereas Indians, even in rural India, are so well versed with, why does, the number of publications still remain lower in India as against China?
Yeah, that's in fact, I look forward to, appreciate, I would love to read that paper that you said you've written, the Chinese experience. I would appreciate it. Yes, so basically, at least in my experiences in the management school, since I work for a business school, what I've seen in the Chinese schools is the journal rankings which we use in the US, like UT Dallas rankings, for example, the Chinese use it. So that means in our field, in my field, for example, in supply chain management, there are 4 journals which are unacceptable, unequivocally the top 4 journals: Management Science, Journal of Operations Management, Production Operations Management, and MSOM, the manufacturing. And the Chinese have the same 4 as their goal. My Chinese colleagues in the business school have the same 4 journals as their goal. And they have many of their faculty members, of course, like all of us, struggle, and even in America, we struggle to get it published in the best journals. But whatever it is, it takes leadership. Enforcing high standards naturally is going to be quite, it's not easy to implement such a drastic policy, but slowly you got to bring the faculty along and reward them. One of my doctoral student, my most recent doctoral student, just joined IIM Udaipur, and we just got a paper published in Production and Operations Management Journal. And he said IIM Udaipur is actually giving them mandatory reward every time you publish in the best journals. And that's the kind of approach we need to take. So instead of making it an unpleasant thing, we give them carrots instead of sticks, give them rewards, reward them for world-class excellence. And that way, no doubt, I do see the point Professor Vipin Shankar made. Why do we keep the West as the standard, etc.? We have to. The thing is, we need to play this double game. We need to be up there along with the West to show them that we are as good as them, that sort of thing. At the same time, we need to protect and build on our heritage also. Only then we'll have that credibility. So that's exactly what the Chinese are doing. Down the line, Chinese are going to set the standards. Right now, they're playing the imitation game. They're publishing in the best journals which are accepted in America and so on. But down the line, they're going to set the world standards. In fact, they have very clear metrics. The number of patents registered by universities, that's a mark of innovation, and very clear metrics, the journal rankings, the number of journal public. We must have very clear, simple goals, and then it'll automatically come. Our people are very resilient. We are not wanting in intelligence at all. And as you said, we have this big English literacy advantage over China. We should be able to do much, much better. It's just a matter of simplifying our administrative machinery and making it the standard. Then we'll go to the next level.
Yes, just to take this conversation forward, and any one of you can respond. What teachers in India, typically feel is that I am a good teacher and I teach well in class, and therefore, because of my good teaching, students get employed. So why are you forcing me to even publish? Let me remain as a good teacher. There could be someone as a good researcher. So this has been the argument, I think, in all Indian universities all across, where university administrators find it extremely difficult. On the other side, you see, when you look at, the research publications from US faculty, I haven't really gone through research publications of Chinese faculty, but when I go through research publications of faculty from the US, whether of Indian origin or otherwise, you see that, research is done on, societal problems that are really, there are dime a dozen in India, but the mindset of looking at a problem, looking at a solution and publishing it, I think that is the missing link. So maybe Dr. Gupta, you or Dr. Suresh, anybody could just respond. Yeah. How do you bring our young faculty to, tell them that, you can even bring in research into your classrooms and improvise your teaching, probably better than what you're doing today.
Yeah, I'll take a shot with your mind. Yeah, basically, see, as a teacher, you're disseminating knowledge. You're not actually, but as a researcher, you're producing knowledge. And I think we should inculcate that idea in the young faculty. It's not enough. Dissemination alone is not important. You must be a good knowledge producer. That's our time-honored Indian tradition. We've always been thought leaders. In fact, today we are having all kinds of debates about social issues and so on. But look back what happened in the 6th century BC, when there was great debates, when Buddhism came along, Jainism came along, and there was, if you look at the writings of the 6th century BC, today's debates sound extremely naive when you read the writings of the 6th century BC. So Indians have a long tradition of debate and discourse and producing new thoughts, producing new knowledge. And we got to tell our young faculty that teaching is a good, of course, but that's only one part of the equation, dissemination. You're also responsible for research and producing new knowledge. That's the other half. And we got to, I think so.
Dr. Gupta, you'd like to respond?
Yeah, let me add to that. And I will also answer in that context, Dr. Rajan Saxena's question about is East all about theology? And there are other knowledge systems that India has, like Ayurveda. And so in that context, so first, why in the East and in India, teaching is preferred and not research? Because India and the East is about experience. So the culture is experiential culture. Okay, even when we talk about the correlation with the invisible realm, whether you want to call it spirituality or divinity, essentially that's about experience. And so whether we look at Vedas, Upanishads, so Upanishads are written by different gurus based on their experience. So there are 180 Upanishads and they go by the name of the guru. And they are the experiences of that guru, right? Now, when we talk about that research is based on production of new ideas, right? And that's really a Western concept, because many historically, if you look at what happened historically, that people from the West and of course China, and they came to India, and then they learned about things, but when they learned about things, the things were connected with issues of the invisible realm. And but once you take those ideas kind of outside, then the people in other countries, they don't connect with those invisible entities that India is talking about and Indians are talking about. So in Upanishads, you look at kind of different devis and devs and others, that all those are interconnected. That knowledge is interconnected. And therefore, people have to produce new knowledge. They have to do research. They have to do research so that they reinterpret that in the context of their work. Now, what happens is that that work then seems that, wow, this is something new. And therefore, people in India use that as one of the discourse elements. And they begin kind of losing their ancient wisdom. And that's how what has happened is, over the years, we have become very confused about what things are. And therefore, there is no need for research, because research is about our wisdom that we have. If we say that our wisdom is zero base, because all that is extremely confusing and we are not interested in that, we want to learn something new, that means that we want to educate. We want to educate whatever we have learned. But essentially, that means that we are not going to progress as a nation. Because education is not going to help us progress. It's a sensible education, which is the key to progress. And sensible education comes when we question and challenge our interpretations and the received interpretations of the wisdom that we have. Because if those interpretations were accurate, then we wouldn't be in the problem that we are facing today. We wouldn't go from the golden bird, where we had 80 or 90% of world's income, to a country which has very small income, which lost all the wars and became kind of colonialized So that meant that our interpretations somewhere went wrong. And so that's the issue in terms of theology. Actually, East is not about theology. Theology is a Western concept. And the reason why kind of East remains strong and India remains strong is because despite all these confused wisdom, people have their experiences that don't care about wisdom. That's a matter for intellectuals. It's not a matter for the people in regular daily life. And therefore, a sense of those practices remains strong, and that keeps people strong. While all the confusing stuff is something which is stopping us from being whole. And therefore, we need to clean that up. And unless we clean this up through research, because if you look at any research about ancient wisdom, about Indian math, it's about justifying that India already had done this. It's not about showing that what we have done wrong and how we can progress Western math and modern math. We are doing it trying to catch up in justification because we feel somehow less than a whole. And by looking at the past and justifying that our ancient India had this, it's a way to justify and bring back that dignity to us, but that's a false way of bringing dignity to us.
I think you really well said this, and I think this has been inculcated right from childhood. First, believing in the experiences, whether you're, it's your family or whether it's your school or later at the university, very rarely you would even appreciate questioning. It starts right from the family. You cannot question your parents for anything at all, but follow their paths, and it's a good value system, of course. But even then, I think the art of questioning is somewhere lost because we've been brought up like that culturally. You so very rightly said that India, probably feels, and I don't know how long we're really going to even rest on those past laurels, because we're just happy with what our past is. And though we are looking at technological advances, our future, but it doesn't really come out of a questioning mind. And even if you look at classrooms, at least the school classrooms, even today, the good school classrooms are the ones that are not noisy. And I would believe that the good classroom should be a noisy classroom, where students get up and are provoked to question, and teachers have different answers to probably the same question. So that doesn't really happen in Indian classrooms. I think there is a lot of learning. But let me also tell you all that things are changing here in India. Students have become pretty, what do you say? I won't say aggressive, but really kind of they've built in this whole character of representation, of questioning. And you see that the faculty and student, relationship is also far different from what it was before during our times, where, out of respect, you wouldn't even ask a question. But today it's more friendly, something to do where they learn together, work together. I would also like to emphasize what the national education policy has brought in here, which never happened in India before, is the multidisciplinariness of education. We were so limited to silos, and I think Dr. Gupta, you very rightly said that Indians always focused more on STEM disciplines, the science, mathematics, and this was again to, I think, prove intelligence. I mean, at our times when, if you had joined arts, it would, people would look down upon you to say that, how is it? I mean, if you are an intelligent girl, then you have to join science and become a doctor or engineer. But that is not today. I mean, today you see people with 98 percentile, students also wanting to do liberal arts or arts for that matter, or commerce, because there is so much to offer now in India. So things are changing. People are making their choices. Youngsters are questioning. And I think we're moving towards something, but how do you bring that kind of questioning into actually generating new knowledge through research is a lacuna that, and I'm sure people of Indian origin, and you all have done so well abroad, you all should help us to inculcate that amongst our young faculty. One last question I would like to take is, I think there are two questions, but let me take this one. What are the challenges that you foresee for higher education institutions in short and long run, considering the ground realities of our country? So on one side, you have the national education policy. On the other side, you have so many regulators that apparently now are going to be one, and plus, the whole country, which is so complex, aspirational students, and so on. So in this whole context, what do you all, I think each one of you should answer this question. Maybe I can start with Dr. Suresh.
Okay, so when you say ground realities of this country, I'm not quite sure what they are. Perhaps it means the thing of the past when we used to have a very traditional classroom and that sort of thing. But the ground realities are changing. I just finished, I teach in Indian schools all the time. Just a month or two ago, I finished a course in IIM Trichy, and increasingly Indian universities are looking as good as anywhere else, and the ground realities are actually changing. In fact, I taught my class on Google Classroom, and the course was on international logistics and trade, but it was the students were highly engaging, as Dr. Rekha said. It was a noisy, very noisy classroom, a highly engaged classroom. We had lots of debates and so on. It's a new generation, and I'm very much in touch with. I teach in India all the time, and so the ground realities. I don't think there is no India's the old paradigm that we have. When I used to work in Bharat Heavy Electricals, long time when I finished my engineering. Some people used to say that won't work under Indian conditions. So we used to call him Mr. Indian under Indian condition. There's no such thing. The India has become Indian conditions have become very American now, and American or global now. And so there's nothing that can't work in India. I think there's nothing that can't work in India. In fact, Indians take it to the next level. In fact, these IIM Trichy, the way they administered the course was a revelation to me. It was even better than some of the way we do it in US universities. The whole thing was done in Google Classroom and so on. And so the new under Indian conditions is, it's now, the Indian conditions are really world class now. And I think, yeah, that's my reaction.
Thank you. Dr. Rekha?
Higher education, if you look at what are the primary goal of higher education, what's the challenge of higher education internationally, it's really about social justice. And it's about kind of equipping everybody with the skills and abilities and values that allow them to kind of have a successful life for themselves, enjoyable life. But what has happened is that higher education internationally has also been correlated with very rapid polarization of wealth. And in the last 20-25 years, when higher education has grown, now about 10 or 15% of people own 80% of world's wealth. And in India, the ground reality is that the people who are at the lower strata, it's superficiality that they have more resources in terms of TV and other things, but they are facing huge challenges in terms of day-to-day life, in terms of food, in terms of a lot of things. And I see that because I'm connected with India in different ways, and I see that kind of in many ways. And that's the biggest challenge, that how do we redefine what we are teaching? Because if we are just borrowing from the West, then we reproduce that polarization, and we are seeing that in India, that about 5 or 10% of people own 80 or 90% of India's wealth. India is the most polarized nation now. It has become one of the most polarized nations. So, and I tell this story to everybody that if you wanted to be rich, you be in India during the pandemic, and the rich people in pandemic would say that every year should be pandemic because that's the best way for everybody to go to online and digital, for everybody else to die, and for us to become most popular because we have those assets. So their stock market appreciation, their wealth has increased the most, while everybody else is saying that we are struggling, we are struggling, we are struggling. So that means that what we are teaching in higher education, that has to take that discredit for the world that we are living in right now, because we teach students on how to appropriate more wealth by marketing products which take more money from the poor people, which pay them less to kind of give more money to international rich people. So we are teaching them all that. So it's not about universalization of higher education, because universalization of higher education is going to make poor people poorer unless there's a research element which is strongly built in, which reforms and transforms what we are teaching.
I think very well said, Dr. Gupta. And I think, the role of universities here is very critical, very important, because it is, it is the way you build these characters and personalities of these young men and women who join our universities. They're with us in their nascent years when they can really be molded. At the age of 17 plus that they come to us, they're with us for 3 years, for 5 years, at times for 6 years. And I think there is so much that we can really do through the right education and the right perspective of society that we can impart to them. And I believe that the more we connect our young students to societal needs, the picture is certainly going to change, Dr. Gupta, and will not remain the way, we envision it today. This whole polarization will also change, because unless and until you, inculcate this sensitivity or towards society, and I think universities should bring in some kind of community work in their academic curriculum. And no matter which university, which college, whether it's rural or urban India, wherever these students are, because you don't know where they will go and work. And this whole sensitivity element should always remain in their character, so that they can continue to earn money for themselves, their families, and the country, but they cannot really not look at the ones that really need the resources which they can provide with. I'll just end by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, who was with us at our Golden Jubilee celebrations just last Sunday, and he gave us a wonderful message. He said, if universities, and he of course addressed symbiosis, but I would say that this is applicable to all universities in India. If universities can really pick up a theme, which the country requires, it could be climate change, it could be, he said, the border villages around the borders of India, and so on. I mean, pick up any theme that is very, important for the society that you live in. And if that can be the theme where all students, all faculty members, no matter which discipline that they work in, they can, work on this theme and align it with the national agenda. Just imagine 1,000 universities and 51,000 colleges, so much of wealth that we have of youngsters, so much can be offered to our country to uplift, the divide that is there. And, as you very rightly said, Dr. Gupta, that India is a country where this kind of divide is so significant. And if we can help this divide, to gain some kind of balance, if not at an equilibrium, but some kind of balance, I'm sure this will be one of the greatest contributions in this world of disarray, as we believe. And higher education in 2030 will really be much more meaningful than what it is today. I once again thank both of you, and I really hope that you don't limit your contributions just to the IIMs, but also contribute to the larger business environment or the business schools in our country. In fact, there are others that need you more than what the IIMs need you, but most certainly we will like to invite you to all our institutions. And I'm sure AIMA is doing wonderful jobs of getting such people, in the forefront to interact with Indian academia. So thank you, AIMA, for inviting me to chair this wonderful session, and let us remain connected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pleasure meeting you. Distinguished panel, it was a great discussion. Dr. Yeravdekar, thank you so much for chairing this session wonderfully. Dr. Gupta, Dr. Suresh, thank you again for taking time out from your busy schedule and joining us from different time zones and sharing your thoughts. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks. Yes.
We now take a break here and shall start our next session sharp at 1:45 on technology in higher education, the elephant in the room. The session will have Mr. T.V. Mohandas Pai, Chairman, Manipal Global Education Services Private Limited, Mr. Sabyasachi Das, Chief Executive Officer, L&T Edutech, Mr. Venguswamy Ramaswamy, Global Head, TCS ION and Director, Tata Business Hub, Mr. Raghav Gupta, Managing Director, Indian APAC, Coursera, and Mr. Mohandas Lakramraju, Founder and CEO, Great Learning, and also Mr. Mayank Kumar, Co-Founder and Managing Director, UpGrad. This is going to be a power-packed session. Do join us for the next session sharp at 1:45. Thank you.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you are a young student out there or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस। थैंक यू। आपको किस चीज ने इंस्पायर किया है?
पापा, मैं बड़ा होके ईगल बनना चाहता हूँ।
दिल की सारी ख्वाहिशें करने लगी है ये साजिशें, है जो आंगन में तेरे सजा कर रखा है दिल में ये, वो सपनों की दुनिया में तुझको ले चलूं। जो हिम्मत दर पे तेरे खुले अब ये सपनों के बस्ते मेरे। मैं उड़ने लगा हूँ, मैं बढ़ने लगा हूँ, जो सपने थे देखे हाँ मैंने जीने लगा हूँ।
मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी, डिस्कवर your dreams.
As students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, we believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you are a young student out there or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
Congratulations. Thank you. आपको किस चीज ने इंस्पायर किया है?
पापा, मैं बड़ा होके ईगल बनना चाहता हूँ।
दिल की सारी ख्वाहिशें करने लगी है ये साजिशें, है जो आंगन में तेरे सजा कर रखा है दिल में ये, वो सपनों की दुनिया में तुझको ले चलूं। मिली है जो हिम्मत दर पे तेरे, खुले अब ये सपनों के बस्ते मेरे। मैं उड़ने लगा हूँ, मैं बढ़ने लगा हूँ, जो सपने थे देखे हाँ मैंने जीने लगा हूँ।
मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी, discover your dreams.
As students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, we believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
Students have big dreams. They're not just searching for a job. Today's students want to make a difference, do work that matters, and find their place in the world. But the journey from education to employment isn't always straightforward. All students have a different path based on their unique aspirations, interests, and skills. How can we turn these aspirations into actionable steps? Introducing Career Coach, a new Microsoft Teams for Education app powered by LinkedIn. With Career Coach, institutions can empower their students with personalized guidance as they discover their career path, grow real-world skills, and build their network. Career Coach meets students right where they are. It can identify skills they've gained from previous experiences and ones they're interested in learning. Then, students can take action. They can set career goals, track progress, and find experiences to feel confident on their journey. Students can easily explore career options that match their skills and interests and be inspired by alumni career paths. Career Coach makes it easy to grow real-world skills. Students can explore learning opportunities across institutional resources and different learning catalogs in one place. Career Coach brings students together with their peers, faculty, and alumni so they can feel supported every step of the way. Institutions gain valuable insights to optimize curriculum development, drive engagement, and enhance student experience. And students get personalized guidance to navigate a career journey full of opportunities to achieve more. Learn more about Career Coach today.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you are a young student out there or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
Congratulations. Thank you. आपको किस चीज ने इंस्पायर किया है?
पापा, मैं बड़ा होके ईगल बनना चाहता हूँ।
दिल की सारी ख्वाहिशें करने लगी है ये साजिशें, है जो आंगन में तेरे सजा कर रखा है दिल में ये, वो सपनों की दुनिया में तुझको ले चलूं। मिली है जो हिम्मत दर पे तेरे, खुले अब ये सपनों के बस्ते मेरे। मैं उड़ने लगा हूँ, मैं बढ़ने लगा हूँ, जो सपने थे देखे हाँ मैंने जीने लगा हूँ।
मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी, डिस्कवर यू, डिस्कवर योर ड्रीम्स।
As students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, we believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
Students have big dreams. They're not just searching for a job. Today's students want to make a difference, do work that matters, and find their place in the world. But the journey from education to employment isn't always straightforward. All students have a different path based on their unique aspirations, interests, and skills. How can we turn these aspirations into actionable steps? Introducing Career Coach, a new Microsoft Teams for Education app powered by LinkedIn. With Career Coach, institutions can empower their students with personalized guidance as they discover their career path, grow real-world skills, and build their network. Career Coach meets students right where they are. It can identify skills they've gained from previous experiences and ones they're interested in learning. Then, students can take action. They can set career goals, track progress, and find experiences to feel confident on their journey. Students can easily explore career options that match their skills and interests and be inspired by alumni career paths. Career Coach makes it easy to grow real-world skills. Students can explore learning opportunities across institutional resources and different learning catalogs in one place. Career Coach brings students together with their peers, faculty, and alumni so they can feel supported every step of the way. Institutions gain valuable insights to optimize curriculum development, drive engagement, and enhance student experience. And students get personalized guidance to navigate a career journey full of opportunities to achieve more. Learn more about Career Coach today.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you are a young student out there or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
Congratulations. Thank you. आपको किस चीज ने इंस्पायर किया है?
पापा, मैं बड़ा होके ईगल बनना चाहता हूँ।
दिल की सारी ख्वाहिशें करने लगी है ये साजिशें, है जो आंगन में तेरे सजा कर रखा है दिल में ये, वो सपनों की दुनिया में तुझको ले चलूं। मिली है जो हिम्मत दर पे तेरे, खुले अब ये सपनों के बस्ते मेरे। मैं उड़ने लगा हूँ, मैं बढ़ने लगा हूँ, जो सपने थे देखे हाँ मैंने जीने लगा हूँ।
मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी, डिस्कवर यू, डिस्कवर योर ड्रीम्स।
As students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, we believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
Students have big dreams. They're not just searching for a job. Today's students want to make a difference, do work that matters, and find their place in the world. But the journey from education to employment isn't always straightforward. All students have a different path based on their unique aspirations, interests, and skills. How can we turn these aspirations into actionable steps? Introducing Career Coach, a new Microsoft Teams for Education app powered by LinkedIn. With Career Coach, institutions can empower their students with personalized guidance as they discover their career path, grow real-world skills, and build their network. Career Coach meets students right where they are. It can identify skills they've gained from previous experiences and ones they're interested in learning. Then, students can take action. They can set career goals, track progress, and find experiences to feel confident on their journey. Students can easily explore career options that match their skills and interests and be inspired by alumni career paths. Career Coach makes it easy to grow real-world skills. Students can explore learning opportunities across institutional resources and different learning catalogs in one place. Career Coach brings students together with their peers, faculty, and alumni so they can feel supported every step of the way. Institutions gain valuable insights to optimize curriculum development, drive engagement, and enhance student experience. And students get personalized guidance to navigate a career journey full of opportunities to achieve more. Learn more about Career Coach today.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you are a young student out there or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is on technology in higher education, the elephant in the room. Our keynote speaker of the session is Mr. T.V. Mohandas Pai, Chairman, 314 Capital, co-founder and chairman, RN Capital, and chairman, Manipal Global Education Services Private Limited. I invite Dr. Raj Agarwal, Director, Center for Management Education, AIMA, to initiate the proceedings.
Dear Mr. Mohandas Pai, we are delighted to have you for your keynote address on technology. The elephant in a room, a very important session. Really going to listen your enlightened views on this particular session.
Very excited to speak to you on technology in higher education today. To me, there are two things that are impacting higher education from the technology side. The first is towards digitization. Out of 7.8 billion people on the planet, 5 people have a mobile connection, maybe 5.1, 5.2 are on the internet. Everything that we need, from supplies to entertainment to education to banking to let us say other services like medical, health, etc., we can get it digitally, reducing the need to travel, to interact, and to go meet people. When this massive shift has taken place, primarily because of the growth of digital technologies and also the fact that the world shut down for COVID and it changed human habits, the world in future is going to be very different. And that's the first point I want to make. So things are not going to be as usual in any facet of human life, including higher education. Second, the model of higher education that we had is the model that came into being after the Industrial Revolution. The earlier model in the classical era was that of the Gurukul in India and the academy in Greece, where students went to the house of the teacher or the place of residence of the teacher and learned along with the teacher. It was interaction, it was debates, it was explanation, and everybody lived together. But they were small, not scalable. Then came the Industrial Revolution, and we have the model today that came out of that, where there is one professor who has read all the books. He teaches. There are students in the class, 40, 50, 100. They listen, then they study books, they write projects, and they answer an examination. They get a certificate, and the certificate becomes the grading criteria for them to go get jobs. And in this, some elitist institution were set up where the brand image is so strong that they created a network, and the networks gives you access. Now, all that is changing, and the entire model of higher education is getting deconstructed. So when you go to a college, you must ask yourself the question, why do you go to a college? You go to a college, one, to get knowledge and content. Knowledge that is available because of the work and research done by people before you. Knowledge that the professors who come and teach you have learned, have understood, have done research in, and they're willing to teach you and pass it on to you. So university has two objectives: dissemination of knowledge and the creation of knowledge to research. So you go to a class where you get information and knowledge, and then the professors tutor you to do projects to understand whether you have understood what they're teaching. Second, you go to a college for socialization. You go to meet your own peer group, you work with them, you have fun with them, you learn to negotiate with them, you play sports, you do many things. And the socialization is very important because most people go to college at the age of 18 and come out at 21, 22. And there's a very important facet of everybody's life in the formative years of people's life before they go out into the wide world. The third, you go to college because you are assessed. There's assessment happening that at the end of term, you're supposed to give a project, to write an examination, and somebody will assess you and give you grades or give you a certificate to see whether you meet the criteria. And that assessment has credibility, it has a process, and that is what people look for because they don't have to assess you separately. Next, you go to a college because the brand. And the brand is important because the brand becomes an entry criteria. And if you go to a college with a very good brand, it stays with you for your whole life. So if you go to the top university in this country, like the IIT, for example, it stays with you for your whole life. You become part of a very special group. And then the brand becomes extremely important to you and opens doors to you and gives you greater opportunities. The next point is you go to a college which has a very large alumni and a peer group outside the college or a university. And the peer group is a sort of a club, because all of you are bound together by one common factor, and that is the time that you spend in a university or college. And as you get older, you become more nostalgic and stories get built up, and that creates bonding, that creates fellowship, and that lasts you for a long period of time. And that is relationship, because human beings are oriented towards relationship. All these things you get in a college, and that's why you go there. Now, what has technology and digitization done to all this? Because while all this is available to you, the cost of all this has become very, very expensive. Today, higher education is not cheap. In India or otherwise, it's very, very expensive. A large number of people get into debt. The total student debt in America is about $1.5 trillion. And most people spend a large part of their working life paying off the debt. And they don't see a differentiation. So costs have gone up. And this high increasing cost is taking a toll on the financial health of people. Second, more and more people are going to college. Therefore, people of less means are going to college, and they're getting into greater debt. Therefore, we have to re-examine the entire model and to understand the impact of technology. When we look at the impact of technology on the first part, dissemination of knowledge and teaching, today, because of the rise of the internet, all the accumulated knowledge of humankind is freely available to you on the web. There are rich videos which are being done every single day by the greatest professor in the world. There are places where you can go and get your questions answered, and a huge amount of information available and the latest research available. So you don't really have to go to college to get information from somebody, and from somebody who has read the right kind of textbooks or written the textbooks. All that information is free. You don't have to pay for it. You must know how to access it. You must know how to analyze it and know how to use it. And that's not a difficult trait that you can cultivate. So the first part of getting information is getting deconstructed in a very different way. The second part of fellowship and socialization is important, and that will continue because human beings are social creatures. We have to go to a place where we meet peer groups, talk to them, etc. The question to ask is, do we require 3 years or 4 years to do a course? You have to spend so much money. Can we finish it earlier in 1 year, 2 years? Can we be part of social groups and create bonding, create networks in 1 or 2 years? And that, to my mind, is an important question that we have to answer. And the third about assessment. Assessment can be done by most people using technology, by a bot, or by artificial intelligence or anything else, because most of the assessment can be done by a program reading what you've written, and there can be interactive discussion. There can be a chatbot which can tutor you to take you through the whole thing. But the role of assessment is coming down because that is getting greater and greater automated. The brand value still remains, and the brand value will remain for a long period of time. But the important thing to understand is many employees are now saying, why should I hire somebody who is so expensive from an institution because it has a high brand value? I want to make sure that I get a person who meets my need. So they're looking for people who may not even have a degree or a college certificate, but who have the skills to do it. Especially in the software area, they want people who know how to write code, how to use software, rather than people who've been to a particular college. And that, to my mind, is something that we need to be careful about. And then you also have the alumni network, and that alumni network will remain. But the question to ask is, will the alumni network, is the alumni network so very important that you have to go there? Or can you get the alumni network by just being part of a big institution and you have to spend 3 to 4 years? So it all boils down to the alternatives that are available today because of the role of technology. And my view is the new education policy in India thinks about it in a very constructive way. And it has come out with a solution. What does it do? It allows you to take courses and get credits for majors and minors. It allows you to mix and match courses. It allows you to take courses from different universities and colleges. It allows you to opt in and opt out of a degree program. It gives you the flexibility to get a certificate for after 1 year of college, a diploma after 2 years, a degree after 3 years, and a honors degree after 4 years. And then it allows you to go out, come back, work somewhere, and finish a degree in maybe 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. And the flexibility to mix and match, like I said, where you can do a course in nuclear physics with one in music, one in cricket possibly, and one in drama, and one in essay writing, and one in English literature, or whatever you want, right? Because what people require today is skills to the left brain and the right brain. They want people who are multi-skilled. They want people who are problem solvers. They want curious minds, because all employers want people who can help them out to do new things and be innovative, rather than people who just follow a rule and do a rule-based work, which is increasingly getting automated. And the last point is the cost. What is the cost set-off that's going to happen? So my view is very simple. Technology is going to disrupt higher education in a very significant way. The cost of higher education has become so high that most people don't want to pay the cost, and they want an easier way out, and technology offers an easier way out. So many universities are now going to start certificate courses, short-term courses with a lesser amount of money, which will be a function of online and offline. Offline is expensive, online is cheaper because of repeatability and a one-time cost, whereas offline, you need the professor to come and teach you every single time. And I think that is going to give you a lot of options. Second, the deconstruction of higher education means that you can accumulate all the certificates and possibly go to an online university and get a degree. Let me explain this. Suppose there's an online university which says, we have 50 universities affiliated with us, and you can take a course in any of these 50 universities, mix and match over a number of years. And we're going to start a course bank, a bank where you can accumulate all your course credits, a course credit bank. And once you reach a certain level, we can give you a degree or a certificate to say that you have completed so many course credits in so-and-so subject from so-and-so university. And then you can take a certificate as evidence of having completed. And that will allow you the kind of flexibility that will happen. And because you have these short-term courses from a variety of universities, maybe an IIT, maybe a Manipal, maybe a Harvard, maybe an Oxford, maybe a Cambridge, you have the brand value. Whether it will be accepted by snobbish alumni is a question that you have to understand, but I'm sure it will be sorted out over a period of time once many more people do that. So the entire higher education system is getting disrupted. And that is going to be the way of the future, and India's new education policy allows that to happen. Now, how should universities and colleges understand this and reorient themselves? That's a big question that we have to answer, because many of you run universities, many of you run colleges, many of you are concerned about the future and how things are going to happen. And you're also concerned about the galloping costs, because if you look at US data, cost of education has gone up higher than the general inflation rate for the last 20 years. Even in India, education is becoming more and more expensive for various reasons. I think every university should now examine itself to chart out a future based on flexibility, agility, and core competence. The universities should clearly determine what is its core competence, what is its specialty, and how can they invest in the specialty so that there'll be deep knowledge and expertise, and people will come to learn from them and their professors. Second, the mode of delivery is something that to understand. Make it offline, online, so the total cost comes down, larger numbers can be there, and create a system of tutorials by online, a system of tutorials using chatbots, a system of self-learning, a system of having a rich repository of videos, etc., so that people can learn much more and reduce the time they spend in class so that costs come down. The third, the assessment can be automated very, very well because it can be done every single time. Anytime a course paper comes in, you have a program which will go through the course paper and get the marks and send it over to you with a copy to the faculty to whom you are attached. And then a very flexible structure of work for the degree where you can register and all your records and everything will be done electronically. And lastly, you also have an ability to join certain groups which are available on the web for the university, where you can be part of groups which discuss, groups which are working together in a network. So you don't lose the network. And then every university can create a network of other universities with a partner. Because once you partner with others, you can specialize more. You don't have to offer all the subjects that students may want. You can offer a few and others can offer a few. The fee can be shared, the fee can be very separate so that you can do that. And once somebody registers with you, you can be the prime university which gives the degree along with your partners. Your partners can give the course credits and you can do it elsewhere. But you do the majority in your university, you register and they give you a certificate. So once you create that kind of model, you reduce the cost of real estate, the cost of physical presence, the cost of having a very large administrative staff, and the cost of having very high cost faculty. And the faculty can also be much happier because the load on them for assessment, for routine work comes down, and your faculty can also have a broader audience and they'll have much more time to do research and things that they would enjoy rather than spend the greatest amount of time in teaching. Of course, many of the faculty love teaching, but then there is a stress in teaching beyond the initial 10, 15 years, which I'm sure all of us know. So once you determine that, you can come out with a strategy and reconfigure yourself to reduce costs and to expand numbers and to make sure you become a welcoming place for most people to come. That, to my mind, will be the university of the future. The university of the future will be a collaborative university, will be part of a network, will be technology-led. And at the core of it, you put in technology to automate processes, automate everything that is done, automate the interaction, and you can buy that by SaaS models on the cloud. So you don't have to invest in data centers. You don't have to invest in creating software or buying large, complex software. Many SaaS models are available, but you need to have a core team of a techie, of a technologist, a core team of a strategist, a core team of people who can reconstruct the business model. So all vice chancellors and others should have a strategic department, not for teaching strategy as in business, but for making sure that they can recommend to you what has to be done. And once you're able to do that, you're able to reconfigure yourself. But all this is going to take time. Universities, by their very nature, are slow-moving organizations. Faculty do not like change. They respond to change in a very slow way because faculty all over the world are creatures of habit. They follow process, they follow habit, and they don't like to bring about new things easily. Of course, they like new research, they like new things, but the way of working and everything. And faculty likes security. Faculty likes a paycheck at the end of the month. They don't want anything to happen to their income or their earning capability and insecurity that comes out of becoming somewhat like gig workers, where you're paid based upon output, where you're paid based on the number of students you take, rather than that. And in this journey, the big edtech companies are coming in to act as competitors. All the edtech companies that are there in the world are trying to compete for the same people, and they got capital, they use technology much better than universities, they got strategy, people are younger, and they're not stuck to legacy. They're not stuck to prior habits. They're very innovative and they come out and give the student what they want. A young person coming to college is going to ask himself or herself, what do they want from the college? And if they talk to an edtech company, they will tell them, we can give you a certificate, we can give you a degree with this and this, you can do all this, and this is the cost, you can negotiate, and you can finish it in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. We'll give you all the flexibility and just sign on and join. And many people will join them because they see a very good career ahead. And many of the edtech companies will have huge groups of people who are going to be work placement officers and who are going to get a job. And they're going to market with employers who want to hire people. And they will create the kind of skills, I tell you the kind of skills that are in great demand with so many employers. Suppose you were to tell them that I want to work with the Infosys or a TCS or a Microsoft, they will tell you what kind of skills they're looking at and what are the courses that you have to do. And if you do all that, you're going to get a job, and the probability is very much higher. Something that universities are loath to do, colleges are loath to do because they're not well connected with the external world. And they're going to be very big competitors. Because what is so sacred about a degree? What is sacred about a degree or important about a degree is one, regulatory approval. Now, do you really need a regulatory approval for a degree? We've been traditionally brought up to believe that in every country, a regulatory approval or a SRO approval, a assurance of quality is required. Now, when the world has become digital, certificates are available, The quality of certificate depends upon your confidence in the person who gives a certificate, the quality of the teaching or the experience, and the output. And the output of the job, if people say we're going to connect you to jobs and you pay us only if you get a job, then willing to try it out. Where the university can never say, we'll connect you to a job at the beginning, because they're not configured. They're not teaching organizations, research-based organizations. They're not business enterprises. So education is becoming more and more of a digital business. And these edtech companies are going to expand with huge amounts of capital, and they're going to be a main competitor, driven by lower cost, quicker turnaround, greater agility, greater flexibility, and ability to give you the assured output that you see. And that's why teachers, that's why students and everybody else have to be very careful. And this competition is going to come. Now, can universities and colleges enroll all these edtech companies to be the partners? Yes, they can, provided you don't hand over your management to them, your brand to them, and the essence of what you are to them. They should be people who work with you as partners to do certain things that you don't want to do without you are handing over entire to them. So strategically, you have to decide what is valuable to you and keep that with you, and only hand over something which you don't want to do as something which is an additionality to people. And I think that's extremely important for all of you to do. So I want to end here by saying that we are in the midst of the greatest technology disruption of the last 100 years or 200 years. Things are going to change. It's going to impact higher education like every other facet of our life. And higher education is going to change. Policymakers all over the world are concerned about the high cost of higher education. And students are concerned about lack of flexibility, agility, and output. Everybody wants an output. Everybody wants a return on investment. And in this is the perfect storm. So all universities and colleges have to reorient themselves, use technology, leverage all that, create flexibility, and see what the future holds to them, and then make the future themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your very comprehensive review of entire approach related to new education policy and how this transformation in higher education with the use of technology is taking place. And your session, I think, your keynote address will set the tone for this conference. And we are going to have a very good discussion on your ideas, how technology can be integrated by universities as well as institution of higher education. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Pai, for sharing your thoughts and insightful address. And thank you, Dr. Agarwal. Our next panel discussion is scheduled for 2:15. Kindly stay tuned. We will start at 2:15 sharp. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is on technology in higher education, the elephant in the room. We have a panel discussion being chaired by Mr. Das, who's the CEO of L&T EduTech, who's going to join us very soon. Mr. Venguswamy Ramaswamy, Global Head, TCS ION and Director, Tata Business Hub. Mr. Raghav Gupta, Managing Director, India and APAC, Coursera. Mr. Mohan Lakamraju, Founder and CEO, Great Learning, and Vice Chairman, Great Lakes Institute of Management. And Mr. Mayank Kumar, Co-Founder and Managing Director, UpGrad. Stay tuned, we will start in just a few minutes. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome our expert panel for the session, Technology in Higher Education, the elephant in the room, being chaired by Mr. Sabyasachi Das, CEO, L&T EduTech. We have our expert panel here with us, comprising Mr. Venguswamy Ramaswamy, Global Head, TCS ION and Director, Tata Business Hub. Mr. Raghav Gupta, Managing Director and in India and APAC, Coursera. Mr. Mohan Lakamraju, Founder and CEO, Great Learning, and Vice Chairman, Great Lakes Institute of Management. And Mr. Mayank Kumar, he's the Co-Founder and Managing Director of UpGrad. Welcome, everyone. May I request Mr. Sabyasachi Das to initiate the session. Over to you, sir. So you're on mute.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, sir. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. So good afternoon. Thanks to AIMA for organizing the session on technology in higher education, the elephant in the room. Thank you for inviting me to moderate this panel discussion, and I'm honored. And it's also a great privilege to have my esteemed colleagues from EdTech industry to be part of the discussion. We all acknowledge the existence of the elephant. Our focus today will be to see the big animal from different angles, and it's a royal animal. In the last 2 years of pandemic, we have seen an unprecedented growth of technology in education sector. In 1 or 2 weeks notice, classrooms across the countries went digital. Pandemic pushed us to education 4.0. It is all about extending equal access to knowledge for every student using digital tools. Industry leaders like L&T and my esteemed panelists on this platform have come forward in lending their experience using digital technologies as part of the disruption. National Education Policy 2020 also addresses the issues of equality, access, and opportunity by making online and digital education a major pillar in the higher education. Government is also talking about policies about how to conduct 100% of the classes using digital media with online assessment, proctoring, evaluation, and many other things. And with this backdrop, I'll come to each of my colleagues and will ask you a few questions to gather your thoughts. And before I proceed with the moderation and coming to you, there are some ground rule. Each one of you will be getting 7 to 8 minutes to share your thoughts and views about some of the big questions that I'll be putting in front of you. And if you can save some time, we'll also take a few questions from the audience. With that, I'll be going to Swami, the global head of TCS ION. Swami, great to have you here. And you have been working with government in education sector for quite some time now. So I definitely would like to gather your thoughts for everyone on this meeting about NEP, the National Education Policy, and in the context of the digital education. Number one, if you also can share your ideas, thoughts, it is more about your perspective. What may come as a challenge while we are going to implement the NEP goals for higher education? And maybe while you are talking about it, if you also can help us out with your wisdom. Do you foresee any kind of setbacks when you go for fully online programs? How the industries are going to take it forward? How do we really coach the industry also to acknowledge that there is a need of digital education? And how can we really make it bigger and can make sure the divide that we have between haves and not so good in terms of their ability to reach out to a great school, we are being able to bridge that gap in a big way. Over to you, Swami. Looking forward to hear from you.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. Great opportunity to share some of the thoughts. Mr. Sachi has put a lot of questions. I don't know whether I can cover all of them in 5 to 6 minutes, and many of them are very large questions. But I just thought I will quickly share some thoughts on these questions. Let me see whether I can share my screen. Okay, so I'm a Teams user. It's okay. I will quickly share some of the thoughts. First of all, NEP has, I've always been saying it's a dream NEP. There are many points in the NEP which are all in the right direction. I was thinking about this topic of elephant in the room. I said it's actually elephant in the classroom. And there are many different challenges that the institutions, tech companies face today. But if I have to point out to a few challenges, the acceptance of all these challenges is a beginning cycle, in my opinion. We have been waiting for long. The pandemic has definitely accelerated the change, as Mr. Das mentioned. But linkage of the industry to the academic, I feel, has been a biggest takeaway because the academic institutions, with the help of EdTech today, has been able to get closer to the industry. And that's one important challenge that is getting addressed effectively. Assessments is another big challenge. We in TCS has been focused deeply on this aspect. The execution complexity, the organized malpractices in the country, all of them has been putting enormous amount of challenges. It's a great opportunity for tech companies to address that. The third one is on the learning space, the evolving curriculum, the lack of experiential learning today. These are some of the aspects I would still say a long way to go, opens up a big opportunity for tech companies. And the operations in terms of managing data, in terms of ensuring that there is a 360-degree view of the stakeholders. These are some of the big challenges, and many institutes of higher education today, I believe, lack the right technology platform and resources to capitalize on NEP, to take advantage of some of the recent UGC reforms in the higher education and in other aspects of the education. So I believe with that background, if I can spend a minute on each one of these areas, the learning, the opportunity to reach out to tier 3, tier 4 cities has been accelerated because of the EdTech companies' ability to create very, very sophisticated technology. I believe has not still been largely leveraged by the academic institution, and that's a great opportunity, in my opinion. And also some of the technologies in the AI/ML side to make learning more personalized leaves a huge gap today. Contextual applications that we can bring in through some of the hands-on platforms, still the industry as well as the academic institutions believe that there is a gap in terms of candidates getting the hands-on experience, and today's platforms still have gaps on that, which is partially true, and we need to focus on that. So creating an ecosystem of platforms that institutions can leverage for making the learning a lot more effective than today, I believe is a great opportunity. On the assessment, maybe a couple of important things that I'll point out. One is, how do we take assessments? How do we make assessments a lot more inclusive today? How do you ensure that some of the infrastructure gaps that we have in tier 3, tier 4 cities in terms of stability of networks, all can be absorbed by technology in order to give a seamless experience? That's a big gap. And the other thing is to eliminate the impersonation, the malpractices, leveraging the power of AI and ML, making sure that the data is secured, there are no leakages. Many of those challenges today, technology and today's platforms have made significant strides. Leveraging them will be very, very critical to make sure that we make progress on this. On the operational side, again, a bunch of opportunities in the analytics space in order to ensure that the candidates get a seamless view right from what to learn that, in order to, after learning, make sure that they have a right certification, moving them to readiness for the jobs, and making sure that they have access to the jobs, ensuring that this whole cycle is seamless across platforms is going to be a big need in the market. I believe that this is a great opportunity for many organizations in the edtech space. So those are some of the thoughts. It's very critical that we link the outcome. It's going to be extremely important for us to use this opportunity to bring the academia and industry much more closer and make it almost real time, so that we don't run events like academia industry events, but it really becomes a daily affair for institutions, edtech companies work together in order to address the requirements. Those are initial thoughts to your questions.
Thank you so much, Swami. Thank you so much. And it's so insightful. And I fully agree to your point on assessment and all the points, by the way. Okay, but assessment, how do we really beat the market? Market, in a sense, students are students, right? When you are going for online assessment, they are also thinking through many of the tricks. I don't blame them, but we need to be smarter. We need to be smarter. I'm fully with you. And we need to make sure that we are being able to, we are able to evaluate the students in the right manner, and we stay ahead in the game. So thank you so much for the insights. I'll come back to you again, Swami. Now, Raghav. Raghav is the Managing Director of India and Asia Pacific at Coursera. Raghav, great to have you here. And you are in the edtech space for almost a decade, if I'm not wrong. And in today's world, we can actually learn what we want to learn if we have the desire and the connection, and the connection. Now, with the digital economy, the digital, intrusion in the education space, a lot of great things are happening in the industry and in the education space altogether. Now, if you can share your views, like in rural India, okay, how ready they are in terms of the latest innovation and then grabbing the benefit of that. Because in many of the remote areas in the country today, the students, they still don't have access to cell phone, the right kind of bandwidth. So are we creating a digital divide between the students, like who are in the urban area versus in the rural area? Your thoughts, please.
Sure, thank you, Sabyasachi. Happy to cover that, and also absolute pleasure to be here. Good to see Mayank and Mohan and Swami again, and absolute pleasure to be here at this particular event. I have a quick short set of slides that I'm going to use, and in the next 7-8 minutes, like you kind of asked us to share some of my thoughts and also hopefully answer some of the questions you posed. If you could just confirm this is visible. Wonderful, thank you. So I'll try and be quick so that we leave some time for conversation as well. So this is a slide we look at a lot at Coursera, right? It says low-skilled repetitive jobs are at risk of automation. All of us are experiencing this around us, right? On the x-axis, these are, if you're on the right-hand side, these are jobs at higher risk of automation. So waiters, cashiers, real estate brokers, accountants, and so on and so forth. And on the left-hand side, on the top, financial managers, general managers, lawyers, IT managers, typically higher skilled jobs are where we are seeing lesser automation happening. And as one can imagine, a lot of folks who are losing jobs are wanting to get the knowledge, the digital skills, the credentials to shift towards the top left. Now, what is amazing is this is a pre-pandemic study. This is a study from 2017 that McKinsey and Oxford University did, where automation was already having this impact on jobs. And as all of us have experienced in India in the last 2 years or so, almost every company has said that they are accelerating their digitization. They are going more digital. They are adopting technology more and more and more. So what we were saying pre-pandemic has accelerated quite significantly when it comes to working professionals and the industry. And we're seeing around us that this automation that was happening on the previous slide has been accelerated by COVID. And it's resulting in millions of jobs displaced around the world. This is not just India. So 85 million jobs likely to get lost because of technology around the world. Companies are telling us core skills are changing. And also, companies like mine and possibly yours as well are saying, look, even though the pandemic will go away, many of us will continue working from home. And I am in office today, but I've spent a lot of time working from home, even, while our offices are open. And then, like I said, companies are digitizing as well, right? So on one side, we are seeing lots of job losses because of technology, but on the other side, we're also seeing World Economic Forum and Microsoft and others are talking about almost 150 million jobs that will get created, which require digital skills. And the list on the left-hand side is not surprising. So whether it is data or IT or digital marketing or topics like that. And then a Microsoft study says, look, between now and 2025, in the next 3 years, 150 million jobs will get created, 15 crore jobs, of which 30 million, 28 million will be in India, right? And so that's the context around us from what's been happening in industry. And I know Mr. Pai spoke about some of this, and I saw a little bit of Shiv Kumar speak to some of this as well earlier. And as all of us are familiar, right, when you look at India and other large countries, we have a big challenge in terms of access to higher education, whether it's the gross enrollment ratio or it's the quality of education. So job losses in traditional industries, lots of job creation because of technology in new age industries, and a challenging environment when it comes to higher education. And in that context, let me quickly share what we've seen in terms of progress of online education from a Coursera context in the last 2 years and what some of the promise might look like, right? So this is what the Coursera ecosystem looks like. There are learners, educators, and institutions on our platform, 90 million globally, 15 million, 12.5 million in India, so large platform. What is taught on the platform comes from universities and companies, and also institutions, businesses, governments, and campuses learn and train their employees on the Coursera platform. From today's events context, Coursera for Campus is what we take to campuses. About 3,200 campuses around the world, 1,100 campuses in India leverage Coursera for Campus for teaching their faculty and their students. And what they take to these individuals, it looks a little bit like this. So there are short projects, 2 hours, there are courses and specializations, and it goes into certificates, and eventually it goes into full-fledged degrees as well. And you can come and take a bachelor's or a master's on the Coursera platform. So it stacks up depending on whether you're a working professional, you want to learn pivot tables in Excel, you can come and do a 2-hour project, or you can come and do a full master's on Coursera as well. Now, given this platform, what we've seen in India is, firstly, of course, there's been massive growth, right? It's our second largest market after the US. 12.5 million people in India learn on Coursera, about 1.5 crore. And massive growth, a lot of people came to Coursera in India to learn on the platform in the last 2 years. And if I double click on this a little bit, of course, young age, lots of women learning on the platform, and a lot of this learning is on a mobile device. So to your question around access, this hopefully is enabling some of that. But what we saw interestingly is a lot of women moved out of the workforce during the pandemic because of pressures at home. But the number of women learning on the Coursera platform during the pandemic went up, and the left-hand side is global, the right-hand side is India. So about 25, 26% pre-pandemic to closer to 35, 36% during the pandemic. So we saw that, which was, I thought, a positive sign. And then also, we've always had a challenge of women in STEM in India, in general around the world as well, but in India specifically as well. And we saw that shift up as well from 22% women to 32% women learning STEM topics on the Coursera platform. So a good shift there. We also saw, of these 12.5 million learners, obviously a lot of them come from the larger states. So from Delhi, NCR, Maharashtra, and so on and so forth. But what was interesting is that from larger states, which typically have not seen a lot of adoption of online, so Bihar and Kerala, massive growth in terms of the adoption, and even smaller states, Nagaland, Manipur, and Andamans, increasing the adoption of online learning. So it gave us a sense that access is getting out there to a lot of these parts of the country as well. And then the other thing that we did was, because a lot of these people are not able to come and pay for these courses, is we made a lot of scholarships and enrollments available. So, almost 2.5 million enrollments were supported with financial aid. And then we partnered up with Microsoft and IBM to launch other scholarships that were very, very well received in the market as well, and in the country as well. The other thing that we've done is Coursera has traditionally had a lot of international universities and companies author content on our platform. And over the last year and a half, we've been working on getting Indian leading universities to come onto our platform. And this has all happened in the last year and a half or so. So I'm Calcutta, Kozhikode, IIT Roorkee, IIT Guwahati, IIT Bombay, ISB, Ashoka, OP Jindal are now authoring short courses all the way to degrees on the Coursera platform. And as a part of the NEP's adoption of technology and also internationalization of higher education, we are taking a lot of this top tier Indian education to learners on our platform around the world as well. Almost half of the enrollments that we're getting on many of these programs are coming from learners outside of India as well, which is really been positive to see. And then very quickly, in Coursera for Business, where we work with businesses, campuses, and governments, here's what we are seeing. Businesses are telling us, look, we want you to help us accelerate talent outcomes with measurable skill development. And we want to launch skills first learning program, right? So a bank is saying, look, I used to have business analysts, but now I need data analysts. How do I make that happen? And we're enabling some of that. Campuses from today's context are focused on student employability. How do you get students ready for this new world of work, and also for faculty development? And like I said, 1,100 campuses are currently leveraging this platform. And then various state governments are very concerned about closing the digital skills gap, because there's been massive unemployment in many states, and we are partnering with Tamil Nadu and Kerala and Uttar Pradesh and Odisha and so on to help them reduce some of these skill gaps as well. So that's a little bit of what we are seeing. I'm conscious I'm at 8 minutes, so 1 minute over. So I'll stop with that and hand back to you. Thank you
so much. Thank you so much, Raghav. And I'll come back if the time permits. And I'm coming to Mohan, the co-founder and CEO of Great Learning. And great to have you here, Mohan. But I'm not able to see you on the screen.
Can you see me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sabyasachi.
Thank you. So, Mohan, I have 1 or 2 questions, and definitely you have 7-8 minutes to cover your thoughts. So, one thing, once the pandemic is over, how the digital ecosystem and the offline, the classes, the real classes in the universities, it is going to coexist. Do you happen to see a slowdown in the online education and the adoption? Because there had been a significant growth on the online education in the last 2 years. One question, and when you are talking about a blended or a fully online model, what's your view? Do you think, in the higher education, when the students used to come together in the college, they used to rediscover themselves. And it's all about, and we have seen it in the past when there was no online education, right? They used to learn the life skills. And what's your view? What students need to do, what the education system, even the online service provider, as well as the universities, we can actually embrace the best of every world. Any thoughts from your side? And I know that I have asked many questions to both Raghav and Swami. If you want to take a clue from some of the things you would like to cover, please feel free. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sabyasachi. I will answer the 2 questions that you asked me in the context of, kind of a broader view that I wanted to share. So when we talk about, technology in higher education, I think it's pertinent to actually take a step back and see, like, what do we mean by that, right? We talk about digitization, we talk about transformation, we talk about disruption. So, I think it will be helpful, if we talk about that a little bit more concretely, right? So otherwise, we can talk, it can be very vague. So like in other industries, digitization in higher education has been happening for a long time. It's not a new thing. Okay, so when you and I went to college, as probably most of others, we used to learn, we used to write in notebooks. The professors used to show slides that were, the plastic ones that they used to put on overhead projectors, right? So we saw content go digital, right? Everybody moved to, PowerPoint and videos and simulations and, lab software, all of that. So content went digital. Similarly, processes in higher education have been going digital for many years now, at least 2 decades. Right? Earlier, everything used to be manual, paper, so you saw academic institutions adopting various technology solutions, whether it is student information systems, attendance tracking, going online with admissions, using an LMS to distribute content, using technology for tracking placements, for taking student feedback, for doing faculty performance reviews, for tracking research output, for using an ERP to automate and track operations, right? So like in any other industry, this has also been happening, so there's nothing kind of new or really revolutionary there. It's been happening in higher education. And then of course, the pandemic actually showed who had that and who hadn't had that, and people who had digitized coped with it better, and people who hadn't digitized suffered more, right? And therefore the push towards more accelerated digitization. So, but other than digitization of the processes and digitization of content, what we are seeing in the last few years is digitization of education itself, overall education experience, which is basically the teaching learning process, the engagement process. That's really what is the new disruption that has happened. Till then it is all incremental, digitization and transformation. So what are we seeing now? Now we are actually seeing that there is complete transformation of education experience, teaching, learning happening online, students completing an entire course of education without ever meeting in person, right? So those were things that were not happening earlier. That's what is really changed. And here there is a lot of learnings that are coming from the professional education segment. So professional continuing education is the one that went online first, right? Because the stakes are relatively lower there. It is not regulated, and therefore it could be more agile. It could move faster. It could adopt and embrace technology faster. So that's what went first. Now, with the help of transformations that are happening even in regulatory, in the regulatory world, you're having the entire experience go online. Few things have happened because of that. One, you actually now have hybrid learning models that are becoming accessible and available. You're having flipped learning models, that are actually becoming available now. You're having completely online models, that are becoming available now. Geographic boundaries are falling away because of that increasing access, right? So now it doesn't matter where the institution or the provider of education is and where the consumer of education is, right? So geographic boundaries have actually fallen off. It is also because technology provides certain inherent advantages, we are able to lower the cost of education as well. Okay, so our keynote speaker spoke about this earlier, and so I think that's an extremely important point. Costs have come down, access has increased. Raghav just showed people consuming content from all parts of the world, remote part of India as well, remote parts included, right? So access has increased, but it has also meant that competition has grown, right? What used to earlier otherwise be a very regional competition among, peers that are located in a similar area, now they're having to compete on a much wider canvas, national canvas, as well as international canvas as well. And what that also does is it actually puts pressure on quality, right? When your competition increases, you have to actually get better. You have to have higher quality as well. Yeah. But the other big advantage that has happened is because of now things happening online, and because technology is getting used more, we're actually getting more visibility into the education process as well. Earlier, the teaching learning process, when it was offline, there's basically very little visibility that happens into what is happening. The only mechanism for us to know if a student is learning or not is through assessments. Okay. And typically assessments that happen like, a couple of times in a semester, once in the middle of the semester, once at the end of the semester. Right now, because things of the entire process happening online, we can actually get a visibility into the learning process all through the learning journey, right? So that's another big change that has happened. So what I've just described, all of this is the disruption that is happening. These are the changes that have happened in the last few years. And I do believe that while they will of course be used in online education, there are many good ideas and good value that has been discovered that will actually be used on-campus learning as well. Okay, so many things that I spoke about can actually benefit on-campus learning as well, and that is what is what should happen, which is that existing even traditional institutions can actually take advantage of the benefits provided by technology in traditional education. Okay, and just like we spoke about the benefits of traditional education in terms of their signaling value, in terms of the brand value, in terms of the club that it creates, and that so while you retain all of those advantages, and that is required, and to your point, the foundational life skills, I think those are very difficult to inculcate those in an online setting, right? So those will still be the preview of traditional education, where you come together, you go through life experiences together. So you can retain all of that in your traditional education, but bring in the advantages that have been discovered in online education. A few other implications of what has changed. One is that the definition of what is higher education is also changing now, right? So earlier, higher education would be undergraduate education, postgraduate education, and potentially doctoral education, right? This is basically what we historically viewed as higher education. Now this is getting dispersed, right? So higher education is suddenly moving from being just something that you do as postgraduate to all through your life, right? It's getting dispersed. You may not just do higher education when you finish, right? So it's called lifelong education, professional education, continuing education. There are different names to it. Is that higher education or is that not higher education, right? So that's where the definitions have become amorphous. The dispersion is also happening in the form of credentials, alternative credentials, right? So, Raghav showed a stack of different kinds of learning experiences that you can have. Similarly, there are, learning that people are having directly from experts and from influencers in different areas. There are micro credentials that have emerged, right? So there is dispersion happening in time as to when a learner will learn. There is dispersion happening in terms of how they learn, what are the mechanisms they learn, and there is dispersion happening in the credential that they get when they learn something. That's at the postgraduate level. Going forward, this could happen at the undergraduate level as well, right? Which is that, once you have these recognized banks of credits and where credits can actually be transferred across, universities, and there is a credible transfer mechanism that's there, you can actually see people taking much longer to complete an undergraduate degree, right? They can actually do something at some point, work for some time, do something at another point, and then string together what is a traditional degree in a much longer period of time. So UG education can get dispersed as well. So these are some of the implications of the possibilities created by technology, and these are also the disruptions that are created by technology.
Right? Thanks, Mohan. And I'm fully with you, because the more and more days to come, I think technology is going to play a significant role in our education. And one other thing, the good sign is, to your point, there are many competitors who are actually coming and trying to help the students. And in my view, it is good for India, it is good for the students, because ultimate goal for each one of us is to reach out to the students and to help them to get better equipped to perform in their job and to write their own frames in their own way. And that's the best thing that is happening in India today. And technology is bringing down the cost of education. That's also another one, and anybody can have access. Probably we need to work a little bit on our infrastructure side, and I'm sure that what is not possible today, it is going to come in your way tomorrow. Thanks once again for all the insights, Mohan. I'm going to Mayank, the co-founder and MD of Upgrad. Hey, Mayank, great to see you. So great discussions from all the keynote speakers and from all the panelists. So a couple of things, Mayank. I would like to understand from you a little bit of futuristic view of EdTech. Because if you really happen to see the way technology is transforming, I'm sure that will also evolve, because the kind of feedback we are receiving from the market, all of us will change over a period of time. So what's your view in terms of how the EdTech companies are going to evolve in 2030s or maybe going forward? If you really would like to take a futuristic view, over to you. And then maybe another question, let me put it together so that you can answer it in one go. I think Raghav spoke about it, Mayank spoke about it, and Swami also spoke during the conversation. I think many of the learnings, it is getting personalized. And like I will learn as much I want to, and then there are courses available, content available. EdTech companies are enabling us to learn as I want to learn. Do you see that is the future of education going forward, that it is going to become more personalized learning than a set of courses, set of bouquet, and you need to cover everything? What's your view?
Sure, no, thanks, Sabyasachi. And it's difficult to follow up after almost everything to do with EdTech and education has been covered by Swami, Raghav, and Mohan. So I'll try to fill up whatever I can. So that's why thank you for giving me an easier question of what 2030 will look like. Had I known, I would have been sitting in a very different place altogether.
Give me a treat.
Yeah.
When we see each other.
Yes.
I'm in your town or you are in my town.
Absolutely. Now, I would say maybe for me, just a few things that definitely come to my mind, because we always, while we are, while running a business every day, you feel that it's the worst decision that you took of starting something because everything is breaking down. But in the evening, you definitely are forced to think about what 2030 will look like. And on that note, I just feel maybe picking up on what everybody else said, I'll maybe pick up 6-7 things that I definitely feel what future will entail. First one that genuinely comes to my mind to what Mohan said, that look, education is getting online. And I also feel that in today's context, outcomes are going online. And that's something that we saw. The first wave was all about access, then it moved towards completion rates, and now actually people are delivering outcomes online. And I do believe that future is going to be a lot about outcomes, and people will measure outcomes very, very rigorously in the education space. It has already started, so it's nothing. I mean, it's not that it's completely going to be new, but outcomes will become ever more pervasive in the future. Second, I feel personally that that concept of one and done, that by 23, 26, 27, you should be done with your education. And again, Raghav touched upon this lifelong learning concept, and people will continue to learn on an ongoing basis. My personal belief is, this is how I foresee that education will become like flight travel, that every 7 days or 8 days or once in a month, you are taking up a flight to travel from one place to another. You will take up a new program as pervasive as what travel is, or as pervasive as what telecom is, etc. today, because education will be required on an ongoing basis and not just as an event in somebody's life and somebody's career journey at one point of time. The third thing which I believe education will get impacted quite significantly is this human touch-led engine. And I do believe that Swami did talk about a lot of technology intervention that is coming in. And one of the things that he touched upon, that how technology can drive a lot of human interventions. And as we scale up in the future, whether it is coaching, whether it is mentoring, whether it is hand-holding or touch, which today I think slowly is coming into education, but will become far more critical as we look at the future, because technology will actually bring in teachers online. Technology will not bring in content online. I think the first phase that happened, which was a lot about making content accessible, will end up bringing teachers online and getting the teaching community online. Education will also, my fourth big theme and mega trend is going to be around communities, that people will learn in communities or people will grow in communities, and you will see multiple communities getting formed within education. What we are seeing in social media in some format will start happening in education, and community actually leads towards outcomes much better. I mean, the communities that work really well, that have got common outcomes or common goals. I mean, a marathon community works. Somebody who's applying for management education, that community works. If there's a certain specific goal in mind, communities will come together and will engage and move forward much, much faster. The last 2 points, the fifth and sixth one for me, is we'll move a lot more from hard to soft. And I know I don't like the word soft skill. I would rather call it power skills or something else. But there is a lot of focus today on hard skills, and that's the first thing that goes online, and which is the right thing to happen. But as we move towards in the future, you will see a lot of softer aspect getting taught online, whether it is leadership, whether it is coaching, whether it is communication, negotiation and stuff, which is already happening, but it will start happening with practical applications going forward. And the last one, which will perhaps give me a segue to come to the personalization point, is having individual having their own knowledge profile or skill profile built in with a lot of data coming in. Because a lot of data will get generated, a lot of data will get captured, a lot of data will get, people will take informed decision that you will have your own knowledge passport or skill passport, such that when you go for the next job interview, before giving out the visa for you to join the organization, people will check your skill passport, whether you have the right credentials to come in or cannot not come in. And I think that sets the foundation. And those are the 5-6 things that I do believe the future will hold and future will entail. But coming to personalized education, and I'm coming back to 2022 and not 2030. I personally, Sabyasachi, I'm not a very big fan of personalized learning, because I believe it's a very, very complicated problem, and sometimes it gets taken a little bit more casually in certain places. But I was doing some study and I realized that even to study a class 5 mathematics or class 3 mathematics, there are about 1 billion ways in which a learner can learn. And therefore, mapping that using data with standardized data for those many learners and making 1 billion plus path for one grade is a very, very tough problem, because we don't have enough data points if we truly want to solve for personalized education. What I do believe will happen in maybe 2 to 3 phases as we look at building the skill passport. I think number one is from personalized education. The first wave that will start is personalized support. With a lot of data, what kind of support can be offered to different kind of learners? Because support is productized, and personalized information will give you what kind of products, what kind of support that we can offer to a particular learner. The second phase that will happen from personalized support will get to personalized content and personalized content consumption. While I do like the concept of what Netflix suggests, what you should watch, I sometimes believe there is no relationship between one movie to the next movie that they are recommending. It is just a better way of saying this is what gods want to watch, and therefore they just put an AI. So I've started realizing that AI is a good term to put. If you want your consumer to do something, you can just tell them AI recommended you doing this. But at the right time, I do believe personalized content will come in as part of how people will watch one content to another content to third content. And I think then once the personalized support and personalized content consumption comes together, is when I truly believe personalized education will come into play. When you know what support to come at what time and what content to be pushed out. It's going to take time. I think we are in a very early stage. School education is much better place to start with personalized content, while adult learning and working professionals are better place to start with personalized support. But if we start with those two themes, I do believe that not today, not tomorrow, but in the next 5-6 years, personalized education will start forming a better shape. Today, I'm a biggest detractor, but I'm hoping that in the next 5 years, I become the biggest promoter of this phenomenon.
Thank you so much, Mayank. Many of the things that you're talking, I think we need to handle them as we go along. And I already have started receiving few questions on the chat box. But Swami, before I go in there, what Mayank was talking, like the skill passport, that is already happening. Almost everybody, whoever is going for an interview, already know who is coming to you, their profile, what kind of certification they already have. You don't refer to those paper CVs anymore, right? It is in front of you, and you just base your question based on that. Now, one question before as I said, going into the question that I have received on the chat window, this personalized learning. Do you think today, many a times we are forced to learn, even if you don't want to learn something? And the personalized learning, if it ever takes a shape, will be ignoring a significant portion of learning, which is being entrusted to us and we are forced to do. But in case of personal learning, we'll have a choice to make. What's your view?
Very true, Sachi, but I'm going to take 30 seconds to extend one interesting thing to what Mayank said on the future, if you allow me. This is a conversation with a couple of young higher education students I was having a few months back. And look at the way they look at the future, the technology in higher education. This student is asking, is there a way by which you can give me a chip that can be implanted in our body that has got all the things that is required, and it is completely integrated with the brain system, and the brain can access the entire knowledge. And like we all go and charge our EV, we can go and charge every month in order to add the additional things that I need to learn instead of going through this tough path of learning. I just want to tell you that's the view that the students carry in terms of technology in learning. But coming back to your question on personalization, I agree with Mayank on that one view, that the options that that we have on personalization is very, very wide. And how do you zero in? Yes, we can use multiple sets of algorithms, but I think we need to look at it in two extremes. One is, yes, we have access to all the options. The second is to narrow down to 2 or 3 ways by which we can infer what the student likes or how we can do it, and try and do it over a period of time. So it's not going to be either or, in my view, but definitely it gives an opportunity. Probably some of the technologies that we have today, which has got the ability to quickly analyze the patterns over a period of time, maybe not just from the student, but similar cohorts, that we can look at it and see how we can drive that, will be an opportunity. We in TCS are doing a significant amount of research in this space. Not giving up yet, Mayank, but definitely we believe that a great opportunity to help the students narrow down the options and learn over a period of time.
Great. And let me quickly switch to the questions that I have got, and I'll follow the order. Raghav, I'll come to you first, and then probably Mohan. Not trying to do any kind of AI simulation who will take which question. I'm just going one after the other. So the first question that I have got, while live streaming platforms like Teams, Zoom were used, quite massively during the pandemic, what are the technologies which are going to make greater impact on quality of higher education in the future? Raghav, over to you. Do you want me to repeat the question?
No, I got that. Thank you. So from what I'm hearing with a lot of university leaders that I interact with, I think you probably need 3-4 types of tech platforms. You need a Zoom or a Teams, because some amount of teaching might continue on a Zoom or Teams. Although in general, for both faculty and students, live teaching on Zoom has been quite stressful. Then you possibly need some kind of an LMS platform to manage everything that's coming together. Third, you need a platform like Coursera, where there is some amount of asynchronous teaching happening as well. And fourth, you probably need a proctoring or an assessment platform. I should say a proctoring platform, where a combination of various kinds of assessments can be delivered. So I would say possibly these 4 types of tech platforms.
Thank you so much, Raghav. So
can
you
I
spoke
just
about...
add to that, Sabyasachi?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So what I'd like to say is that Zoom and Teams are actually not educational software. Right? They were created for video conferencing and for basically like groups communicating. It just so happened that they were readily available when COVID happened, and like everybody started embracing them, right? So we should not be thinking of them as educational software at all. Okay. So now what is it that can actually help and impact the quality of higher education? Just like in any industry, the software that really works is what is actually custom made for that industry. In education as well, you actually now have like learning platforms that are purpose built for the higher education sector. For example, if I use our own experience, like the Great Learning Technology Platform, right? It encapsulates all aspects of the education experience, all the way from somebody coming into the system with an admissions, all the way till them leaving the system with a job in hand. Okay, everything in between is actually very seamlessly integrated, and you can actually track everything that's happening, right? Okay, what is a student actually supposed to do? Are they doing it? Is it happening at the right time? Who are the teachers that they are supposed to learn from? And attending a live class is one aspect of it. Taking an assessment is one aspect of it. Consuming some content and some material is another aspect of it. Doing a project is another aspect of it. Interacting with their classmates is another aspect of it. Working in a team is another aspect of it, right? So all of these are very essential ingredients. Getting feedback, on what their performance, and similarly the teachers getting feedback on how they are doing, the content being reviewed to see can it be better or not, right? These are all the use cases that actually happen in the education process, right? So I think increasingly, education will have to adopt technology platforms that are purpose built for it, that actually improve all aspects of the educational experience, as opposed to just one or the other, right? So point solutions will never give you the same impact as a holistic solution. On our platform, for example, within a month into somebody's learning experience, we can predict, is this person going to complete the program or not? Are they at risk of dropping off? Are they at risk of failure? All of that we can do because we track so many aspects of what they are doing and what they are not doing. And because we can predict it, we can intervene proactively, right? And we can, we talked about personalization. Personalization is a vague topic,
Mohan,
right? But it can be offered in a variety of ways if you have an integrated solution.
Yeah, no, Mohan, thanks for the insights. And I think we are talking about the learning platform and the experience that is getting attached to the learning platform, right? And then almost every platform is doing quite a lot of analytics, providing the data points, where the students are falling short, what kind of intervention is needed. And then that's the beauty of technology. I think almost everybody is providing that, and then whoever is not doing that, they will come up and then will provide that kind of, basics, because that's the basic, I call it. Coming quickly to the next question, and then Mayank, if you can answer this, how do you really see the use of AI and VR in the management education? If you please can share some insights.
I think right now, I do believe that usage of VR is quite there's some time away, just because of the cost of equipment on the other side is quite prohibitively expensive. And did you include AI in that also, right? Not just VR. So AI, I think we can still get it done. VR comes much later in the alphabetical order, so it is just going to take some time for it to get adopted. But from an AI perspective, right now, even as you look at it, if it is not AR, I'm just talking from an artificial intelligence perspective, there's a lot of data that is getting generated even today, as what even just Mohan said, that look, once a learner comes in, you have a lot of background data. Within 1 month, you capture a lot of information about whether the learner is doing something or not. Those information are very critical for online education specifically, because completion is very important for anyone to sort of achieve the right kind of outcome. Even for the kind of jobs that people are looking for, if you tell us that these are the 15 type of jobs or 3 type of jobs that I'm looking for, platforms today, all platforms that are there in the conversation in the panel today, they have an ability to capture enough information to be able to articulate what kind of job will this person be better suited for. Or even in school education, for that matter, as they're going through this, you can predict which learner will perform better in examination, which learner may not perform better. So from a AI perspective, there are enough use cases. While there are interesting models that have emerged in the ecosystem, both for AR and VR, I just believe from an India market perspective, it is some time away before we see a true adoption of AR and VR. If AR and VR get adopted, a lot of practical hands-on application-led education models can be replicated online. But today, as we speak, I just believe the infrastructure is not fully there for AR and VR, while AI and data science, definitely there's a lot of use cases happening in education right now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mayank. And then Mohan, I'll come to you. There is an interesting question. It's a long question, but if I got it right, what it says that there has been a latest research conducted by Brookings. And the bottom line is that the developers of the so-called educational apps, and who really study how the children, they learn, both these two parties, they are not connecting with each other at all. So your app development is happening without taking into the confidence of the final users. Okay, I believe that is the question which has been asked. What's your view? You are on mute, Mohan.
Yeah. So I agree with that observation, because I think what we have seen so far is in some sense first generation of apps, right? And in the first generation of apps, what is being solved is access. Okay, basically putting content in front of children, putting the application in front of children, getting them to use it. That's the first generation of apps, and that's basically what, if I talk about, in the largest platform in India for children's learning, which is Byju's, right? So Byju's learning app is basically about providing access to content, high quality content, but that everybody can actually use and benefit from, so that you're now not dependent on the quality of your teacher, which varies very widely, so that you can have a standardized base, right? But does it actually take into account how learning happens, and does it take learning science into account? The answer is no, because the first problem that you're solving is, how do you get quality content into the hands of everybody as cost effectively and as reliably, as robustly as possible, right? So that's the first generation. But of course, we recognize that this is a problem that has to be solved. So now there is research going on where there are actually learning scientists, psychologists, sociologists, all of these kinds of folks, and their inputs are actually coming into the learning process. For example, the Byju's group has set up a learning lab and an innovation center in London, where there are very, very good people that have actually been brought together to precisely do this. So when you see the next generation of apps that come out, they're actually going to be much, much more sophisticated about this. Where there will be handles that will be there, where experience for different kids will be different. It's not going to be the same experience for everyone. So I think we just have to give it some more time where we get to the second generation. The first generation was about access. The second generation is going to be much more about effectiveness and personalization and learning outcomes. All of those kinds of things are going to come in the second generation.
Yeah, I fully agree, Mohan. And I'm sure the tech companies, it will evolve. And most importantly, it is all about the market and who is creating this market. It is the final consumers, right? It is the students. If they don't like an app, if they don't like some platform, they'll dump it.
They won't use it.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. And then things will evolve. Things will evolve. Now, I think we are almost on the almost on top of the hour. I'm sure things will change over a period of time. The collaboration between academia, industry, edutech, companies, it is just going to intensify, and it is going to be a very interesting thing to happen in the future. And I'll be looking forward to see how edtech companies probably are going to evolve as we go along, maybe in 2047, when we'll be celebrating the century of independence, how India is going to respond to the need, and where do we actually take our knowledge level for the real consumers to excel in the global market. So while we'll be deliberating, debating, and contributing to this, my sincere thanks to all of you. And once again, AIMA, thank you so much for inviting me and all my panel members to be part of this discussion. Over to you for the concluding remark. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabyasachi.
Well, that was quite an insightful and forward-thinking deliberations from the captains of the EdTech industry. Thank you, Mr. Das. Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Lakamraju, Mr. Mayank Kumar, and a sincere thanks for sharing your thoughts and ideas and joining us today. Thank you again.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the next session on the new world, new learning system. Stay tuned. We will begin in a few minutes, sharp at 3:30.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you are a young student out there or whether you are practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
Congratulations. Thank you. आपको किस चीज ने इंस्पायर किया है?
पापा, मैं बड़ा होके ईगल बनना चाहता हूँ।
दिल की सारी ख्वाहिशें करने लगी है ये साजिशें, है जो आंगन में तेरे सजा कर रखा है दिल में ये, वो सपनों की दुनिया में तुझको ले चलूं। मिली है जो हिम्मत दर पे तेरे, खुले अब ये सपनों के बस्ते मेरे। मैं उड़ने लगा हूँ, मैं बढ़ने लगा हूँ, जो सपने थे देखे हाँ मैंने जीने लगा हूँ।
मारवाड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी, डिस्कवर your dreams.
As students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests. What issues motivate you? What gives you hope? Who will inspire the next great discovery? Once you find where your path starts, we're here to help you cross the finish line. Microsoft Learn is a place for secondary school and higher education students to develop skills for the future, where you can gain a deeper understanding of AI or cloud computing and get hands-on with coding technologies. It's a place to gain real-world experience, prepare for future careers, and use your tech skills for social good. Because at Microsoft, we believe the power to change the world is in your hands. So, what are you waiting for? Find your path to making a difference on Microsoft Learn.
Students have big dreams. They're not just searching for a job. Today's students want to make a difference, do work that matters, and find their place in the world. But the journey from education to employment isn't always straightforward. All students have a different path based on their unique aspirations, interests, and skills. How can we turn these aspirations into actionable steps? Introducing Career Coach, a new Microsoft Teams for Education app powered by LinkedIn. With Career Coach, institutions can empower their students with personalized guidance as they discover their career path, grow real-world skills, and build their network. Career Coach meets students right where they are. It can identify skills they've gained from previous experiences and ones they're interested in learning. Then, students can take action. They can set career goals, track progress, and find experiences to feel confident on their journey. Students can easily explore career options that match their skills and interests and be inspired by alumni career paths. Career Coach makes it easy to grow real-world skills. Students can explore learning opportunities across institutional resources and different learning catalogs in one place. Career Coach brings students together with their peers, faculty, and alumni so they can feel supported every step of the way. Institutions gain valuable insights to optimize curriculum development, drive engagement, and enhance student experience. And students get personalized guidance to navigate a career journey full of opportunities to achieve more. Learn more about Career Coach today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is titled New World, New Learning System. We have our keynote speaker with us, Dr. Furqan Qamar, Professor of Management, CMS, Jamia Millia Islamia. It's an honor for us to invite him to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join here in this panel discussion. As a keynote address, I'll take only a couple of minutes indicating all the possibilities that the future presents to us. And I believe that what all technology enthusiasts could not do in 10 years, I think the corona pandemic did in the past 2 years, and exposing us to all possibilities to learning and the kind of development that might take in the future. Some time ago, I had written a piece, and I'm picking up some pieces from that article that I had written about the future. So I'm assuming that given the way we are moving, the campuses may cease to exist, and the teaching learning may be transformed from physical to virtual. And the rapid technological advancements would abet the transition quite rapidly. All the limitations of availability of energy and the data divide, I believe in long run would be taken care. Perhaps man-made sun would become a perpetual source of light and energy, making access to electricity at a frugal fare for all. The network connectivity would move perhaps to 9G and 10G, maybe beamed through a space station, would enable probably the terabits connectivity, and would be available to all nooks and corners, irrespective of the location, irrespective of the limitations of people. The future world may see communication going global. It's already, but from global to becoming universal, and probably may not need any device to access. Probably a prenatal bionic chip administered during pregnancy would serve multiple purpose of universally accepted unique identification authority, which will, and also the universal fintech service access, which will also provide people with an automatic license to lifetime access to unlimited data and use of universe wide web. And we need no device, but just by blinking our eyes or movement or some gestures will prove our identity, we'll be able to pay taxes, we'll be able to file our returns, we'll receive funds, transact, invest, and walk into augmented reality. Maybe we will also see a situation in future where some 10% of our people would make home at moon, while another 5% may colonize the Mars that by now would be terraformed by our efforts. And with substantial business interest here on the globe, they would keep coming and going through teleport between this earth and the other places. Maybe a minuscule minority of the earthlings like us occasionally get to traverse the universe in pods, mostly for business. Perhaps universal basic income would become a norm. Everybody shall have a minimum level of income that would be available to him for all the transactional need. And when these things would be happening in future, the education would obviously remain will not remain untouched. So the technology-aided teaching with artificial intelligence and machine learning enabled evaluation would become a norm. And when this become a norm, there would be no need to put any kind of restrictions on the intake of students, and that will become soon redundant. So any institution could admit any number of students. And as a result, learners from low-ranked institutions would migrate in hordes to the top-ranked universities. And with no institutions on their roll, most of these low-quality higher educational institutions would either close down, consolidate, merge, or finally get settled as a lifelong learning and skill augmenting tertiary education centers. Probably the social media and the web presence would take over as a career guidance counselor advising potential learners with AI curated courses customized for individual aptitudes. And when this would happen, the student would be perhaps unshackled from the clutches of a single university, permitting seamless qualification access and portability across institutions in the universe. Luckily, our national education policy also does not visualize to this extent, but at least permit for the establishment of the academic bank of credit that you go on accumulating credit from whatever source you want to, or maybe, who knows, even the prior learning, and go on depositing this in the academic bank of credit. And later on, you approach some university, some qualification authority to recognize those accumulated learning into a qualification. I'm going a step beyond. As institutions would give way to individual sovereignty, now these students are sovereign. The students accumulate their credits from a wide variety of courses. And why they be limited only to MOOCs, massive open online modules? Maybe they might become humongous open online modules offered by why only humans? Maybe the courses would be offered by humans, humanoids, and cyborg, accredited by the University Higher Education Teaching and Accreditation Authority. So maybe this new authority would be a body to recognize and to accredit who all could teach courses by using any platform or any technology. Of course, they would not offer these courses free of charge, but they will fine-tune their charges according to their TRPs and popularities and with due regards to market consideration. And when this would happen, even the top-ranked universities would lose their relevance and perhaps would be replaced by a universal level higher education qualification authority, one for the whole universe, which would assess, award qualification, and maybe the qualification would come with an expiry tag that this qualification is valid up to this period of time, beyond which it shall have no relevance, and therefore you shall have to come back to this qualification authority with new sets of qualification that you may have accumulated through this humongous World Wide Web or open access online courses. Maybe the research would also become automatic. If not automatic, individuals' research competence and capability scores, maybe you could call it as research acumen and accomplishment index, would be generated and curated through their social media profile. And they would automatically be identified funded in high priority areas. Research results would be pre-published. They are already being pre-published, but they would also be reviewed. And if you find that they are of some value and could be monetized, then they could be safely stored at locations which are so secure that only limited authorized number of people have these access. So these are the kind of possibilities and the potentials that is being presented to us. And if this potential and this kind of future is the future of the world and of the learning, then we are perhaps also designing and working towards killing our higher education and are also perhaps killing our whole learning environment. Going by the history, I have a feeling that perhaps none of these things would happen. Technology would certainly progress. It would be helpful in improving quality, but as soon as the circumstances are better, the world would be like it used to be, and the universities would return to their old ways. I just recall and close that for 200, 300 years, when we had Black Death, plagues, many people, many universities in Europe would close down and people would migrate to villages. But none of those villages became ever the Academy of Teaching and Learning. Rather, as soon as the threat of the plague was over, the universities became alive again in their old format. I also recall that this Spanish flu, the population of India declined during 1911 and 1921 census, but the number of universities during the period grew up, and none of the universities which were established during 1911 to 1921 were anyway different from the universities that existed before the Spanish flu. So while I realize that technology opens all these possibilities, I see technology only as a substitute, only as an addition or as a value addition to the existing ways of teaching courses. They are not likely to become a substitute to the conventional teaching learning process. So to begin with, I will stop here to allow more discussion on the theme and the topics amongst the panelists. And if the need be, I can come again. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Qamar, for your presence amongst us and for your enriching address. May I invite Dr. Raj Agarwal to take this conversation ahead.
Sir, this panel discussion is going to be started from 4. Dr. Dinesh Singh, Dr. Maitri, Mr. Anand Sudarshan, and Dr. Janat Shah. They are going to join from 4 to 4:55. So we can have, you have raised 2-3 very fundamental questions, and which are very relevant, in fact, in a context of new education policy. So we would like to know first from you, because there is a lot of talk that credit transfer will take place, and then this credit transfer is not going to be only in India among different kind of institution, but this is going to be globally. But what is important that this approach of this credit transfer, and you highlighted that there is going to be some kind of this framework, and this framework is going to neutralize the impact of high-ranking institutions. So how this is going to be possible? First, that what kind of mechanism is there to equalize the credit when we are going to talk about credit transfer.
So thank you, Raj Agrawalji. I think the program started a bit abruptly. I thought that, okay, maybe 10 minutes and the panel has started and we shall have a discussions. Anyway, good that you are asking some very fundamental questions. What I did in my presentation was that I said that I accept all the technological possibilities. And with every technological inventions and developments, there are new possibilities that are emanating. And all the questions that are being raised, like you raised questions about how it would be possible, I said that all of those things could be addressed. So maybe there would be, as I indicated in my keynote, that, okay, there might be a universal higher education qualification authority. Maybe forget about universal, but supposing at every nation, at the national level, you have a national higher education qualification authority. And this national higher education qualification authority would adopt a kind of mechanism based on a number of factors. Now, without technology, it becomes a big task as to how to evaluate the worth of the qualification that a person has obtained. But with technology, with artificial intelligence, and with all programs and courses being offered in digital mode, it is just possible to know also not only the name of the course, but also the input that has gone into the pedagogy that has been used into, and using all of these, the machine learning process or artificial intelligence processes may evaluate the worth of those qualifications. So it is possible, technologically it is possible that, okay, this qualification authority has this mechanism, and the moment you feed that, okay, this qualification was taken by a student from this particular place in this particular mode, it throws up that with its own benchmark or with the best benchmark where it stands to, and translate that into credit. So technological possibility is there. The point that I am raising is that when this happens at the national level, the universities become redundant, because presently the universities have powers to determine qualification. Now the power of the universities are taken over nationally. And when nationally this happens, so somebody could say that there is still a barrier in the seamlessness. So why there has to be so many qualifications? So, okay, you can have only one qualification authority at the international level. And maybe if people are living at Mars and moons, incorporating all of them at that level. And then, so these are all possible things. But as you said, that till we become technologically so advanced, and under this ABC scheme that the National Education Policy provides for, it will be a huge task to determine the worth and the value of qualification obtained from different sources. And I was therefore not surprised that having made this prescription, now when they are working out the details, they are limiting this to some select top universities and so on and so forth, assuming that the best universities would be able to offer the best possible courses. It may still take a long time to settle for people to realize this. But in terms of the multiple entry and multiple exits, I think for your own students, or by any university for its own students, it is far more easier process. That, okay, you allow students to join, and then this students pursues, if not for the whole duration, wants to leave in between, this students could be given not the degree, but could be given a partial qualification. And that student could come back. But when you want to extend it to the students who have obtained partial qualification from many different institutions, then there are challenges that has to be overcome. But the technology opens possibilities that, okay, you would be able to overcome those challenges. So I hope I tried to answer your question. Rajiv.
Yes, sir. This is a quite good and very comprehensive reply by taking into consideration that technology is going to be a new regulator. So another thing, sir, because what is happening that earlier this long run was 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, and short run was 3 years, 4 years. But now technology has reduced this long run to a short run. That just after 2 or 3 years, this technology is changing and this technology is very dynamic. And in this disruption, we have to identify that what are the new learning system, even for a short run, that is going to be in existence, which most of the institutions in India can adopt. India as well as in abroad, they can adopt.
Very difficult. I mean, there is one view that the way the technology is advancing and the way the knowledge is getting obsolete. Not only the knowledge, but the skills are getting obsolete because the skills are linked to the availability, your ability to use an existing technology to deliver your task. So they are getting obsolete very rapidly. So say, for example, if I'm in a university and I'm designing courses for a particular degree, I'm not very sure that what knowledge and what skills would be needed amongst our students, say, by the time they graduate from us. And therefore, it's extremely a challenging task to design the courses to meet the market requirement or the social needs or the economic needs of the society. That is why there is a view which says that if you develop in people the ability to keep on learning themselves and to keep on upgrading their knowledge themselves, then they would be able to adapt to different situations as they would face in future. And therefore, many would suggest that I think the focus of the higher education, rather than making people learn subjects in such details as they are being done now, you create amongst them the ability to think laterally, become a thinking being, so that they could themselves be part of bringing in kind of innovation, developments, keep on learning, keep on upgrading, and joining the workforce and the task forces in the future. So the future lies there. So some people would say that the future universities would not be the brick and mortar university. They would all be a kind of space where the knowledge would be transacted through platforms, through portals, which most of the technology and edtech companies are hoping that it would be the future. But there are also a thought process, they will say that the universities of the future would in fact be the very old kind of university and with very old methods of asking questions, responding or trying to find out questions, the old blackboard and the chalk model of keep on playing, toying with various ideas and coming up with new discoveries. So we have to try to see that which form, which shape it takes.
Fine, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Next question, I think that this has come from audience. How we can derive an equilibrium between online and classroom teaching?
You see, so far there was an equilibrium. It was a decision of an individual to go for a virtual mode of learning, to a distant mode of learning, to an open mode of learning, or to take admission in face-to-face learning. So this was one option available to him or to her. And the other option that was available to her was that to join a campus where she would be studying in face-to-face in physical mode. It was the pandemic which disturbed this equilibrium. So what happened was that those who had taken admission in a physical in-person mode classes, they were compelled by the circumstances to move to a situation where all the teaching and learning went virtual. And that is why I said initially that as the pandemic would settle, what would be the situation? There are some people who would say that now this pandemic has told us that online teaching and learning works very well. There is no need for brick and mortar university. I see Sudarshanji listening very carefully. And therefore, all the rush that you see in the edtech companies, because they are seeing that they would be able to fill in this vacuum, because they believe that universities themselves may perhaps not be able to capitalize on this opportunity. But as I said, that at least the experiences that we had so far in the history, Dinesh Singhji is here and I think he would be explaining it more, tells us that every time we experience some difficulties, a new form of learning emanated. And we thought that this new form would replace the old and conventional form. But then very soon we found that this old form adapted the new form and they both coexisted. But then the conventional teaching learning processes continue to remain valid and important. So yes, given the present experience that everybody has with this technology, I think many things would continue to remain on technology platforms. Say, for example, even I was talking to my students saying that, okay, now we are moving to in-person. So the lectures would happen, but all the materials, etc., that we were sending earlier during the pandemic time through your Google Classroom or through other learning management system, those would continue to save us time, to save us hassle, to save us perhaps money. Maybe many other administrative tasks, meetings, etc. would continue. But I think these students are clamoring to return back to campus because somehow they are missing something which they were earlier getting in a class room situation. So perhaps the new equilibrium would set in there, blending these two things for two different factors and reasons.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your very comprehensive reply.
Thank you, Dr. Kamar and Dr. Raj Agarwal. We move on to our panel discussion now, titled New World, New Learning System. It is our pleasure to welcome our distinguished panel of the session, chaired by Dr. Dinesh Singh, Chancellor, K.R. Mangalam University, Dr. Bhimraya Maitri, Director, IIM Nagpur, who will be joining us shortly. He's just confirmed that he's having some connectivity issues and should be here with us any moment now. Mr. Anand Sudarshan, Founder and Director, Silvant Advisors. Dr. Janat Shah, Director, IIM Udaipur. May I request Dr. Dinesh Singh to please initiate this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I presume I am audible and also visible.
Yes.
So I must add that because of some goof up in my scheduling, I have had to conduct this in my car. But hopefully it shall go all right. The signal seems to be all right. I'm delighted to be here and my job is to moderate this session. So I'm going to very briefly, in just a couple of minutes, set the tone. And I would urge the speakers then to take up the mantle and give us greater insights. And towards the end, I will sum up in about 5 minutes. I presume we have about an hour. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I have just emerged from an in-person meeting of a group of academics And we were taken up with two aspects of the learning process that has happened in the last 2 years. One, the emotional stress and trauma that teacher and taught alike have had to undergo right through the 2 years, and how it has affected learning, how it will affect learning in the future. And two, what are the inferences, learnings, and insights that we have acquired because of technology? Has it been an aid? Was it just a mechanical substitute for what would have been a good in-person experience? Or is there a future that we could build on? And I would like the panelists to look at our discussion today a little bit from these two perspectives, because whether it's a pandemic or something else, students do undergo stress. Institutions do suffer for all kinds of reasons. I mean, in a certain part of the world right now, there is a war that is looming. In fact, it has begun. I'm sure learning has been badly affected. And I'm told that students in India too are also affected, traumatized, because they're far more aware of what happens in different parts of the world. So my own experience in this matter of technology-based learning is that it has needlessly acquired a bad name. I can just mention very briefly 3 experiments that I have conducted. From the first was in 1992, when there was no talk of technology-based education, and I conducted an experiment with Doordarshan National. They wanted to test a new technology, satellite technology for broadcasting, and we decided to broadcast live 6 school lectures of the 12th grade on calculus, 40 minutes each, one lecture a day for 6 consecutive days. But the advantage was that these lectures were accessible to all of India on national television, and they had 12 classrooms in different parts of the country where the students could interrupt me live through a telephonic arrangement so that they could ask questions. They were given the opportunity to interrupt at any stage when I was speaking. And they asked lots of questions. And I really enjoyed it, but I had no idea how these things went. Until a month later, Doordarshan called me over to the studio and they showed me a room full of sacks of mail. Those were pre-email days, and there were sacks and sacks of mail. And they told me, this is your fan mail, take a look at this. Of course, I couldn't go through all of them. They were from all parts of the country. Excuse me. But I went through about 30, 40 of those letters, randomly picked. I remember they were from Assam, Kerala, Bombay, small cities, Kashmir, Delhi, everywhere. And I could see 3 common refrains. One, they said, why did you stop them? 2, for the first time, we have understood and enjoyed calculus. And 3, why don't our teachers teach like this? Why am I telling you this? Not to heap praise on my own efforts, but the point that this simple technology, such crude technology, I was in a studio that had 2 huge cameras, one above my head, one in front of me. I used to stand in front of a giant desk, and I would just write on the desk with 3 colored chart paper pens, blue, red, and green. And here was the success that we had with that experiment. And so I realized the power of technology for the first time in 92, and I had had no interest in education before that. I was dragged into that experiment, but I realized how fruitful it was for me. The second experiment I conducted, again, this is another aspect of technology. A colleague of mine, a very gifted mathematician, and I built a totally artificial intelligence-based calculus learning lesson. It took us a great deal of effort and a huge amount of funding. A whole lesson on how to learn the calculus with some basic things. This was meant again for 12th grade students. And then we went to a very prominent school of Delhi. In this school, known for the number of students it used to get into the IIT programs each year, we conducted a simple experiment. We took 50 students who had just sat for the IIT entrance exam. and we asked the school to prepare 2 identical same level calculus question papers, which were of a good nature. We gave those 50 students that question paper and asked them to fill it as best as they could, respond as best as they could, based on all the preparations they had done for the IIT entrance. Then we locked them in a lab and gave them access to this artificial intelligence desktop system that we had created. And at the end of some time, they went through a similar test again. And we saw that the average performance had shot up remarkably. More interestingly, once again, the students said that we enjoyed and understood calculus for the first time. They had not really understood it while preparing for the IIT. No teacher was involved. That's my second important learning. And my third learning was when I undertook an experiment of a different kind. I collected a bunch of students in Bangalore and in Delhi. And again, we just used very basic technology, got them to look at some lessons on YouTube about how these were 6th grade students, how they could use the rays of the sun, a little bit of knowledge on parallel lines that they had read on their own, and measure the circumference of the earth jointly between the students of Delhi and Bangalore. Once again, the feedback was so encouraging. All I'm trying to say is that technology offers us great many opportunities. And I just want to set the tone now and ask my panelists one by one to try and see if they could use this or have their own views, and we'll take the discussion forward. Thank you. So could I ask my next panelist, please?
We request Dr. Bhimarai Maitri to please contribute.
Thank you very much. Thank Professor Dinesh Singh ji and my other fellow colleagues, Sudarshan ji, Professor Janas Shah. I think the topic, the new world and new way of learning. So I think it is a great topic. And in this continuously changing world, a speed of change has taken over the size of the organization. And also the technological disruption is happening very often continuously like a flowing water. Old is not dead, new is not born, always we are in a transition stage. In this kind of physical world, physical and digital, in this kind of digital world, now what kind of learning is going to work out? The traditional way of teaching or pedagogy is not going to work out. And also the hybrid is going to be the continuous phenomena, and it is going to be the future. So in this kind of situation, there are 2-3 ways one can look into the new way of learning. Number one, I think today what we are doing, evaluation, it is a stone age. Probably one may get a 90 or 95, 99 marks, but if you test their ability, competency, capability, it is a question mark. Because it doesn't test the tenacity, doesn't test the courage, the curiosity, the confidence, the risk-taking ability. These are not tested by our current examination system. So that is where what I suggest is, number one, I think the today's technological world, the gamification is going to be one important pedagogy where the teaching and basically while teaching, or probably I can say learning and evaluation happen simultaneously. The 2 teams or 4 or 5 teams or 2 teams working together for particular game, probably 1 or 2 rounds team A may lose and team B may win, and after remaining rounds out of 10, 8 rounds B may lose and A may win. So at the end of the 10 or 12 rounds, one can make out as a team how courageous, how tenacity, how they change their strategy, and what kind of risks they took, and continuously, constantly watching at the competition, what kind of adjustment, changes, courage, confidence, all those they test. At the same time, they see the different kind of situation. Every round, and looking at the competitor situation, they adjust and they change. And this brings the phenomena-based learning. And this phenomena-based learning helps to the growth of mindset. Today's education system, we only talk about, the capacity building, or we talk about the competency. So competency means skill building, development of skill. Development of skill alone is not sufficient nowadays because the life of the skill has come down. Every disruption, probably new learning, and skilling, upskilling, reskilling is required, and perpetual learners are going to rule the world. So in this kind of environment, the important thing is not only competency, it is good enough. The capability building is extremely important. Development of mindset growth and development of skill, these two are important, even though knowledge is coming from Google. And that is where in the higher education system, particularly management schools, what I think is it is extremely important how to make students to learn with the development of growth mindset. Agility is going to be the important phenomena, rigidity, stupidity. So in this kind of digital world, the gamification, simulations, these are the new pedagogies. They are the one putting the student at the central place of learning, and they experience the phenomena, they change the strategy, and they work out the strategy. Again, they take a turn, make a decision, how to make a decision, what kind of impact, all those things. The gamification are while playing a game, maybe online game, offline game, using technology, simulation games, they learn a lot. And that is the one of the new way of learning in this new world. Taking the full advantage of technology, it is possible. And it is called as a phenomena-based learning, or gamification, or project-based learning. Another way of learning, probably a group of students doing a project-based learning at the companies. So project-based learning means before going to the company, collect the data, all the information, they prepare the plan and proposal. And when they visit the company, maybe in IIM Nagpur, students go to Singapore and Dubai. And after going there 2 weeks, they talk to the people and they see the things and they work out. So this is how they normally learn the things, and that is a project-based learning. So these are the different way of learning. Probably one can get into that, and one can take a full advantage of technology. As Professor Dinesh Singh rightly said, technology is going to be there. Change in technology is a constant one. So in such kind of environment, it is extremely important. Continuously, we are evolving our pedagogy on a continuous basis, so that learning will continue and students will be at the central place. So instead of teaching, learning comes first. That is why learning and teaching. And when I was working in L&T, always, we used to say L stands for learning and T stands for teaching in Larsen and Toubro company, because a lot of learning, and then those who learn, they teach. And that is what today, instead of teaching and learning, we should be using learning and teaching, and we should follow these new methods. So I'll stop here. And also I request Professor Dinesh Singh sir, I have some other engagement, I will be leaving, but these are my 2 points of thought about new way of learning in this new world. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot.
Dinesh sir, you are muted, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for what you said. We have a great deal to think about what you have said, and we will try and deliberate on that. Thank you for your contributions, and let's move on to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maitri, for joining us today for the panel discussion. Now we request Mr.
Thank you.
Founder and Director, Silver Advisor, please contribute his ideas.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Professor Singh. We're meeting after a long time. Good afternoon, Professor Shah. Good afternoon, Professor Kamar. Pleasure to be here. I thank AIMA for inviting me to share some of my thoughts. And I did come in at the fag end of Professor Kamar's session, so I did pick up a couple of very interesting points. And I want to start off with laying a foundation of a few points. There are lots of changes that are going to be there, but just 4 or 5 very quickly, I wanted to set the base. And given this fairly significant and radical change that's happening in the world, what are some of the anchor points of a new system that can be thought of? That technology is a foundational element, is a given now. I think finally it's been understood. I think what technology is also done is demonstrated it's possible to increase reach dramatically. Examples that Professor Singh gave were early examples, and the pandemic had played a remarkable, looking at the positive side of things, remarkable role in making sure that the reach of technology, the reach was really all over, and it's a remarkable shift from come to the campus, stay there, and that's as the only model to a model where reach was profound. Now that in turn brings with it many possibilities. It's another conversation for another session, perhaps, but structurally how institutions can change their programs and use a very inventive combination of in-person, because hybrid learning is going to be there forever, and a very inventive combination of in-person engagement at campuses, along with technology-based over distance, both asynchronous and synchronous engagement, resulting in a very complex and very interesting new way of doing things. The other very interesting trend that I have been noticing, because I've been involved in with some of these players, is there is from a perspective of bundling of credentials, where so far at least to get a credential like a degree, students had to come to an institution where degrees were offered in a bundled fashion. There is an assembling of credentials that has happened. Now, this is not unbundling, this is assembling, and therefore to that extent, there is the choice-based credit system is a good example of a very, very early stage of assembling that's possible. This is way beyond that, and I think technology is enabled assembling of credentials. The UGC announcements of dual degree system that can potentially come up and so on and so forth are only going to accelerate this. For management schools, this offers a tremendous opportunity to just rethink themselves completely. The MBA degree will continue for quite some time to come, and alternative credentials, assembly of credentials based approach, which employers and employment as much as students desire, is many years away. And I think that's a development that needs to be observed carefully. But for now, and for the conceivable future, MBA or equivalent degrees, along with that extension of MBA degrees, will continue. So the last point that I will make here is a very interesting phenomenon that has happened. There is a new growth of what I call as E2A, EdTech to academia engagement, right? Now, there was a world where academia remained as academia, so B schools remained as B schools, and then there was EdTech trying to do all kinds of different things. Over the last few years, and particularly accelerated over the last 2 years, is this phenomenon of E2A, EdTech to academia, and a new market has actually been, is getting created, where business education, management education is getting now reached to a new set of people in a new way for addressing newer problems, not just management education. This is, of course, across, first just express itself most profoundly in technology-based education, but it's very, very rapidly growing into management education, as you all probably know. And I think this is set for rapid growth. And this offers a tremendous opportunity for academia to kind of recast themselves and go way beyond the confines of a purely institution-based learning or a geographically singly located learning to a very, very different kind of an approach. Now, if these are some of the changes that are coming in these are some of the parameters of a new system, what are all some of the features that can be there in a new system that can be created? Now, the fact of the matter is, a new systems are getting changed all the time. Systems are getting created. And what is going to happen now is a dramatically different system is getting created. Now, Professor Kamar was mentioning, as students go back to campuses, there may be a resetting of the initial, I would say, an extremely limited way of use of technology, and he was absolutely correct. Technology, the way it was used, especially in the first year, I would say, of the pandemic, was really an urgent, poor, and insufficient replacement to the fact that students could not be there in the physical locations. And that's not something that is sustainable, and that will roll back. However, certain aspects, again, as you mentioned, certain aspects of use of technology, delivery of content, for example, in interesting new ways, delivery of bytes of content, for example, which are titrated by the professors based on the extent to which they are going to be delivering their programs, lectures, and so on and so forth. And all kinds of interesting additional streams of content coming in can be done by technology. And this is a orchestration, the content aggregation and content titrated content delivery is, I think, a orchestrated delivery that can be done. And that's the first point that I wanted to talk about. So technology will now enable us to create new systems. Systems today don't allow for that. Sure, they allow for pieces of content to be delivered by the professors at periodic intervals. I'm not talking just about pieces of content. I'm talking about dynamically calibratable delivery of content based on development of a single topic or a thesis in a class as the faculty teacher spends time with the students, calibrating as per the learning, velocity that the students have set for themselves, that the teacher is able to observe. And therefore, like I said, calibrate the delivery of content, not just the delivery of content, which is structured content that has been built for the program, but that content which is supported by streams of external content, again, contextually relevant content that comes in. Now, this is a very interesting, and personally, for me, I can imagine this, and it's a very exciting way of looking at it. It is going to require a very high level of faculty skill. It is also going to require more work on the technology side than as compared to what is there today. But I think this is something that is not too far away and is around the corner. So this is one. Talking about context, I think second part is really on what I call as rich encounters. One of the most important and probably understudied aspect of management education is the richness of encounters that students have in a setting, in a physical setting, in the institute, between themselves and with the faculty. And this obviously happens during the classroom. There's a very rich engagement. It typically tends to be a imbalanced kind of an engagement, in the sense that the faculty speaks a lot more in most settings, lots more than the students. But that's not the only place where the engagement happens. Engagement happens post the class hours between the students. There is engagement that happens with the faculty post the class hours on specific aspects and specific matters. And depending on the extent to which students pick up the power of this ability for rich encounters, their own assimilation of knowledge, experiences, and context increases dramatically. And to me, I would argue, if there is anything which is critical about management education above everything else, it is the teaching of context. Content can be taught, tools and techniques can be taught, not very difficult, but teaching context, and therefore students, once they graduate out of the institutions, are able to go out and express in their respective context that they are placed in. That is priceless, and that's something that every institution should strive to give. And I believe very strongly that such rich encounters, which would have been possible only within the campuses as I described till now, can now be done, supplemented, complemented, and expanded by use of technology, social media, and so on and so forth. And by using emerging new technology, and I don't know where it's going to go, but it's very exciting to read about and imagine about the deeply immersive learning techniques. Metaverse is a good example of that. Deeply immersive learning techniques can potentially give an opportunity for the institution and the faculty to create engagement scenarios that are of several orders of magnitude, I believe, superior to the typical case study method that we use today for teaching context. So that's the second point that I wanted to make. Third, and therefore, by using techniques such as deep immersive learning, closest that one can come. Professor Maitre talked very quickly about students from his institute going to Dubai or Singapore, project-based learning, and so on and so forth. Those are methods those are avenues that can provide experiential learning. And I believe the closest that can be done to that, using still by in a within classroom setting or within a class group setting, by using technology, is actually immersive learning, and that will therefore further experiential learning a lot, fairly significantly actually. The next part is this is something that's been happening with management education all the time. You get faculty from outside, you get faculty to come and speak. Now using these techniques such as the Zoom conference bridge that we are in today, and so on and so forth. I think that can be expanded manifold, both by the presence of students. Exchange of students now that can be virtual and therefore very easy. You don't have to be go through complex exchange of additional costs and don't get me wrong. Physical presence is, I'm not saying it's an alternative to physical presence, but I'm saying it can complement physical presence substantially. And therefore, that can become a method to bridge frontiers, and management education becomes quite rich. As a consequence of that, therefore, is faculty diversity and richness. In addition to the faculty that the institution has got, students have an opportunity to engage with and get the benefits of engaging with diverse faculty from across the world. And any exposure to diversity will only increase their understanding of nuances of context, and better equipped a student is to the nuances of context, more successful she or he is likely to be once they graduate the portals of the institution and go to the real world. And organizations who are waiting to recruit these students and grab them, or entrepreneurial track that some of the students may decide to take, and the people who will be ready to fund them with capital will really thank the institution for providing students with an ability to understand context and the nuances of context. The other point that I wanted to quickly talk about in terms of feature is the ability for students to understand the concept of scale. Now, scale in a classroom in MBA education remains additional 2 decimals in a spreadsheet. Really, their idea of what is scale and how to manage scale is very limited. I believe, again, to some extent, the idea of through these simulation exercises, immersive learning, the idea of scale and how does it impact people can be taught, and I think that can be incorporated as a part of the new systems as well. And finally, one of the interesting new areas I've been reading about recently, and I feel that that's something that can be very useful for management education, is what are called as projective techniques. One example of a projective technique is the faculty actually, when covering a topic, teaching a particular topic in context, giving the first half of a sentence or a paragraph, and then requesting the students, either by herself or in a group, in whatever is the fashion, mostly by themselves, to actually complete the sentence. The objective of this is not to assess, but the objective of this is to give an opportunity for students to exercise their imagination, give an opportunity for them to both deploy, because everybody has a set of biases, and it is in deploying biases that you learn from the impact of the biases, and you start modifying them, enhancing them, whatever is the right thing to do at a point in time, depending on the bias. So it gives them a chance to deploy the bias, gives them a chance to observe from another student who may have completed the same sentence in quite a different kind of a fashion, observe differences coming in. Now, think of this in scale. When students are from across multiple countries, the differences in culture, differences in the way, perspectives with which they will look at, all of that will profoundly express themselves. Just this one single technique. And if this can be made as a part and parcel of the new learning systems, I think that can be something which is very, very interesting that can emerge. Lots and lots more to share and talk about, but I will stop here. Very, very exciting times ahead, one way or the other. And I look forward to listening to the other thoughts and views as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I could not grasp the last 2 or 3 minutes of your very interesting intervention. But what I have understood, I think this is worthy of enormous study and focus in India. And you mentioned immersive learning, and I think that is an enormously potential field into our learning systems, the better. Even this project-based learning, I think that has consistently been India's tradition in the past. What little I've understood, we have always believed in project-based learning connected to the real world in a practical way. Somewhere along the line, we seem to have forgotten much of that, even in management. But maybe now, with all this churning that is happening, we can bring these things back into focus. So thank you very much. And now I urge is this the final speaker that we have, Miss?
So we have Professor Janat Shah with us.
Okay, great. So let's hear Professor Shah now. Professor Shah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Dinesh. It was wonderful to hear your opening remarks. It was great to see the kind of experiments you had done way ahead of the time. I'm just going to build on what you talked about, and my co-panelist Professor Maitri and Mr. Sudarshan talked about. I'm going to share more in terms of the way we've been looking at some of this, our own experiences. And I would be honest with all of you that if you had asked this question 2 years back, I think me and my faculty colleagues felt that management education has to be a campus-based and face-to-face. That was the way. So obviously, the last 2 years have taught a lot to us. And we've been asking several questions, saying that now, hopefully, we are going to soon be in an endemic world. What would be the education mean to us, and kind of thing. And some of the questions which we've been asking is that, for example, why should student be physically in a campus, for our premier 2-year MBA program? Why should the student be in a classroom, in a synchronous mode? And also a question that if there are, let's say, institutions like tech companies like Upgrade, which is saying that I'm going to give you an MBA in a 1 lakh price point, why should I be paying 18 to 20 lakh for a degree? So I think we've asked a lot of these questions, and here are our initial thoughts at this point in time. One is, I think obviously we need to use technology, whatever we learned in this last 2 years. But for our flagship program of a 2-year MBA and a 1-year MBA, we feel face-to-face, classroom-based will remain a dominant mode for us. But we must ensure how do we leverage the technology, certain ideas which you learned in last 2 years. But at the same time, this idea that for a different kinds of program, we would use a different mix of hybrid nature of this technology. So for example, a lot more program which we work with executives, people who are working in existing organization, especially at middle and senior level, probably greater mix of online and some bit of physical learning would be useful, kind of thing. But again, as I said, be able to ask this deeper question: how do we make our classroom experience richer? Earlier, essentially, we were saying students didn't have a choice, and we looked at as the only way of doing it. Now, the way we are looking at is that one, we have to make sure that each session is a meaningful experience for a student. Second, can we make sure that we use technology for the time period for which student is not physically present in a campus? So that means even before they join the program, when they're on a summer internship, can we use this in a more meaningful way? Engagement. Second, even if I'm doing in a face-to-face classroom, can I get a industry or an international speaker into my classroom using technology, which earlier probably would not have thought about it. Third, we realize in a management education, people come with a different background. So if I'm teaching something like analytics course, you will find different people are at different level. Is there a way using technology we can actually pitch the course at different levels for a same cohort? So I think there are a lot of ideas through which we can enhance the quality of experience for a student, including the project-based learning, including collaborative learning, where you have a collaboration with schools across the world using technology. But we feel for our flagship program, face-to-face and a campus-based would remain a dominant mode of learning for our premier schools where we have a high-quality faculty. But I believe for our schools, tier 2 and tier 3 in India, have a large number of those schools, business schools. There, I think there is a huge opportunity to fundamentally relook at the way education is done. Because one of the biggest problems the school face is the quality of faculty. Now, today, it's possible now. For example, Bangalore has several, MOOCs program, or it could be Coursera, or it should be upgraded, any one. So the institute can relook at the role of a faculty, not as a subject matter expert, which is what the role today. But if I'm a tier 2 school, I can relook at this whole education where the expertise would come through a technology, but I would have a faculty which are more process-based, which will enhance the quality of experience, the way quality of questioning happens, quality of collaboration happens. So I think it will actually help in reducing the gap between tier 2 and tier 1 schools, which is good for our students. Similarly, this whole idea that we're going to offer now a whole range of, I'm not just talking about individual institution, but for anybody who wants to learn, whether you're a student or whether you're an executive company, essentially this whole idea that you have this whole range available and you can choose the mix which is appropriate to you at a life cycle for you, is. So I think in terms of technology is here going to stay. The way we're going to use the technology and mix of online and face-to-face is going to be different across program, across institution. So it's going to be very interesting in terms of how different institutions are going to, come up with the different experiments. So for example, we have decided that we're going to set up a center for learning. We're going to get somebody who actually comes from a theory of learning and help faculty and students ask several questions that how do we enhance the quality of learning using a technology? Because traditionally as a faculty, what we used to do is our role models were our own teachers kind of thing, who are star teachers. But today we can actually bring certain theory of learning which traditionally we have not taken into account. Also some of the experiments which Mr. Sudarshan talked about, this deep immersive learning. I think there are a lot of experiments need to be done because I don't think we are there yet. So encouraging a lot more experimentation in our courses is going to be the way for future. So it's an exciting world, but it's not going to be either or. It's going to be a mix of all these modes, and it's going to be fascinating how different institutions are going to experiment with these ideas. And I'm also hoping somewhere our regulators will give more freedom to experiment several of these models. So let me stop here at this point in time, and we can continue this discussion as we go along.
Thank you, Professor Shah. I really enjoyed your intervention. It was very insightful. And I would love to agree with almost everything that you have said, whatever I've understood. I am not sure if we are allowed to throw this open to people who would like to ask questions. Does the format permit that, Miss?
So we already have one question here, which is addressed to Sudarshan sir. But apart from that also, I think we have time, about 15
Please go ahead
minutes.
and ask that.
We have 15 minutes.
Okay.
You can actually ask questions from your side to the respected panel present,
Okay.
including Professor Kamal.
So people are most welcome to send in their questions, and we would be happy to take them to the panelists one by one, and we'll try and handle as many as we can. I just wanted to add one thing. You know, I have always, over a long period of time, had this feeling that the whole world is a university. The whole world is a learning environment. And the sooner we acknowledge this within our own selves and within our institutions and policy-making bodies, the better it is. One of the big advantages of technology is that it allows you to do that better. And I think that we must allow our students also to take advantage of this by giving some kind of recognition, accreditation, some kind of respectability to their own experiences related to no matter what discipline. I'm not just talking about management, but no matter what discipline, if we devise ways and means, a fair amount of credit can be accumulated along those lines. And let me just illustrate as an example. Suppose, for the sake of argument, I have a huge industrial enterprise that handles many aspects of human endeavor, production, hospitality, airline, etc., etc. I bet you my last dollar, if I were to take a student who has a certain degree of, perceptive ability, a certain alertness, a certain ability to be curious, and say collect 5 of such students and tell them to go 3 months by 3 months or a certain amount of time, each of those industrial enterprises should provide them with an immersive experience, and maybe a year or two later you will find that they've had a far better experience of education than our in-classroom teaching. Believe you me. And I'll give you an example. So I'm sure we have all heard of Dyson Engineering. Dyson, who's sort of a phenomenally successful billionaire, who has, he started off with vacuum cleaners and he's gone into many things. He's himself an inventor. But he set up an institute of engineering called the Dyson Institute of Engineering. It's a full-fledged university. More than half the learning happens through practical projects in his industrial enterprise because he has a wide variety of things to offer. And they are given full credit for what they experience over there, the students, and they work in groups on projects. We also have done this at the University of Delhi. I created an undergraduate program called B.Tech Humanities, Design Your Degree. And of course, technology was a huge player over there. At the same time, we allowed students to gain experiences through projects that they devised with the help of mentors. The mentor could be any part of the world. And more than half the credit came to them simply through these experiences and industry. Now that we have technology at our disposal, it gives us that much more power and that much more freedom to do some of these things. And it would be nice if we could start taking cognizance of that into our own formal learning systems. But the hardest thing to change is an educational setup. There is a joke in the United States amongst university presidents. How many professors does it take to change a light bulb? What? You're talking of change? So it's very hard, but I think we should keep trying in our own gentle, persuasive ways. And maybe, platforms like this can help encourage, bring about a certain degree of change in the thought processes, at least. That's the first prerequisite. So can we just take a look at the questions? Is it possible?
Sure, sir. So there's a question for Sudarshan sir. Sir, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, I'll be happy to. The question is, how are we going to cope up with the cost of metaverse learning techniques And do we have competent people to create such learning experience? I mean, a very relevant question. The moment you talk about deep changes, the immediate answer comes up, who's going to bear the cost? Now, there are two things here. Number one is, I spoke about E to A, EdTech to academia. I think it's important for us to recognize that academia doesn't have to be in splendid isolation any longer. And management education can take advantage of this E to A, and EdTech companies, very nicely funded, so long as there is the requirements are very clearly understood by them, will be more than happy to make the investments in really creating, either in metaverse or some other mechanism of simulated and deeply immersive learning. I think that investment will have to come. And plus the fact is management institutes among educational institutions are probably the ones which have better surplus as compared to many of the others. So I think institutions themselves can pick up some of the investment slack, so that shouldn't be a problem. Now, do they have competence in this area? Obviously, right now, there is no competence. It's a very, very brand new area. And to a very large extent, it's going to be discovery. Remember, when the pandemic struck us and the announcement was made to close the campuses, nobody had a clue. And within a very short order, faculty of different kinds, of course, that's at a very base level, picked up the capabilities, basic capabilities that are required. I think we should not underestimate the capability, both in terms of, creating content. Our faculty are perfectly capable, provided they have the necessary nudge and incentive. We have to handle, faculty always with a combination of a nudge and incentive. And so long as you have a nudge and incentive, they will pick up the capabilities very, very quickly. And the younger faculty are all, digital. They're not yet digital natives, but certainly they are very, very digitally comfortable, and therefore their ability to pick up the thread on this is not going to be difficult at all. So over a few, I would say 2 to 3 years, we would be able to build reasonable capability, and then the creativity will flower. And what more interesting things that can be done, avatars, for example, is a useful technique that can be used to create different ways of doing things. How can avatars be used in teaching what? And more and more we start moving towards teaching context and the nuances of context, and less to teaching tools and techniques. I think more and more interesting things will happen. I don't think there's too much of a difficulty for people to pick up the capabilities over a period of time. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. I think that's very well put, your answer. I think it must have clarified the questioner's mind. Are there any other questions?
Professor Singh, we have exactly about 7 minutes left for the session. So I think we will ask Professor Kamar to please give his comment on the topic of the discussion. And then after, we request you to conclude the session, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think it was wonderful being in this session. And one thing that I noticed was that there is gradually emerging a kind of convergence. Earlier, while we were speaking of either an or situation, so the moment we spoke about anything that could be a replacement of the teacher, there would be a retort that that is an impossibility and technology can never be a substitute to teacher. I think on the both sides, there have been some concessions given to each other. And now we are reaching to the conclusion that yes, technology is a good tool to enable improving quality, to communicate better, to mitigate the limitations which humans in the conventional chat and talk method had. And on the other hand, on the technology side, also there is a realization that yes, these brick and mortars institutions of higher education, there is still not time to write their obituaries. They are going to exist and they are going to leverage technology to deliver their content better. I think in terms of the new world that we are seeing, I think our thinking is also constrained by the fact of the existing knowledge that we have. So all the futures that we are predicting is based on the experiences so far and the learning so far. But maybe the new world may be altogether a different kind of world, posing altogether different kinds of challenges. So say, for example, if the new world is also likely to present before us a situation where humans would not be needed to do the jobs. All the jobs would be done by machines. If not all the jobs, at least the repetitive jobs would be done by machines. Maybe even the higher order thinking and the decision making may not need the human brains. Perhaps the machine learnings or some kind of algorithm would also be able to throw up, if not the final decisions, at least out of so many possibilities, 2 or 3 decisions. And I think our challenge is not only adopting to technology, but also to preparing our people to be able to brace, to be able to ready with all those kinds of uncertainties that may be before us in future. A third point that comes to my mind is that I think a decision has to be taken by us, meaning within the country, that whether we want to be just happy and satisfied being a consumer of knowledge, or we want to play a dominant role in the creation and production of knowledge. I think that will be too bad to be settled with just being a consumer of knowledge. India has large potential. India has a history that offers many things to the world. And I think we need to play a proactive role in being the production of knowledge. And from that point of view, I think that the moment we make any suggestion that the teacher's deficit could be substituted or could be replaced by the technology, and therefore you need not have as many teachers as you needed, I think that would be, to me, a disaster. If you see the vision document of the best universities in the world, and we are now benchmarking ourselves with the best universities in the world, they all use technology. They are in fact far better in using technology and leveraging technology for delivering their products and services, but none of them are targeting to reduce the number of teachers on their campuses. So if earlier they had a student-teacher ratio of 1:8 or 8:1, sorry, now they are targeting to have 1:5. So 1 teacher for every 5 students. Why are they doing that? They want to play the lead role as a producer of knowledge, as a monopoly of knowledge. And where all future developments are going to be based on knowledge, I think that investment is necessary. So we need to invest in technology, we need to leverage technology, but we also need to keep on investing in good quality teachers to remain, to do research. Maybe part of the repetitive things which teachers do could be relegated to technology or could be facilitated by using the technology. And lastly, I would say that yes, EdTech had some scope. I think many of the IIMs in management education have been making use of these EdTech companies to offer their online distance or virtual programs. But the way the number of EdTechs are rising, and they are becoming a kind of, Sudarshanji, you mentioned the term assembler. I think they are trying to work as an aggregator like Ola and Uber, a kind of a thing. That, okay, I don't own any hotel, I don't own any car, but still I have access to so many cars. So they are all becoming an aggregator. So as an aggregator, they can play an important role in so far as the consumers of the knowledge are concerned, but they will not be able to play an important role as far as the research, knowledge production are concerned. So it was pleasure being here. In fact, initially I was caught off the guard. I thought that the keynote is part of the panel, but then the keynote happened earlier than the panel. So I missed your faces to see the responses to what I said. But thank you very much for giving me opportunity at this level, and nice to see Professor Dinesh Singh and Professor Janasha and Professor Metri and Anand Sudarshanji after a very, very long time, and to have such a immersive discussion experience. And I must appreciate Dinesh Ji that like you are traveling in a car, but it appears that in our country, the roads and the cars have become better because I don't see any bumps, I don't see any lights. So appreciation, great appreciation. We need to go out to experience this. I don't know on what road you are. So, but it was a pleasure. So thank you very much. And over to you, the chairperson of the panel or to the organizer.
I thank you very much, Furkan Bhai. It was such a delight to hear you again after quite a gap. You're lively and stimulating. And I think this session will come and bring about a fair amount of good because all our minds have been provoked. I just wanted to add one interesting facet with your indulgence. You know, about 8-9 years ago, they conducted a survey amongst teaching faculty in the United States on what they thought of education being based on technology learning, online and otherwise technology. And 90% of them responded that it's a bad idea. There are major issues, including quality. Then the same cohort was asked in complete confidence, give us the real reason. And more than 70% said they were scared they'll lose their jobs. So we need to keep that also in mind. You know, this happened in the US about 8 years ago or so, something like that.
No, but like 2 years being in the online mode, interacting with our students, I think not only myself, but all of my colleagues everywhere in the university, when you talk to your students, they somehow want to come back on the campus. So I don't know whether it's a socialization need or there is something that they are actually missing that they are not getting in the online mode. So it is not only the, although they had all the conveniences, they were attending the classes from their beds, from within their home without leaving, traveling. But there is something about teaching and about these teacher-student interaction that perhaps we fail to understand and we still do not know how does it play out. Sorry, I interrupted in between.
No, not at all, not at all. I think it was very welcome. You know, I belong to a WhatsApp group of a large number of students, ex-students of St. Stephen's College, very senior. Most of them are retired, most, not all. And they really talk about all their college experiences. Hardly anyone ever talks of the classroom experience. They only talk about cafe or this or that, but nobody talks of the library or the classroom. And the real learning that happened for me was of two kinds when I was a student there. One, peer-led learning. We were talking amongst each other, stimulating each other. That was the one advantage of being present with them. That can even be transferred online to a large extent. The other thing was that some of my teachers, they were really good mentors. So instead of me too much, they would stimulate me, they would provoke me, and they would challenge me. And that really helped me learn things in a better way. And I think that part we can probably never take away. Or if we do want to, then we must make sure technology replaces that without any change in quality or in the nature of the experience. But I think we have overshot our time. And unless somebody wants to add something, I hand it over to the organizers and they can take this forward as they wish. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed this. I'm deeply indebted to my panelists and to the audience. Very enjoyable and for me, a great learning experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was an honor for us to have Dr. Singh, Dr. Maitri, Mr. Sudarshan, Dr. Shah, and Dr. Kamar with us. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out. Now, we'll move on to our special session on developing graduates for a resilient world. We are blessed with the presence of Brahma Kumari Sister Shivani, spiritual and motivational leader. I welcome the session chair, Dr. Upendra Dhar, Vice Chancellor, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya, and request him to initiate the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to welcome Brahma Kumari Sister Shivani to this forum. The format of this session is that after giving a brief backdrop for about 5 minutes, I'll be inviting Sister Shivani to share her views on developing graduates for a resilient world. She will speak for around 25 minutes, followed by question answer session of say about 10 minutes. And finally, I will be summing up quickly. This is the format. Well, as we know, crisis requires society to renew itself. And perhaps that's why today we are having a very special session with Sister Shivani, who is a qualified electronics engineer and now a very well-known spiritual and motivational leader. Most of us have definitely, I'm sure that most of us have heard her earlier, and she's a great influencer in terms of creating a positive environment and positive thought. Well, to give a brief backdrop before inviting Sister Shivani, the COVID-19, as we know, has transformed the ways of working, living, and relating to each other. The higher education institutions are undergoing a radical change driven by the need to digitalize education and training processes. I would not say post-COVID because it is not post-COVID. COVID is still there. The disruption caused by the pandemic is unprecedented. And the resulting economic and social measures have brought massive change. According to UNESCO, higher education institutions were closed completely in 185 countries in April 2020, affecting more than 1,000 million learners around the globe. Innovations that change the direction of education replace or displace existing models. They interrupt the functioning of established models in expected ways, in fact, unexpected ways. Disruptive educational innovation replaces existing methodologies and modes of knowledge sharing by opening new channels for learning. Change is constant, all of us know it, and society needs people who can adapt to changing circumstances and environments, being resourceful and enterprising to embrace new ideas. We have to be adaptable, flexible, and resilient in everyday life. Congruent with the 21st century skills agenda, scholars argue that human resilience consists of two key elements. Interestingly, first is mistakeability, which refers to making mistakes and learning from them. So the message is that making mistakes is not wrong, but what is important is to learn from such mistakes. And the second component is adaptability, which refers to the flexibility to adapt and learn accordingly. It has been argued that the future of work is learning and adapting rather than just in focusing on technology. Technology is important and technology is going to be important, more important during the times to come. But at the same time, critical thinking must have a focus on identity, mindset, and enablers to learn and adapt continuously. That means human element cannot be forgotten. Developing capability to be resilient and adaptable and learning are the fundamental characteristics of emerging future leaders who will contribute positively to the society. Resilience is the capacity of an individual to overcome difficult experiences throughout life. It is the ability to adapt to challenging situations and the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. This concept has been broadly studied in the field of psychology and can be observed when individuals are put in a situation outside of their control, where they have to go through a sharp change, either socially, cognitively, or emotionally. Such external demands can lead individuals to either adapt to the situation, which can also be understood as finding a solution to the problem, or to be paralyzed by the event. This paralysis can manifest in both psychological and physical aspects. In fact, today, resilience has become a buzzword. If we go into the literature, we would see people talking about resilient individuals, resilient organizations, resilient society, resilient world. And very aptly, this session has been designed to learn about how to develop graduates for the resilient world, for the world that we are going to have during the times to come. So with this brief, I would now like to invite Sister Shivani to share her views on the subject and educate all of us about how to go about it. This is a challenge for the higher education institutions, say particularly since I'm from a higher education institution. This is a challenge, how to develop resilience. So I'm sure that by the end of the sharing by Sister Shivani, we'll be richer in our understanding. Thank you very much. Over to you, Sister Shivani.
Om Shanti and good evening. And thank you so much, brother, for sharing such profound thoughts, which are related to our day-to-day activities. And while you were sharing your thoughts, I just thought the topic could be developing resilient graduates. It's resilient. It's the individual who needs to create the resilience in order to create a world of high resilience. What is a world made of? What is the collective vibration of the planet? It's only the sum total of all our minds. So whether we look at 4 people in a house, whether we look at 1,000 people in an institution, tomorrow 5,000 in an organization, or 800 billion on the planet, what is the vibration of the place? It's actually only sum total of all the vibrations of the individuals in that area. So even if we look at 4 people in a family, and there comes a situation to the family, let's look at it hypothetically that the situation is the same for all 4, but the response of the individuals is different. So for one, the same situation can be a crisis. For the other, the same situation can be a challenge. For the third, the same situation can be a problem. And for the fourth, the same situation can be just a scene of life which we're going to cross. So like you shared, that resilience is about how we face the challenges that life throws at us. But challenges are only once in a while. I'm not going to face a challenge every single day. But resilience is an attitude. So resilience is an attitude. Now, I cannot build up that resilience suddenly the day there is a challenge in my life. But it will depend on how I respond to my situations in daily life. So stress is given by a very simple formula in physics: pressure divided by resilience. In a world where we are saying stress is normal only because the pressures are normal. But what was the equation? The equation is stress is equal to pressure divided by resilience, not stress is equal to pressure. Today we are saying exam stress, work stress, relationship stress, parenting stress, travel stress, health stress. We've attached the word stress instead of using the word pressure. So it was supposed to be exam pressure, work pressure, travel pressure. Pressure means there is a situation which is a little more than my comfort zone. But that is not equal to stress. It is pressure divided by resilience. When we ignore the denominator, then higher the pressure, and we said, obviously, I'll get stressed. And we started calling stress as obvious, stress as normal. So we need to hold on to this equation in life, that stress is equal to pressure divided by resilience. Pressures may be high, And I think they will only go higher. They will only go higher, which is fine. But that doesn't mean stress has to increase. It only means I need to work a little more on the denominator, the resilience, and I can reach a stage where I'm in a high pressure situation, but I can be calm and stable. That's what we're going to work on ourselves. Because otherwise, what we've seen, not just during COVID, before COVID, but during COVID, of course, very high, steep rise in mental health issues, in anxiety, panic attack, depression. A lot of people who did not experience COVID, in their family, no one experienced COVID. They did not lose a job. They're all fine at home, but they've experienced anxiety, panic attacks, and depression. Now, logically, what is the reason for that? What is the reason for that? Not yet faced the challenge, but the fear that I might ever have to face a challenge is already troubling the mind. The fear of what if I lose my job? What if I don't? What if the fear, already started thinking of a challenge which is not there, and the mind is not being able to respond right. So the reason for that is, why is there a steep rise in mental health issues? Because we are not taking care of emotional health. So what we can start doing in educational institutions, not just for graduates, but actually from kindergarten, is actually required from kindergarten, that we start building on emotional health of children. We have specialists for physical health for every organ of our body. We have psychiatrists for mental health, but we have nobody to take care of our emotional health. We are going to be the one who has to take care of our own emotional health. Now, what is emotional health? My ability to choose my response in every situation. If we had to ask ourselves, who is the creator of my thoughts and feelings? Immediately the mind will say, I am the creator of my thoughts and feelings. Who else is creating my thoughts and feelings? And yet, just for 1 hour, not even one day, just for 1 hour, check the vocabulary of your mind. It says, I'm angry because of them. I'm hurt because of them. I'm happy because of this situation. I'm upset because of this situation. They insulted me. They disrespected me. She hurt me. He irritated me. They are very irritating. Look at this vocabulary. This vocabulary means my hurt, anger, happiness, peace, love, everything that I create here is not my creation. It's happening because of situation and people. This is one equation which needs to be taught to me when I'm in kindergarten, so that by the time I come to college and university, I already have the equations of life correct. I am the creator of my every thought, feeling, word, and behavior. If I am the creator, I cannot blame the situation for how I'm feeling. Situation is what the situation is. It's a stimulus. Every person doesn't respond the same way in the same situation. So I had to remember that I am the creator, and now I have to choose my response. Now, depending on which response I choose will decide whether my resilience increases or whether my resilience dips. So emotional health. So I would visualize emotional health like a little battery here, like a little battery of my mind. So one, I need to charge the battery every day. Every morning, begin the morning with charging this battery. We'll see how to do that. Second, during the day, take care that I am only charging it more. It's not dipping during the day. So take a simple situation. Someone said something or did something which is not your way, which is not your way. Or we can say, which is the wrong way, because according to me, it's the wrong way. Okay, so they made a mistake. They did something which was terrible, which was wrong, but I have a choice how to respond. Now choose your response in such a way so that your battery doesn't dip. Just choose the response, that response, so the battery doesn't dip. Now, if I use aggression, if I use anger, if I use irritation, I know what will happen to the battery. I know it's going to go a little dip. If I use empathy, if I use respect with discipline, if I use assertiveness, but with compassion, understanding that different people will do the same thing a little differently, They are not in my control. What they did is not in my control, but my response is in my control. Now I have to discipline them, but I have to discipline with stability, with respect and dignity. Two things will happen with that. One, I conserve my emotional health, which would have just got scattered otherwise. If I was angry or irritated, I would have depleted my energy. Second, I radiate vibrations of respect to them. It also energizes the other battery there, the other mind. When I shout at people, when I get angry, or even if I'm not verbally angry, but in my mind, I'm critical about them, judgmental about them, I'm criticizing them to other people. These are low energy vibrations. Low energy vibrations. And when I create these low energy vibrations, I deplete myself. I radiate that low energy to the other person. It depletes them and it depletes in the environment. It affects the vibration of wherever we are, whether it's a room, a house, an organization. So what we can start doing is start changing the definition of normal. What is the normal emotion is very important. What are normal human emotions? So first equation, stress is equal to pressure divided by resilience. Always to remember, pressure is not the cause of my stress. Resilience is in my hands. Second, I am the creator of my every thought, feeling, word, and behavior. So from today, blame game over. Blame game over, taking personal responsibility, stimulus is there, response completely my choice. Shifting from emotional dependence to emotional independence. That is called Atmanirbhar. When we say we want to create an Atmanirbhar country, a self-reliant country, we first have to create self-reliant individuals. Atmanirbhar, Atma, it comes from the word Atma, I, the self, dependent on myself for my response. So Atmanirbhar. So second is emotional independence. Never ever we are going to say, I can create anger, but I have to say, I created this anger. I created this irritation and I had another choice. I cannot say they are irritating. Then I'm saying that this is not in my control. People decide what I feel over here. Leaders cannot be like that. Leaders cannot say that my mind, my emotions, my feelings are not in my control, because it's not the truth. Third, which are the normal emotions? This is the most important equation which needs to change. What is normal? Because once I know what is normal, most of the time I will create normal emotions. Right now in the world, uncomfortable emotions are being called as normal. Just because majority are creating it, it's being called as normal. And the more it's called normal, the more we are creating it. So stress, ask anybody, how can stress be normal? Even just before an exam, if a child experiences stress, even the body is not normal that time. Either I start feeling acidity, or my throat dries up before an interview, or my hands start sweating, or I get fever one day before the exam. It's gone the next day after the exam. So even the body shifted from the position of ease, because the mind shifted from the position of ease. It is a dis-ease. It is a dis-ease. I shifted from my position of ease. So dis-ease means it's an emotional disease, not a mental health issue, not a physical health issue, but an emotional disease. So let's have two columns, which is an emotional disease and which is emotional health, because emotional health is high EQ and high EQ is high resilience. High resilience, the way I'm going to respond to every situation in life. Stress, emotional disease. Calm and stability, emotional health. Anger, emotional disease. Respect, dignity, compassion with discipline. It doesn't mean people can do whatever they want, but with respect, dignity, and compassion. Criticism is an energy depleter. And today we seem to be having an opinion about everybody and everything. We think we're allowed to write and talk about everything. It's fine to have an opinion, but let's be careful. The energy of the opinion that I create, it's my energy, even if I'm talking about somebody else. If I can do something, I should do. If I can give a feedback, I should give. It should be a solution-based feedback. But if I'm just going to sit and talk about people, Whether it's talk about friends, talk about seniors, talk about the country leaders, I can talk about everybody. But while I'm talking what I am talking, if my energy is criticism and judgmental, I'm depleting myself. I need to know that I'm depleting myself. Appreciation and motivation, emotional health, comparison, competition, jealousy, energy depleters, big energy depleters, comparison, competition, jealousy. Let's work hard. Let's excel. Let's go way beyond what was our capacity, but way beyond our capacity, not way beyond other people's capacity, because there is never any end to that. And most important, when someone else does well, am I able to create happy energy? Am I really able to be happy for people when they do well? Or do I have a slight trace of jealousy? It's an energy depleter. Self-respect is emotional health. Comparison, which went to another level with social media handles. It was always there, but with social media, it went to another level altogether. And another sanskar that we created because of social media, a little more than what before, standing like this, waiting for the world to approve of me for me to feel good. People have to like me. People have to like me, then I am right. And that's why I go back to my handles regularly to check how many likes, how many comments, what is the feedback, how many likes. So how much people like me will decide whether I'm good or bad, right or wrong. And then I start doing things which will get me more likes. And they might not be the right things, but they get me more likes. Self-respect, self-esteem became dependent on public opinion. And when self-esteem becomes dependent on public opinion, then my ability to stand for the right, my ability to stand for my own values and principles starts getting affected, because I may have to stand alone. Nobody may stand with me. And if I do not have the courage to be able to stand alone for the right, then I will not be able to stand for the right, because I'm dependent on people's approval for me. Expectations is emotional disease, accepting people. It's good to read words and like them. Unconditional acceptance, unconditional love. These are not words. These are feelings. These are emotions. And these are the normal ones. These are the normal ones. But we called expectation normal. Then we called hurt normal. Then we said, I'm not able to forgive. I'm not able to forget. So everything which is unhealthy, we went and called it normal. And everything which is healthy, we said, I'm not able to do this. I'm not able to be happy always. I'm not able to be respectful. I'm not able to be compassionate. Criticism comes easy to me. Overthinking comes easy to me. So most important, right from school and college, I need to be taught which are the normal emotions. These are normal emotions. This is emotional disease. Even this awareness will shift me towards normal. But the world goes on saying stress is normal, anger is normal, fear is normal, anxiety is normal, everything uncomfortable. If all that is normal, then diabetes is normal, then cancer is normal, then depression is normal, then divorce is normal, then my destiny is a question mark. It only started with the root, my thoughts, feelings, and emotions. So the normal emotions, that's very important. Simple lifestyle habits which can shift us towards the normal emotions, which can shift our resilience level so that we are responding through these healthy emotions. And very, very important, what can be done in an educational institutional setup is the definition of success. Actually, somewhere, it's changed in the last couple of decades. Performance is the only thing that is getting associated with success. Performance and achievement, which is very important. Performance and achievement is very important, but that is achievement. Achievement is not only success. Achievement is only one part of life. Success in Hindi is a very beautiful word. It is safalta. Safalta means the power to give. Safal karna. Safal karna. So success actually means to be a giver. To be a giver. Today we are calling success like this. I want more. And giver doesn't mean only in physical things, but giver in feelings. Give love, give respect, give trust, give understanding. Not I want respect, I want love. Always want. Want will not be successful, because we will always be like this. This is not success. Success is like this. to be a giver. So very important thing that can be started right from school is performance is important, but person is more important. Person is more important. Values, sanskars, qualities, nature, personality needs to not only be appreciated, it needs to be awarded. It needs to be acknowledged. It needs to be talked about publicly. It needs to be given a star in nursery. You know, we get star for my needlework, my painting, my singing. So we were getting stars and prizes and awards for everything that we do. So, but we are not human doings, we are human beings. And the quality of the being is what will come in the doing. So I may be a doctor, I may be an engineer, I may be a jurist, but I will be the right doctor, the right jurist, the right business leader if I'm a good human being. If I'm a good human being. So we cannot have people who excel at the doing, but not take care of the being. Not take care of the being. Create a beautiful being and they will excel at what they do. They will excel at what they do because their vibrations come into the doing, are vibrations of who we are. So right from school and in college, achievement, yes, but not only achievement. Performance. Today what happens? Business magazines. Who is there on the front pages? Only those who achieved. We're only talking about achievers. And because we're talking only about achievers and performances, so a child's conditioning starts happening that the world wants only achievers. So if someone in the class is a wonderful human being, very caring, very compassionate, very helpful, but doesn't come in the first 50 of the class, probably maybe doesn't even academically pass, suppose, or maybe is not in one of the toppers. What is said about them? Said they fail. They say they're no good. He's a failure or she's a failure. A wonderful human being is called a failure by society. If a wonderful human being with beautiful sanskars, with pure intentions, is called a failure by society, then that means that society does not value people. It does not value sanskars. It only values achievements. So that's a basic conditioning that has to be changed. The definition of success. Person, values, my sanskar, my personality, and then my performance. Person, then performance. Being, and then doing. Not being, okay, yes, good person, yes, but everything is all about the doing. So that will happen only from educational institutions if we start changing the definition of success. And one thing which needs to be changed, especially for children and youth, is content consumption. Because for emotional resilience, I need a good emotional diet. And emotional diet is what I watch, read, listen. This is very important for everyone, but especially for every child, for every youth. What I watch, what I read, what I listen is who I become. It is my emotional diet. Suddenly in the last 10, 15 years, we are flooded with content. We're flooded with content. So if anybody had to take it up as a study, to study the graph of content versus emotional and mental health of society, you'll see a direct connection there. So 30 years back when we were in school, there was no content. Our content was only parents, teachers, and some very good books in the library. That was our content. And we are the generation who saw the first phone, the first TV, the first computer, the first internet, the first social media, the first digital platform. And with that, we saw emotional and mental health changing. What we watch, read, listen. Every child needs to restrict content consumption. If I consume lust, ego, greed, jealousy, criticism, violence, crime, if I consume, nothing can stop me from becoming aggressive, irritated, overthinking, hyperactive. It can't stop me. So two things, just restrict content consumption. Don't just keep on scrolling in the name of entertainment and time pass, because it's not. It's not time pass. Content is equal to personality, is equal to destiny. So scrolling the phone, surfing the net, changing TV channels is not time pass. It's moral responsibility. What am I consuming? What am I? And second, at least 15 to 20 minutes on a daily basis, consume healthy emotional diet. This is where spirituality plays a very important role. Spiritual content, which means content which has happiness, acceptance, compassion, gratitude, empathy, respect, unity, dignity. I have to consume this content. I cannot create the sanskars without consuming the content, because I'm consuming a lot of the opposite content. So at least 20 minutes on a daily basis, 10-15 minutes in the morning and 10-15 minutes just before going to sleep. The last content we consume just before going to sleep goes deep into the subconscious. And that's the time highest TRP for news channels, sitting in bed, scrolling social media handles before going to sleep, watching TV serials where homes are breaking, lots of things just before going to sleep is what is affecting sleep cycles, is what is affecting our emotional and mental health. So 20 minutes of healthy content consumption, restricting the other content consumption, integrating into your life meditation, mindfulness. Meditation means creating a beautiful relationship with the self, being aware of our thoughts and feelings, and aware of how I'm responding to situations, taking care. So learning meditation, 5-10 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes in the night before going to sleep, starts energizing the battery. Experimenting, this is a little deeper, but experimenting with a plant-based diet, because we are what we eat. We are what we eat doesn't mean the body is what I eat. It is we are what we eat. Hindi line is very beautiful. Jaisa anna vaisa man. It is not jaisa anna vaisa tan. Jaisa anna vaisa man means as is the food, so is the mind, which means the vibrations of the food influence the mind. Experiment. Experiment with a plant-based diet. An animal-based diet has vibrations of pain, has vibrations of fear, aggression, helplessness, violence, and death. It cannot be health. It can be proteins, but it cannot be health because it is energy of death. So experiment, experiment. These are all experiments, but tried and tested by millions all over the world. That content consumption restriction, consuming high quality, high vibrational content, meditating for a few minutes every morning and night, taking care of how I respond during the day, prioritizing sanskar over performance. Very clear, sanskar over performance, which means person over performance. And remembering that there's only one law that I have to follow every day, and that is the law of karma. Take care of the karma we create, because that's what writes our destiny. And our karma is our thought, our word, and behavior. Even the way we earn money needs to be taught in school. That money is not currency, money is vibration. And so earn a lot of money, but earn it with the highest values, principles, ethics, respect and dignity of the people with whom you are working, because it's their vibrations that will come home with you with that money. Money is not notes, money is vibration. So earn money with blessings. Earn money with blessings. Money will bring objects home, blessings will bring happiness and health home. We need both. We need both. So earn money, work hard, earn money, but earn money with blessings. That makes every member of your family emotionally stronger, because they've got a lot of blessings coming home. And change the definition of normal emotions. Use the healthier ones, and you will have this battery very charged and energized throughout the day. All our educational heads who are here with us today, a humble request, make your campus a no anger zone. Make your campus a no anger zone. Like we have no plastic zone, no smoking zone. Let's make our campus a no anger zone. Let's see how the vibration starts changing. And then the child passing out from that campus will get used to living life without anger. It will become a part of their personality. Thank you so much. Om Shanti.
Thank you very much, sister. You made very good points. Now I have a question. See, generally on campuses, what we see is that anything that is credit-based, students take a lot of interest. But anything which is not credit-based, they don't take interest. Say, for example, we talk about consuming healthy emotional diet. How can we make it credit-based? It can't be, but then what should be done that students take interest in such subjects?
Today, if the student wants to excel in what they are doing, in the doing, I'm sure most of them are now aware that they will able to excel only if they are fine in the state of the being. So many children today are complaining about overthinking, complaining about lack of focus, lack of concentration, consuming about creating anxiety before an exam. So we may not be able to give credits for this. I mean, that's not that, maybe you can think of how we can give credits for that. But to be able to get those credits, what I want to get, I know that I need to create a very powerful mind. But that is something that will have to be emphasized as a culture, actually, not as a subject. We have it as a subject. We have life skills as a subject in school. But emotional resilience is not about a subject. It's about a culture that we live our life. Like earlier, sanskars were given by family. Before that, if we go a few hundred years back, we were Gurukul system. What is a Gurukul system? We taught them about the outer world, but the emphasis was also on the inner world. Both were being done same in the Gurukul. Gradually, the education system shifted to only about the outer world. Families were taking care of the inner world, sanskar. Now families are not being able to take care of that because parents themselves are going through so much stress and anxiety. So responsibility is going to come back to the educational institution because parents are feeling very helpless. Even a simple thing like when we tell parents that while you have your meals, don't have TV or phone on while you have your meals. Only 10 minutes of eating your meal, sit in silence, be with family. Their simple immediate responses, children don't listen to us. Even for a simple thing like this. So that's why the responsibility goes back to the educational institution, because parents are finding themselves very helpless in terms of how to discipline their children. So how we have to do it has to be decided by how you will implement it. But need is very high. Otherwise, it's already happening. But in the next couple of years, we're going to live in a society which is going to say depression is normal. And if we're going to say depression is normal or anxiety is normal, then don't we think that achievements will get affected? Won't achievements get affected anyways? Won't relationships get affected anyways? So it's something that we created as a culture, not as a subject, not as a credit. It has to be a culture, my sanskar. Like we say, na, ye ghar ka sanskar hai, the culture of the house. So we'll have to create it as a culture of an organization, the way we behave with each other, the way we talk, the way we discipline, the way we give credits, which means the way we appreciate achievements. That will have to be a culture of the house and the culture of the organization.
You see, you touched upon ethics, say sanskaras. In some prominent business schools, business ethics is taught as a formal course. I have been teaching business ethics.
Yes.
Many students pass in that, but then how to ensure that they have really become ethical?
Absolutely.
So how should we ensure? How can we ensure that they have really become ethical?
That's what, again, like, you've only beautifully so shared it, that we can teach that business ethics as a subject, but how do we ensure that the person becomes ethical? How much I am able to implement ethics in my life will be dependent on where this battery is charged. Very simple. If this battery is high, which means I'm emotionally very strong, then I am not dependent on what I achieve to feel happy. See, happiness is not dependent on what we achieve. Happiness is dependent on how I'm feeling here. But because I'm not taking care of my feelings, I've started believing that the more I achieve, the more I acquire, the more I buy, I will be happier. And then second one, I have to be achieving more than them. Not just I have to achieve more, I have to achieve more than them. Where did I learn this? I again learned it from school only. I was taught, oh, they've come first. Very good boy, very good girl. No failure, no good. So these two conditionings have happened inside me. One, I need to achieve to be happy. And second, I need to achieve more than them to excel in society. Some people are able to do it with the right methods. Some people are not able to do it with the right methods, but they don't find anything wrong in adopting a different method only because society is only looking at an achiever. Society is not checking whether how I have achieved it. So again, the ethics will have to be a culture along with the subject. So if we find a person, a child who has those beautiful sanskars, then they will have to be evaluated, appreciated, awarded, credited along with their marks in the business ethics subject. So it will have to be a culture. It cannot be just a subject. It's incomplete if it's a subject, because I can learn it up and I can go and write it in the exam and I can do well. But how do I create it here? It'll have to be a culture, and culture of emotional resilience. So two things. One is comparison, and second, person is important. So then I will not compete with other people on performance. I will get inspired by person and learn to become better person. Better person means emotionally stronger and resilient. And third, happiness is not in what we buy. Respect and dignity is not for what I have. That is the conditioning which is changing. If today I see somebody driving a simple car, my way of looking at the person changes. And then suddenly somebody comes in a bigger car, our behavior changes towards the person. This is our society conditioning. So obviously everybody wants the bigger car because they think they get more respect if they're driving the bigger car. Simple. But the respect has to be for the soul, which means for the person. So this is a lot of conditioning that has changed, and that whole conditioning will have to change. It will not happen just by us. Subject is of course very important because I need to understand what is business ethics, but the power to live by ethics, will come with that spiritual study and meditation and as a practice in the culture where I live.
One last question from my side. You give a very good formula about stress. Stress is equal to pressure divided by resilience. So more the pressure, lesser the resilience, higher the stress. But what will happen if it is reverse? Say if pressure is less,
yes,
resilience is more. What
yes,
will happen in that case?
What will happen? If pressure is, what is the size of the pressure?
Pressure is less, resilience is more.
Yes, what is the size of the pressure? Pressure means the situation in my life, right? The situation in my life. Just yesterday, I was at the funeral of some very close family member. He passed away due to cancer, wife and daughter there. And there were about 100 people around coming and meeting them. And everybody was so touched and so inspired just by the stability and the tranquility on the mind of the wife and the daughter. This is resilience. What is the size of the pressure in this? It's the biggest situation of their life. It's the biggest crisis that can hit them. They're just two people now left alone. But their resilience was so high that the vibration that they were in, and that vibration was actually becoming healing energy of the other people who were coming there. So there is no limit to how high we can go in terms of our resilience. And if my resilience is low, even a small thing like somebody overtaking me on the wrong side, and I can use abusive language there on the road. Even one scratch on the car and I can get out of the car and start screaming and getting violent. What's the size of the pressure there? What's my resilience there? So it's all depending on, the size of the situation actually depends on my emotional strength. If I'm emotionally weaker, I find situations big problems. Yeah. Emotionally stronger, I find the biggest crisis just a situation of life. So we have the power to be calm and stable in all our situations of life. That's the ability every human mind has. We just have to cultivate that ability. Nurture that strength.
Thank you. Sister Dr. Rajan Saxena, Chairman of the Vice Chancellor's Council, is with us. I would request him that in case he has any question for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dal. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Shivani, ma'am.
Om Shanti.
No, I don't have any question, but I would like to thank you, Shivani, ma'am, for sparing your time for us. This is such an important issue for all of us in the universities, because today's education system is really geared for more making people successful in a competitive environment. So we keep talking about it from the point of view of telling every time that we are in the classroom, we are speaking to the students that, well, you are going to be competing in the world. And therefore, it's a dog for dog, or it's a kind of a rat race. So you got to be succeeding in that. So Shivani, I have a little question to you on this. That how do you really bring about such a kind of a shift in the academic programs where we can bring about a change in the mindset of the students? These kinds of words of, rat race, these kinds of things. It's a competitive world,
And that's
and
why
if I haven't become a CEO,
yes,
in 10 years time period or 15 years time period, there's something wrong with me. I mean, this is something that that
Exactly.
perhaps all
So
of us
that's what,
education
yeah,
need.
that's what we were sharing today. No, it's a culture that we have created. But who created this culture? We created this culture. Nobody else created this culture for us. We created this culture. But now we are seeing the result of that culture. So we have become a society which is a role conscious society, which is a position conscious society. Roles are very important, but they're just a role. They're just a role. So if we are prepared, if we are prepared right from when we are in school, that what I'm going to do, what I'm going to be doing is a role, So I could be playing a role of a CEO, or I could be playing a role of the brother at the gate, opening the door for the CEO or opening the gate for the CEO. They both are just roles. They both are roles. The roles will depend on the IQ of the individual. The IQ, the effort, the hard work, the sincerity in the doing. Everybody is not always the same intelligence. My intelligence will be different for different people. Everybody's ability to work hard will be different for different people. So my doing, what I can achieve in terms of my role, will always be different for different people. But everybody can be a beautiful person. There is no difference, Sanskar wise, EQ can be high for every individual. Now, like you shared, brother, that we are preparing them, that you're getting into the competitive world. What if we prepare them that you're going to go into a world where there is cooperation is normal? Cooperation is the culture. On one side, we are saying we want a world where there's unity, where there's dignity, where there's compassion, where there's no bias. We want that kind of a world. But then we're not preparing them for that kind of a world. We're preparing them for a completely different world. 2 days back, it was Women's Day, and every webinar had one topic: gender bias, gender bias. But it's not just gender bias. There's role bias. There's a role bias. There is religion bias. There's bias everywhere. There's bias everywhere. Everywhere I feel where I am different from you, there is a bias. I'm either higher than you or I'm lower than you. But what spirituality teaches us, these are our roles, these are our positions, these are our religions where we are practicing which religion I'm practicing. This is the country where I live in. But who am I? I am a soul, the being. So whether I'm playing the role of a CEO or whether I'm playing the role of the brother at the gate who's opening the gate for the CEO, the soul, both are very beautiful, equal. They're not higher than each other. They're not lower than each other. There is equality there. There cannot be any inequality. There's equality there. After that will come the gender of the body, that can be man, woman, then role position. But that basic is not being taught. That's what we learn at the spiritual school, that these are all my roles. This is the gender of my costume, not man, woman. That's just a gender of what I'm wearing. It's like I'm wearing a sari and you're wearing a kurta pajama. It's just same female body and male. It's just that much. But a soul and another soul talking to that. So spiritual principles could be, learned, shared at home and also in schools and colleges. Then we will grow up with this understanding that we are all equal, our roles are different. Just because I'm a CEO, that's my role, but it doesn't mean I'm higher or superior to people around me. And then that will also teach me the higher goes my role, in the same proportion, my humility should increase. My humility should increase, not ego. Not ego. Ego is when, oh, I'm higher than this. Now I'm higher than this one also. Now I'm higher than this one also. So then I go higher in my achievements, but I go lower in my sanskars because my ego goes high. My body language changes. My vocabulary changes. My behavior changes. And the one person who gets affected most with their ego is the person themselves. So ego is low emotional resilience. That person gets hurt easily, gets agitated easily, tolerance level is low because ego is high. So role, if I'm role conscious, my ego will increase. If I'm soul conscious, playing my role, then I will be humble. So that humility also has to be taught to me along with my achievements and performances.
Even I understand the role consciousness, but how do I bring about this whole aspect of soul consciousness in the university, which I'm heading, where people look at it from the point of view of what Dr. Dhar said, the credit, the monetary benefit, and those kinds of stuff. How do I bring that kind of a soul consciousness?
It will not happen just by saying it or announcing it there. Obviously, it has to live like a culture. Like we said, credit's important, achievement important. But if we start talking and appreciating and acknowledging performance se zyada person, the person, then everybody will start talking about values, principles, and ethics. Right now, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I mean, I remember if I even look at my school life. So I was doing very well academically. So every year I've got awards. But every year, what was the award for? The award was for maths, for science. I also got an award for not missing even one day of school. So I got a full attendance badge. But this is all the doing, no? But it is after I came into a spiritual institution, then I understood, okay, that is only one part of life. That is not life. That is one part of our life. Now I started my journey on working on my sanskars, on reducing my ego, bringing it down to becoming egoless. That was not talked or taught about in school. So it's not mentioned only. It's not only thing that will say, okay, be honest, be punctual, just basic things, but not sanskar as a priority. Now I'm in an organization which has centers in 140 countries, huge campus. We have a lot of roles here. We have roles, who will take care of what, who will take care of what. So it's not, so, somebody should study the organization, that there are so many roles. One is heading America centers, one is heading UK centers, one is heading Australia, one is heading the whole headquarters. These are roles, but priority is not role. Role is just a role. It's just a role. But soul consciousness is the study every single day. So it's like, it's just a priority. It's just because we didn't talk about it, we didn't learn about it. Now we learn about it, that becomes our priority. Because then I understand that it is the quality of the soul which comes in my role. Today, the equation is gone wrong. The equation is, if I do well in my role, then I will be happy. If that was true, then higher the role, more should be the happiness. More should be the happiness. Why are we saying we are stressed when we become a CEO? Why should I be stressed? So role cannot give the happiness. Role is separate, happiness is separate. So there are two separate parts of life, which is not a part of an educational institution right now. Right now, an educational institution focuses on teaching me the doing. So even in school, I've learned everything, no, right from needlework, craft, singing, debates, sports, everything. So the doing. But then my life is more about the being and then coming into the doing. So that's something that has to be now created, and that you are the masters of that, how we're going to be able to create it. But drama comedies for me is a very model which needs to be studied, where there are a lot of roles, but soul consciousness is the culture and playing the role to come out into activity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dar, for giving me this opportunity to.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, all that you said in very simple language. So I need not to repeat everything, but well, the message, the few pointers are that when a graduate passes out, he should not pass out only with a degree. He should pass out with this ability to be a giver. He should be a person who treats person more important than the performance. Emotional health needs to be ensured. Emotional health is very important. So one must learn to differentiate between what is healthy and what is not healthy. Similarly, good human being, if a person is good human being first, he or she would certainly excel in life. So the message for us, that the educationists, is that we need to reconsider and rethink about the pedagogy. We need to rethink about the curricula and ensure that human element is effectively embedded in the system. We need not to go only for a high-tech society. The society may be on one hand high-tech, but at the same time, it has to be high-touch. So high-tech, high-touch society should be our goal. So with these words, I thank you very much, Sister Shivani, and also I'm thankful to All India Management Association for giving me an opportunity to have interaction with you. Thank you very much. Om Shanti.
Thank you.
We are grateful for your presence and for your extremely inspiring and motivating words, Shivani ji. Thank you again. Dr. Dar, thanks for wonderfully chairing the session. And thanking you again, Dr. Rajan Saxena. With this, we have come to an end of the first day of the conference by AIMA's Vice Chancellor's Council on Global Disruption and Transformation in Higher Education. The day will begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow with a keynote address by Dr. Deepak Jain, Vice Chancellor at Geo University. The session will be chaired by Dr. Rajan Saxena, and we will use the same link as we used today. Hope to see you all tomorrow sharp at 9 a.m. Thank you and good night.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.